You made it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations and welcome to the night shift. It's the Deadlock night. Wait, fright shift. That's what we're calling it. I'm your host, Puckett, aka the sticky, icky, gooey buddy, Viscous. And I'm not the only one on the show. I got my friends with me. Who's joining me tonight? Where are you calling from, soldier? Dan, you there? I don't know if your mic is picking up your voice yet. Huh. Inching his way up here like a little caterpillar. I thought this guy had core strength.
Hello? Why do we have the same costume, Puckett?
I think we're very cheap and we saw the same advertised Amazon link. So for $25, you too could look like Viscous and work on the night shift. We don't get paid for our outfits, so it all makes sense. Dan, how did you do your eyes though? That's what I've been trying to figure out because I can't see shit right now, bro.
Hey man, you gotta get your wife on the case. That's the trick.
Oh, you look great. Is that your mouth or is that an eye hole? Oh, those are definitely eye holes. And you can breathe out your nose? And it says bride. This is so wonderful. Dan, my question is, how many times have you played with your belly?
All right, let's keep Puckett. I'm getting freaking out.
Let's keep this show moving. We got to introduce someone who loves to be the dick in the middle of these two big green balls. It's the Lord Kaplan. How are you, Lash?
I fucking hope there's no robots today. I would be real pissed.
Yeah, I heard Lash was an asshole. Was it rude to call you a dick?
No, they're one and the same sometimes.
Okay.
They're best friends as well.
Making sure I knew my lore and I was doing it right here, doing Deadlock justice. Dan,
you look in pain, man.
We've got such a good show coming our way. Just fight the pain, buddy. Walk me through how tonight's European portion of the tournament is going to work.
I just want to know why you look so henge, Puckett. Why do I look so fat compared to you?
I should have showed up in a Viscous costume as well. Just completely unplanned. That would have been hilarious. Just the three balls on air. All three of you, or both of you, are going to be ulting, it seems. You look so uncomfortable right now, Dan.
I feel like I have a disease.
God.
Dan, did you have gummies on Halloween as well? We're going to have a great show, ladies and gentlemen. Get in the mood. Get locked in. We're not, but somebody in our production ear is. So let's walk you through what we got in store for you. It's the Fearless Furies taking on the Gooballs. We love the Gooballs. You know who I'm cheering for. And then, of course, ZP's favorite team, the Abrahams, will be taking the stage with $1,000 on the line in our EU Challenger matchup. That, of course, is going to be followed by NA, and we are going to see Melee Groups versus Kawaii Crew, who are both in the Trolley tournament, taking on Sneaky Golem. A lot to go through. Lash, what are you most excited about?
No fucking Bebop. That's what I'm excited about. And also to see Gooballs. We've had some roster swaps come in. I mean, we had Gooballs, previously known as Mel Team, take the title in the Trolley Open, beating Buff Enjoyers, oh my god, it's scary, of all teams, and they did it. But they have some subs coming today. Buff Enjoyers, unfortunately, were not able to field a team because Demov did leave the roster and join Gooballs. But this is going to be a very exciting challenger match here to see who takes on Abrahams, who also has some subs coming into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some love in the chat? This is Night Shift episode 12. Lock in and show some love to Intel. Intel has put up $20,000 in prize pool across the last 10 weeks. This is their 10th and final week, and we hope they come back. So if you've enjoyed the shows, if you enjoyed tonight's show already, put thank you Intel into chat right now as we take a look at team number 2. Jason Kaplan, are those real earrings? Did you get them pierced for this episode?
You know, I thought about it, but I didn't want to go that hard. So they're just clip-ons.
Just the nipples.
I'm not going to take, just the nipples, of course, and the Prince Albert. But I'm not going to take them off because it's very difficult to get them back on. I have to call my wife in to help me out. And she did see me in them, and she was like, where can I get a divorce? And I thought, you know what? Maybe I should actually get some piercings because they look pretty good.
I think
Jason, you look like this every week, man.
Key.
This is a good look for you.
I think we are about a sleeve away from success for Mr. Kaplan. Let's take a look at Gooballs because this is a team that looks stacked. I see D-Mov. I see ABL. What the hell is happening here, DDK?
I don't know, but this is obviously a super strong roster. We saw... Second, gets my microphone. Hello.
Hey,
we saw these guys play on the weekend. If you guys missed the trolley open that we had over the weekend, you guys need to go check out the VODs because they're fantastic matches. And we saw, I mean, you might not recognize OC's name, for example, if you did not catch the weekend matches. But OC's was actually an absolute demon and someone that we need to focus on, even though we got a team with D-Mov and ABL and Empty Dreams. And to be honest with you, a team that is this stacked, I wouldn't be surprised if they were actually able to win today because the performance over the weekend was incredible. OC's was reliably 20k souls ahead of everyone every game, Jason.
Yeah, he consistently farmed and was fed farm over the course of the entire match. And he would almost single-handedly carry when it came to the Ivy or even his Mina that we did see played as well. But what's so dangerous about this team is not only him, but the fact that D-Mov, he wanted to play with ABL. I was hearing that he wanted ABL to join Buff Enjoyers, but I don't know who the hell you'd ever kick off on that roster. So he decided to leave and join this team. I mean, D-Mov for me was the rank 1 player across the board when it came to EU. But then you have ABL and Empty Dreams and Osas behind us. This is a massive threat of a team.
Wait, so D-Mov left Buff Enjoyers to join ABL on the Gooballs. This is the new up-and-coming squad. Buff Enjoyers, aka former Virtus Pro, were the kings of the castle. They were the best place to be. At least that's what I thought. Abrahams could have the strongest roster unless the Gooballs are the new challengers we think they could be. As we take a look at the big picture on the night, the Gooballs will be taking on some fearless ones. They're furious, and they have a lash of their own in ZXCBOBI2011, aka Bobby 2011. Is that what we're calling him tonight?
Called him a couple different things. We called him Bobby, we called him Bob, we called him Bobby. I think all three of those are fitting.
I like
but you know
Bob.
what?
It's real centered there. You can just ignore everything else.
It is, but I like his taste in heroes for sure. I mean, he's got some great taste. I'm hoping to see some Lash picked up here because it is the #1 hero in the game right now. And Deathy is one of the best Lash players I've ever seen in my life. But beyond him, to be fair, Dan, Apocycle in that best of one they had up against Lodos was ridiculous when it came to the Victor, that he was almost soloing the entire team.
Yeah, he seems to actually be... And by the way, if I disappear, I did just spill an entire glass of water on my computer, so we'll see how long I last. But Apocycle had like 90k healing on the Victor, and I think actually showed that whilst other teams didn't value Victor, Apocycle is actually so incredibly good on it, it might be a ban. It might be a ban just for them. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah?
I'm kind of worried here. I don't have enough.
In the eye, man.
No, it's fine. It's like an apple, you know, you just carve away from yourself. Oh! We're good.
Well, Gooballs is definitely a fitting name for what I got to my left and right here on the show. But I think what's so cool about this is not only do we have some like really cool roster swaps within Gooballs, Abrahams also is running Obi Kim and Hoot this week, which I think is going to be another star-studded lineup. Fuck is falling out of his chair. Just trying to get a roll on, try to get a stun onto me. But of course, I'm Lash, just going to jump over it. But this is gonna... Are you okay, Dan? What are you doing?
I'm in character. Come on, man.
It looks like you're humping your desk. I guess you're bouncing. That looks about right.
Uh-huh. He's in character. Lash, keep carrying the show. You're doing great.
Wait, where's our 1v1? I guess we don't have a 1v1. I guess it's just going to be straight into draft here.
No,
and I'm expecting, of course, a Bebop to be banned because, you know, fuck Bebop, first of all. But Kelvin Victor, of course, can be very high priority when it comes to this. And I would hope that Fearless Furies did do their due diligence and are like, Ivy Band's worth it up against Gooballs. Bro, don't shove it in your mouth.
Kind of look like a turtle.
Good luck to you in your future endeavors.
Dan,
All
how
right,
did you make ear holes?
There's these things fucking called scissors. I don't know if you've heard of them. So they've been around for a while.
Just get it moist,
You're making a
it'll
wet
make
spot
little-
on your.
If you make it moist, it's just. Alright, go ahead. Talk to me about these characters.
Yeah, Yamato. Yeah, cool. Is that your tongue? Oh my God, what is these fingers?
I feel exposed.
Okay. Yamato being taken away. Fearless Furies going for the first pick. I thought they would go for Victor. Again, I throw it over to Apple Cycle. But instead they go for a Holiday here, Dan, which I didn't think would be a first round pick considering what we've seen on these teams in the past. This is really erotic right now for me, Puckett.
Holiday's definitely not what you would expect to see as a first pick. I don't know if we didn't have any balance changes over the weekend, did we? I mean, this doesn't really. Holiday's been definitely valued way below Paradox typically, but interesting. It's an interesting pick. We'll see what they have in mind with it. Fearless Furies were actually exceptional over the weekend. I think they overperformed people's expectations, so they've earned some benefit of the doubt on that one. But Shiv pickup is pretty typical. You'd expect probably like a Paradox. I still feel like Bucket.
Dan, I'm so sweaty.
Honored to serve at your pleasure.
I can't think. Holiday Doorman, Shiv! That's ABL's Doorman, right?
Could be.
It's actually really hard to think. That's very nice.
He did record. I hope it's just not hard to breathe, honestly. But he did actually ask for his signature hero to be changed over to Doorman, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see it. And Diabol most likely going to be the Shiv, I would guess, when it comes to Gooballs. Vindicta as well being picked up right off the bat, which we saw be kind of contested quite a bit, Dan, over the weekend. I was surprised to see so much emphasis on picking Vindicta, but also banning Vindicta, considering it wasn't the Assassinate build either. It was like the standard support build.
Yeah.
Yep, and it was actually Gooballs roster or like Mel team that were looking to pick it up quite frequently too. So I think it's a nice steal from a pool that they like to play. Oh, okay, so we actually get the Victor as well, which is what you would expect from Fearless Furies. Again, like Apocycle is really good on it. The thing that I would expect Gooballs to take now is it's got to be Ivy. I feel like Ivy is really high up the ranks. The thing that I'm super surprised about though, Jason, is that we're not seeing Infernus right now. Those are the two typical M1 heroes. You don't allow
right now.
both of them to go. So if Ivy survives the ban phase, I'll be pretty surprised here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Infernus for Empty Dreams probably coming through here. I mean, they have like 4 really good damage dealers. I think the interesting part is like, where's Demov going to flex over to? I think he's going to play a relatively similar role as he is replacing Flammable. He's not going to be taking the support-S kind of style. He's still going to be playing like a bruiser type for this team. And Gooballs is actually banning away Paradox when they're the ones that need a swap, that need someone to initiate. So are they going to actually back things up to a Bebop here, which I would fucking hate?
Dan, do you have anything on your nose? Is it naturally turning that red? Is there circulation cut off?
I guess I'll wait here.
Oh no!
Is it tape?
Uh-oh, that looks like a problem.
Where'd he go? Oh, he probably got set into the Baroness Hotel by Doorman, so that's fair.
Yes,
Ivy being banned out by Fearless Furies, as you kind of expected, Dan, so that's going to be coming through. So Osa's not going to be playing that, though it does leave things open to a potential Mina pickup for him. But that'd also be a ridiculous amount of damage this team would have. And go Page! So we did see a gun page out of Fargo Echo over the weekend.
How'd it go?
Not going to be happening, I would assume, this time, since Page has actually gone up quite a bit in value for every team in EU.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it's something too where it pairs well with the Doorman in terms of setup. Gooballs, or rather Mel team previously, they actually picked up a lot of Mo and Paradox for their setups. For this, that's too good. Wait, we need a Lash picks now.
Lash?
You'll see it in a second. They picked the best biscuits.
The sticky icky.
And the stats are really ruining our experience right now.
Let's get this show on the road, shall we?
It really is. I think it's broke. Hey, there we go. The bride.
So surely we get a pocket coming through for Gooballs. Like get Empty Dreams on the pocket.
Well, Empty Dreams is going to be on Infernus though.
You think so?
On Doorman, Demov on Shiv. Yeah, because Empty Dreams was playing the Infernus for them over the weekend. I think they need some sort of like front line.
There is the viscous. It took me forever, chat, but we found it together.
Not this guy.
And the Bebop is in. Lash, why do you hate Bebop?
He's just a little. You know, if you talk about the two balls to my side and I'm the, he's just the that really me off. I'm not gonna hit you with a flex because I got no biceps. Nothing like Lash. So Bebop going through kind of expected. If you're gonna ban away the paradox yourself, your head is disappearing in the bucket in the smoke.
It's intentional, brother. Feeling way ready for. I'm feeling way ready for this show. How about you guys? Chat, get on my level. Get your big ass green suit. Go twirl your mustache in that beautiful bang like Jason Kaplan and lock in your 6 characters. We got a Mina coming in for the Gooballs. On the other side, the Fearless Furies are gonna bring in a Lady Geist. Ivy gone, Kelvin gone. You're gonna see the lady with the big head, the cone head Yamato on the sideline, and it looks like that Paradox dude was the first one banned. Enjoy stuff is dropping off subs. Everything is right in the world. It's Fright Night, Deadlock style. DDK's camera got broken, but his nose is it fixed? Dan, are we good? Dan?
I think we need someone to go check on Dan.
Dan?
Oh, he's alive. He's alive.
Looks good to me.
It looks great to us, Daniel. Yes. Huh.
Why is the hole for the mouth like off to the side? Do you have glitter and like makeup on your nose?
Yeah, she does.
That's commitment. What happened to your mouth, Bucket? You have like 7
I
holes.
can't find it. Hey! Dog! Go upstairs.
Okay, Viscous has a dog. It's probably Fathom just chilling back there.
They
But
found
Dan,
the trolleys. I swear to God they did. All right, let's get this party started, shall we? Hey, we're all jacked up on sugar. Shout out to our friends at Trolley. We had a blast working with them, and you can work with us too, just like Intel. Tonight's episode is brought to you by Intel. $1,000 on the line for EU, another $1,000 up for grabs for NA. That is $2,000, part of their $20,000 campaign in Deadlock. Big friends here at the night shift. You could join us too. Reach out to Jason Kaplan. He's like our business dude and also best dressed, right?
I grew up the chest hair specifically for this as well.
We thought so. We thought you totally just didn't have chest hair until this episode.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, this technically is the first time I've shaved my face in like over a year. Because I always let it.
Do you think like this is the most attractive you've ever been? Because I feel like this is the reveal on Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, and you're just so happy with the result, and we are too. We're thrilled. Do you have cowboy boots on?
I'm not. Hey, you know it costs subs if you want to see what I'm wearing. Okay.
We're gonna get his feet. His feet photos are coming. We are currently at 1,240 subs. I don't know how you all got here, but I love you. Thank you. Some Trickster dropping off another 5. Enjoy stuff has been dropping off like crazy. And if we get to 1,500, we will be releasing the Lash feet pics. I'm told there's a Yamato feet pic somewhere out on the internet. It's been circling. A Vindicta big blue toe is available. We'll get them all to you through DDK's Goober collection agency. In the meantime, is the game ready, Solomon? Are these like EU kids?
He's
just
ready to
not
scare us
here?
with the transition.
Fright Fest.
I mean, a ghost might have gotten him.
It's the Fright Shift.
It's pretty hard to focus on the draft, I gotta say. Right now, I'm just like trying to stay upright, man.
Well, you
tried to be a Google before?
Like, keeping your balance.
I don't know what this is like.
I kind of want to go outside of my neighborhood during game number 1. What do you think people would do? Especially if I do this.
I call the police, I think, immediately.
You know, I don't know what they would do, but if they don't say you look fabulous, then they're only kidding themselves, and they just wish they looked as good as you did, Puckett.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, but Dan, looking at this game, like looking at clumps, if we can maybe bring it back really quick before we get into game, because we still have a lot of matches to come today. Gooballs for me is just like, let's just fight. Like they have so much damage on them. They don't have like a ton of survivability with Shiv, who's going to naturally have to build tanky here, but they have so much damage. And looking at Fearless Furies, I mean, they have a lot of tankiness. They have some control of Vindicta and Holiday. Of course, they have the Bride Viscous as well. Like it's a decent comp, but I don't know if they have the sustainability damage themselves to deal with Gooballs.
I actually, I actually really like Gooballs comp because I think it's really dynamic in terms of the utility usage to set the setups to allow them, for example, to, you get the doorman in there. I have been seeing doormans build Majestic Leap recently for extra initiation. And if you combine that with the hooks and stuff, you have just like endless playmaking capacity in the mid game. So I feel like for Gooballs, we're going to see like them really take over in the mid game as we exit the lanes. And I do think that the laning will be pretty good for them too. So I don't know. I'm feeling the Gooballs for this one.
You kind of have to, don't you?
I'm not
I'm
biased.
feeling the team with the viscous. Are you kidding me? Fearless Furies. You got the rat cat lady. You got Victor, who explodes and like comes back and then is still healing somehow. And then Vindicta is going to be the player to watch. Can she snipe like we saw just 1 week ago? It wasn't even in the trolley tournament. The snipes were out and about in a challenger matchup. Viscous number 2. What do you think about this? My goo brother.
Honestly, I have no idea what you just said.
Yeah.
It's hard to pay attention. I gotta be honest.
How's it staying so puffy? Is my question.
You don't stay
That's the
puffy?
Google magic.
Oh,
Game's still not ready. How solid.
so Puckett, looking at this picture of Dan right now,
Yeah.
what do you think we're looking at?
Oh, that's definitely a belly button.
That's definitely belly button. He's got some light off towards his left-hand side. I don't know what that is.
Hey, Dan, can you twerk? That's funny. It's funny. Let your imagination do the things, kids. You don't know what part of his body that was. You just saw a zipper. Was it front? Was it back? Does it go down the side?
I mean, Viscous is the same all over for every single side. So, how do you even know? I'm in alt form right now, so it's.
I have a behind-the-scenes video of you right now, Dan.
Oh, really?
And how you're doing this. I think we need to show that on broadcast if we can at some point. I swear, guys, we do have a game coming soon. It's not just for us to stay here on air and watching Puckett slowly expand his mouth hole. Oh my god!
Oh
that is
my
big right
God.
now.
That's how he fills his hole. What an angle.
R.I.P.
What an
You got a
angle.
steak in there. Now everyone knows Viscous eats steak.
Oh, no.
Wait, why are you standing though?
I'm ready.
Hey, we're in the game.
That was my first ever drink through a
I gotta figure out to sit down 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Deadlock Fright Night. You are watching Night Shift number 12, presented by Intel. Fearless Furies taking on the Gooballs, who's playing the Abrahams for $1,000. Winner gets the chance. On the mic, it's Lash.
And Viscous too, right? I want to solo cast this.
Not yet. No, he's not there. It's just you.
He's not there. Okay.
You want
Yeah,
me?
give him a minute.
Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. Good. I got my partner Viscous. You guys didn't know in the lore actually that Lash and Viscous are best friends. They met over in the Bermuda Triangle in the Fathom.
Is that true?
And I tried to death slam him, and of course I couldn't because he's just a goo ball. And then he tried to run over me, and I just jumped over him. We're like, you know what? We're friends now. No, that's not true, Dave.
All right.
I'm just making this up.
Okay.
But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we also still have 2 more casters to come. And you never will believe what they're dressed up as.
Why are these transitions so long? Why is it so long?
It's the Deadlock Fright Shift. And the frightening part of it is that we have to fill for a very long time. So it's very scary for us.
Yeah, man, that's so true. Okay. Oh my god, it is actually terrifying. Okay. All right.
People in chat are like, why are his legs bending like that? I didn't know Viscous has legs. I guess he technically does.
I mean,
there a
he
state?
does have legs. If you ever seen him rolling around, you can see his whole skeleton. It's very exposed.
That's true. Not quite as exposed as Puckett must feel trying to open up a mouth hole on his costume. But yeah, it's an interesting one, honestly. I'm happier he's using a pen though instead of him just busting out some scissors and trying to cut it with it on his face. I would be a little bit worried. But I think in reality, this should be a really interesting match. I feel like Gooballs are not going to have a ton of time to prepare, though it's just DMOV come into the roster. And honestly, they should be the favorited team in this matchup to me. But I want to see what Fearless Furies have to show us, man. It's been such a long time since we've had them in the night shift. I think it was maybe even back in Fight Night we had them on for the last time. But here we go, kicking things off.
Yeah, they had such a great performance too over the weekend that I'm really excited to see them, because I think just the performances from the individuals are really consistent, and we saw a depth of hero pool too over the matches that we did see them play, and I felt like they actually did really genuinely show a really good potential to get into the finals. Like they were definitely a very solid team. So, but with that said, Gooballs, these guys were really crazy good. You got to give it to them, and grabbing OCs. We talked about that in the post-match interview as well, that they sort of just like found him and believe he's like one of the best M1 players in all of Europe right now. So it's so cool that we're seeing some new stuff of like coming out of the trolley tourney.
Yeah, and I will say this though for Osis, I want to see what he can do if he's not like 20k ahead, because it is a big commitment to say, hey, we're specifically going to let you farm, and you farm basically alone because we want you to carry the game for us. If he can't do that, if he can't get to that 20k ahead point and he gets punished for this farm that he's trying to get, is he going to be as effective, or is there someone else who can pick up the slack? And obviously look at the roster of DMOV, ABL, Overseas, and Empty Dreams, you would say, yeah, probably could pick this one up and carry him through. But this is honestly a very deadly team, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the new #1 team in EU with how this could play out for them.
Yeah, I agree. And one note I'll make on OCs, having watched some of his demos just a little bit, to kind of take a closer look at how he was able to achieve the consistency with his farm. He wasn't able to do it in every single match, but he did do it with Mina as well as Ivy multiple times, and he doesn't do it by necessarily doing super optimal how should I put this? Like it was clear to me that he wasn't running set routes per se. He just really understands how to make the most efficient use of the game state at any given moment, like what camps he can go to, like the timings, the movement, everything is pretty perfect. And especially with Ivy, he was doing it opportunistically, so it always allowed him to take part in the game where necessary. So he was always getting value for the team, because I think historically, Jason, you look at some of these farm carry type players, and the style I think in the past was a little less evolved, where it would come at the cost of map presence and macro, whereas that's not really the case with how OCs plays it. So I actually think he's kind of the more evolved version of that kind of M1 farm carry. So I'm pretty excited about that.
I think I want to see how he does it with Mina. I mean, I know he did do something similar with Mina when looking back at the VODs, but he didn't have like the same kind of lead compared to the Ivy. I feel like he invested a lot more of his airdrops to rotate around and specifically go for the farm, and he heavily depends on his team to be able to fight as 5 without him, so he can continue to get that farm up, which is not easy to do, but very similar to what we've seen out of teams like Buff and Jors, where you leave Zergy to farm up as much as possible while the other 5 do go for the fight. But we'll see how it's going to work out for him. So far at 2.2k, already leading the lobby, not leading the lobby, as Apocycle's leading the lobby at the moment. And if we are talking about Gooballs a lot, I mean, Apocycle, you even said it yourself in the draft, 90,000 healing he was able to accumulate in the first match up against Lodos. I mean, he was basically going in 1v6 and surviving for a stupid amount of time. It was very hard to take down.
Yeah, he was really, really, really good. The one worry that I have for Apocycle and the Victor is, of course, having Infernus and Shiv on the other team. And actually, in addition to that, you have actually so many counters, because you've got the lockdown that can come in the way of Page. You've got the ability to use the Baroness Hotel to also kind of just disable Victor, take him out of a fight, and focus on other heroes. So I feel like if Apocycle has a good game here, Jason, he's doing it against basically almost all the ideal tools that you'd want to have against the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Infernus, which the amount of anti-healing he can do was what made him one of the good counters to a Spirit Warden, is because you could just anti-heal the hell out of Warden in the middle of his last stand. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what's going to work out. I think is they need to feed him a lot of farm. In particular, he's kind of the similar route for Gooballs with OCs, that he's the one that's going to be gifted the farm for the most part. Though I feel like an M1 hero is going to have a lot more potential in the late game to be able to carry compared to like a frontliner like Victor's end up going to be. But we can see Overseas getting extremely low here. A great hook directly onto Ayano. No knockup back in towards the Guardian, but does do a hefty amount of damage back to him. And even Epple finds extremely low in HP. He's forced to use the Q.
Yeah, trying to escape the Doorman super hard in lane. ABL Doorman is going to be a lot of fun to watch. I don't know that Abel had the best time when he's playing Calico in some of the recent matches over the weekends. He's getting kind of wrecked, so it's cool to see that he's working the doorman instead. And we're seeing some typical, ABL performance already in the mid lane. I mean, I feel like if you have ABL in the mid lane, it's usually the case that they are going to win that mid lane. And this Guardian's going down quite low already at the 5-minute mark. It's already almost taken out.
Now the buff's coming up too, and it looks like Gooballs did secure both of them as well. On the left-hand side, you see that's D-Mauve, and I believe that's Paige by Palm, who went for the secure. And then Surgery going to be on the Holiday. To first pick a Holiday, I found to be so interesting, considering there was like a Victor open, but I guess they wanted to see what was going to be picked. Again, Infernus was open, Shiv was open, but they go for a Holiday as a first, which is, I don't know, you don't really see that often, to be honest, but to invest it over into him, he better pull off a great performance to make it worth it for the team.
Yeah, it's one of those things where typically, I'd be very suspicious, but then when you see the Surgery's doing it, you're like, okay, yeah, I'm sure he's got some tech. He's the kind of player that can really make Holiday perform very well. And ZP's always talking about the fact that he feels like Holiday's kind of undervalued, and I do agree. But we do have the dive coming on here. We'll see if there's any value to be found. Feather's Fury is getting quite low on both Surgery and Apocycle in this position as they try to defend, and looking good on the defense. Captivating read there, coming on through. What's the last captivating read you had, Jason?
It's a book called Mythos, actually. It's by, what is his name? He's like a comedian as well. Stephen Fry, I think it is.
Oh, really? By Stephen Fry?
Yeah,
he's a British national treasure. This Stephen Fry.
It's about like mythology in ancient Greece and like his telling of the stories.
Yeah.
It was really cool to read through that. Yours?
That's a good question. I'll get back to you. As soon as I asked you that question, I was like, oh god, he's going to ask me, isn't he? I'm not sure.
I mean, also Stephen King, I've read some like really great books. The Tower from him was pretty horrible, so that wasn't quite captivating, even though it was like 9 books and I wasted countless hours of my life with that ending. But don't worry, you'll have time to take us up. I feel like you asked me that question not expecting me to have a book off the top of my head of that I really enjoyed last.
Dan only reads banned books, by the way, so he won't tell you
also,
one. Also,
Odyssey. I read the Odyssey.
Ooh.
No, I'm just kidding. I was just trying to poke fun at Uber calling me out before.
You have not read the Odyssey. Iliad, yeah.
Iliad, there we go. I haven't read that one. I'm only halfway through.
Well, I will return to this topic. I've mostly been reading like books that are about like finance and other stuff like that. So like, it's not particularly captivating. Honestly, it's horrendous. But either way, dive coming on through from Calico. Very nice from Bob. I mean, I think we talked about like calling him Bobby or something last time. I don't know. I'm gonna say Bob.
I'm fine with anything, to be honest. I just
what's interesting is seeing Amplifying on Viscous. Jason, we didn't see that last weekend.
Yeah, I feel like he can play kind of pretty much anything. He's played carries in the past. I can't remember the team off the top of my head. It wasn't Lodos, but it sounded very similar to them back in One Win Bombshell. And a good chase out of Surgery here. He's gonna get the connection, and he will get the kill. And you know what? He's making that first pick work out for him, though I can see that D-Mauve is getting extremely low here and should be chased down for another kill. And just like that, Fearless Fury is picking up like 3 kills in a row, keeping things quite equal as they also get a mid Guardian.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing right now. The activity from Surgery. Getting that kill, the last bullet, and then D-Mauve trying to escape with that excellent movement. Will jump side strafe, trying to do his best, but right now we're starting to get into a lot of action. Sinners have just spawned overseas, coming in with the iconic Bebop play. Hyper Beam coming out there as well. That additional pressure, and this should be the Guardian down now. So that's a nice win at the 8.5 minute mark to allow them to be a bit more active on the map. And Surgery has been running all over the place so far. Gets stuck in the Baroness Hotel for the moment. And Gooballs, they are starting to fan out a little bit. Doing some jungle invade here, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, they got all the Guardians down now, so they have the ability to flex around and do things like this. They also have a flex slot opened up, and that should be amplifying being killed off by MT Dreams. And this is where Gooballs can quickly take a massive lead against you if you're not prepared to contest when it comes to the jungle invades. I didn't really see where all the Sinners went, but some of the adaptations we've seen out of teams is going for those Sinners and invading them right away, especially when it comes to the pudding rooms. the ones with the double centers to deny those, because those really do add up. And we saw in the NA trolley event, like AVG in particular, he was specifically being fed over a ton of these centers, and he became such a beast in that match that really no one could stop him because the amount of healing or amount of extra health he got, not to mention like fire rate, spell damage, cooldown reduction, etc. It was very overwhelming, and you kind of have to respect this. And I think that's like the next adaptation that teams are doing as like a minor thing to get every sort of advantage they can.
Yeah, it is like really cool to see how these tiny edges, like just over time, just more and more and more of them are being found in that way, and just more efficiency overall is being found, because the game is so much about efficiency.
Yeah, min-maxing, very important. And Applefine, he's going to get the cube off in time to buy him some time to potentially survive. And he does do his best impression of Puckett and DDK here as he rolls away, twerking as he does it.
Yeah, looks all right. Give it 8 out of 10. The chase across on the jump pads. The on the left side has spawned here, so winning this team fight or these skirmishes will be really beneficial to Gooballs, especially, who already have lane control on the left side. And look at the chase down that we see there, all the way to the enemy base. And finally, Surgery's going to pull back off. A couple players to be dealt with here. The reincarnation is forced out. Reanimation by Apocycle. And still, this area hotly contested. Apocycle now kind of has to be careful. This is really rough. Infernus 1v1ing you in that position with no ult left is not going to be fun for Apocycle. Does have some assistance coming on through. And Surgery's on the case. Going to chase down Infernus. We got some combustion from Empty Dreams coming on through. That's going to buy some extra time. And in fact, more players are coming in to reinforce this fight, Jason. It's starting to feel like Gooballs might be winning this one.
And he wants to turn around, and a great parry comes through. Bobby going to be stunned on up here. Demov is actually very low in health, and he should fall as well just from the bleed alone. Keeping things at 1 apiece. In the meantime, you've seen OCs trying to push over on the right-hand side, looking for a walker, looking for that 1v1. Tether's going to connect onto Overseas. The commitment's not going to happen, and at least Fearless Furies were able to fight their way back here. And OCs does get the kill on the far direct, but dodges away from the stun from the Walker too, and he's going to have a field day on this Walker. As we can see, no one on the minimap is heading his direction. And smartly enough, Gooballs, they decide to take the urn towards the right-hand side of the map for the turn-in.
Yeah, and you can see this is why OCs can be particularly dangerous, is because he's very, very strong in these solo farm roles, where he will push. Like if the rest of basically every other player is on the other side of the map, he will just keep pushing into your base guardians. He will try to do that. So dominating that right side of the map at the moment. Urn's given up, but Fearless Furies are going to be taking the left guardian, the first guardian there, as consolation potentially, or maybe not actually.
Trying.
Yeah.
Oh, Apocycle might run into a trap here. Overseas has gotten directly behind him. Tether comes through to buy some time to allow him to escape. Demov eventually just clears himself with this one. Overseas looking for the hook. Gonna hit it here on Apocycle. He doesn't have shotgun reanimation up, so he should be fine from this one if any sort of backup's gonna be here. Looks like he will get away for now.
Oh, killing blow is not too far away. 10 more seconds though, but it looks like Gooballs will actually successfully defend that Guardian on the left side. And there is also the right side Guardian up also. So Fearless Furies, in terms of the macro right now, as things start to settle down a little bit, Gooballs will be able to start taking advantage of the amount of map control that they have secured and have held on to thus far. As the skirmishing continues in mid, and Surgery able to drag Empty Dreams across. Flame Dash coming on through for the escape, and it looks like it will be enough to get Empty Dreams out of there. And the Hyper Beam on the other side as well, providing coverage. So there is no pursuit of Empty Dreams to that kill. And in the meantime, look at how annoying OCs is. Able to take down the Walker and then get out of there. And we've got APL. He's a bit far away from the hotel.
Yeah, they get the Walker, so they get themselves at least another flex slot opened up, as finally Furies get themselves the first one of the game for themselves, taking down that that left lane Guardian and the right lane Guardian to get it. My bad, I actually didn't see that the right one was still up. So a lot of income coming in the last few seconds here for Fearless Furies, but they do have to worry that OCs is on 15k, and only Apocycle can really go head-to-head against him at 15k in terms of souls. And it should be a dead, viscous. It must pain you to see this, Dan.
I know, it hurts, man. Hurts me my jelly bits. Now, Apocycle will challenge that left side lane for the farm. And as you say, he needs to maintain that lead as best as possible, especially as Victor. He's got to stay ahead. But I love the aggression here from Gooballs, just constant skirmishing. It was a nice chase down initially on the right side lane to punish OCs, actually take him out. He's going to just now come back out onto the map. But in the meantime, the presence here from Gooballs, it's aggressive on this kind of right side. looking to try to clean up farm, keep the pressure on. And with all of that said, Jason, we're still in a situation where it's been good work from Fearless Furies because they have managed to keep the gap to about 9k, which I honestly think if you couldn't see that right now, I feel like you'd guess that it'd be a lot worse.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely start to feel bad, I think, when OCs gets involved. I think one upside for them is that they've been fighting without Mina there, which is why the fights just seem to be really close. But Gooballs, to be fair, are taking big advantages when it comes to all the farm around the map. I mean, 10k. I mean, I don't know. I still feel like that's quite big here, considering if you look at the soul allocation, Empty Dreams is on 16k, OCs is on 18k, and then you have like a Calico who needs to be kind of frontlining at 11k. You have a Vindicta. I mean, I guess since you're playing support, he's not that big of a deal at 10k. But then Surgery, he's not that far ahead if he wants to go over towards the gun holiday or even like the barrel holiday right now. It's not too bad yet, but I feel like this next urn, if we see a big fight breakout, it could become very bad for Fearless Furies, and it could be them saying goodbye to that championship match.
And away.
Thanks, Holiday.
It does definitely look a little bit scary. Oh, hello, what a catch. I mean, you're against overseas on the bebop. Got to watch out for those ones. And it's not a fight that I think Fearless Furies are interested in. They're trying to get out of there. Really, a really great initiation from Gooballs. Looking to finish it off. Killing Blow is used just slightly too soon. Doesn't matter, though, as there is some assistance from Fearless Furies that came in on the left side of that fight, but it really isn't going to be able to get there in time. And this gives more opportunity to Gooballs. They have that urn that they can grab. ABL's going to pick that one up, but it is a comeback urn. So maybe this will present an opportunity, Jason, if they try to turn it in for Fearless Furies to get another team fight here, but it's starting to look a bit more bleak.
Yeah, I think if they go for the turn-in, they might actually just win the fight too. With like 2 people dead, no Into the Shadows, no lasso, there's no initiation for Fearless Furies. I don't know if they have the damage behind that off the burst to take someone out immediately. Though Gooballs not really under threat of having to turn this urn right now. And while that fight was happening, again, like OCs wasn't with the team. He was continuing to farm and push this left-hand wave. Oh my, wait, what? Was that just the tick of the serrated blades, or did he hit him with something else at the end?
No, it was the serrated blades. That stuff hurts. I think Demo, maybe he's building for the knives to begin with, and then changing the build a little bit later. That's oftentimes sometimes what happens, but they are actually going to go for the turn-in off of the pick on Viscous. I don't blame them. If they manage to get this, it will be massive. So Apocycle reanimation comes on through, gets grabbed by Overseas. So much disable. We talked about this. It's so incredibly hard to survive. Trying to at least delay the urn drop off a little bit longer, but fails. And Gooballs now are managing to get themselves a bit further ahead with unrelenting aggression. The fight continues here, and it looks a little bit tough still for Fearless Furies as they try, as they might in more defensive territory to get something going, but I think there's just too much utility here in these fights, Jason.
Bro, no way. OC's just canceled the health swap out of Fargar Echo with a Sanguine retreat. The cast went off, but he didn't swap the health, and he wins the 1v1 there. A ridiculous play here out of OC's. That was phenomenal.
It's pretty ridiculous. This does not feel good. That's like the one play you have there is, guys, the only play. And we can see as well that, this tends to be, I think we saw this also on the weekend as we get into our pause, that Fearless Furies, it would often be the case that, Apocycle will be pretty tanky. You'd have like a lot of souls, and then you see at least like one other player, Fargareko right now is that other player, but ultimately they're getting so far behind OC's 24k, and the average across the team is like pretty nice, and they're going to go for this mid boss. So I mean, this could be a pretty fast game, Jason, because even though the soul difference isn't insane, 20k, I mean, it's pretty sizable at this point, but still, they have so much utility to lock down these fights.
Yeah, but they have a record of throwing when it comes to mid-boss. At least they get all 3. Demov getting 2, and ABL getting 1. The fight's going to break off the back of that here. Bobby is no Enter the Shadows, no way to escape this one. Neither is Apocycle, who doesn't even have Shock and Reanimation up just yet. And Gooballs are going to win this one very heavy-handedly, not losing a single crystal, and putting themselves in prime position to end the game like they're talking about.
Yeah, now they can just fan back out, pick up some of the farm if they want to. But at the same time, again, I think with the team that they have, they can just keep the pressure on. I think you sort of seen this from their approach the entire game. Coming out of that early game where they actually had I think more of a successful early game that maybe Fearless Furies expected. Especially with the fact that Surgery, I felt like was doing good work on the holiday across the map. But again, when you combine the utility of the Doorman, of the page, the bebop. You know, you have all these tools, and also the shiv to just keep pressure on and keep taking fights, keep creating pick attempts, opportunities. It's very, very hard, I think, when the Gooballs team is moving together, as they've been doing.
I mean, even with 5 players and OC's not there, they're still able to fight 5v6 before they've had Rejuve and before they've had this big of a lead. You can see Alpha Cycle just trying to get away. Should be relatively safe, I believe. I mean, D-Mob going to lead the charge. Trying to get the kill on Ayano, and he's going to eventually secure it with the help of Empty Dreams. Starting things off stronger with Gooballs, still keeping these Rejuve crystals alive and looking for the second walker of the game.
Yeah, and they can definitely commit pretty hard into this. It's like you say, still 3 beautiful Rejuve crystals left. Finally, D-Mob's going to go down, but it takes so much effort and so much focus to do that, and the walker's going to fall in the meantime, surely, as another stun comes on through right before it is going to drop. That's somewhat helpful. But Furies still losing players, and OC, he's so far ahead right now. His farm, his damage output is somewhat ridiculous, and you can't lock him down. It's so hard to stop him with the Sanguine Retreats.
He's got double the souls of 4 different players on the opposing team. Like,
yes, yeah,
it's just nutty, and you just can't fight this. Like, Alpha Cycle can't fight it. He's at 23k. He's 8k behind. No one can fight him 1v1. But also, right now, when I'm looking at this, Stan, I'm like, why is he still solo farming? Why aren't they just pushing as a team? Because no one can stop OCs. You still have 2 Rejuve crystals up. He's shoving right lane, maybe to apply some pressure to force someone to go 1v1 him, because he's confident that his team can win a fight on the left-hand side at the moment. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong, but I would like to see teams take advantage of being this far ahead and closing out the game, because they already threw once up against Abrahams in the Trolley Open EU, and I don't think they want to do that again.
Well, I think it could be taking right side lane control. They had the earn up, so they're going to try to deliver the comeback earn, and that does force the Furies to have to respond to it. You can't really at this point, I think, allow a free earn turn in, especially in your territory. So if it doesn't force a team fight, then they've pushed all the lanes. They pick up a lot of advantage, even more so on getting that earn turn in, and then they can keep pressuring objectives with all the waves pushed. And so I think that's the ultimate goal here, and you can see that. No interest from Fearless Furies to fight this. They are giving it up, and they're sort of stuck in their base right now.
I think that was the moment they have to just decide, okay, we have to fight this. You cannot defend your base. You still have 36 seconds left on the Rejuve. I think Empty Dreams might lose out on 1 here, though he is spell stealing enough through it. Eventually he will fall, but he's still going to be in a 1-on-2 here with full HP, and I don't know. Yeah, Alpha's going to have to run away. Soldier's going to have to run away too, and they're going to be caught off guard. Oh no, he's too fast to get out the door.
I know how that feels.
He's dead.
RIP. Still a Rejuve charge left as well. That served as like a bait. Empty Dreams there. And, multiple players go down because of it. And then this last walker on this left lane, it's going to also fall, most likely. 4 players over there, 4 Gooballs.
OC's wins out in the 1v1 against Alpha Cycle, forces them to heal, and he's going to get some free damage onto this Guardian. You can see that they're rotating players to deal with him, but even if you can kill him 2v1, you have the rest of the team of Gooballs pushing the left-hand lane. Like, they just don't have a response for him, and they're going to try to do it here as he's 1v2 up against the Calico and the Geist, but he does get away. And
no, look at the setup with the captivating read into the captivating read. This is what we're talking about. This is why you get the Page Bebop combo. I think this is another reason we're seeing both Page and Bebop in general come back into fashion, because look at the setups you can do. You can guarantee these pulls.
Another hook. I didn't see if it actually went out. D-Mob gets a little bit overextended. Does back away towards his team as they're trying to go for the chase, but again, they cannot really force the fight here. And the thing is, like, if they keep doing this, Dan, they're going to lose the game for sure. And they've fallen from like 30k behind to 50k behind by letting the urn turn in, plus the kills that have happened off the back of this. You were better off just contesting the urn at that point, because it's just going to be a slow death for you now.
Yeah. And I got to say, I'm pretty excited because Gooballs look really truly in such incredible form as a team, just in terms of the composition, the way that they play it. Just the team play, like everybody, really understanding, how they want to move together. Everyone keeping pace with each other, and their pressure is unrelenting. I love the movement, by the way. The movement options with Shiv, even though they nerfed the right click knockback, it's still really cool what you can do with it.
Yeah, very. And they're going for the chase. Jeppo finds left alone as ABL wants to actually finish the game pretty much by himself. And Mayball still has a bit of a minute of time before we could see it come up. And ABL's, I mean, he's pushing waves in. He's looking for shrines. He knows he can take Eplifine 1v1. He's 11k ahead of him. I mean, the team, like, they could just finish it right now. I think they want to keep warming up or something. Eventually, they do head over towards the base, and they realize, okay, yeah, we can finish it here, especially if they take the first stage Patron and then back away towards a Reju. But instead, they're going for the finish here now, Dan.
All right. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a wrap very quickly here. I mean, despite a bit of a pause after the rejuve earlier, once they're in the base, Jason, it is just no stopping them. And that's going to be a decisive victory coming out from Gooballs against Fearless Furies. And I've got to say, I am really impressed by Gooballs. I think they had an amazing draft and they executed it brilliantly.
That music's too spooky for me. I'm hoping Puck gets back. I'm hoping he found his way back towards his chair.
Totally back and fully dressed and ready to go in time.
How many holes do you have now?
I got like 2.5.
What's... Okay.
I just put a finger through it. I think we're good now. The rest of my costume got real sweaty though, so now I just look like a raver creep. Dan, I was in Amsterdam this past week, and a lot of people had sparkles on their nose like you, but there was also an event. It was like ABE, wasn't ABL. It was Amsterdam, some kind of dance event expo. Anyway, I saw a lot of people in these type of masks, and I asked them where they're going, and they said, we're going to Slave Underground. And it was apparently an underground dance party at a museum for people who are into BDSM, especially the super subs. With that said, I'm glad to be back in America, doing this broadcast in a safe space with you all. Thank you for watching Deadlock. For those who missed game number 1, what were some of your favorite standout moments, Lash?
I think Surger off the get-go. I mean, like really having some impact around the map. He got so aggressive and got quite a few kills early on. Just a shame that Fearless Furies weren't able to use that advantage, was able to create for his team and like snowball into something. I think most of the highlights, honestly, were on Goobal's side out of like individual plays out of overseas, hitting these hooks time and time again. Of course, D-Mob on the chases, the movement that you pointed out, Dan. We didn't really see much of ABL, but OC's also just getting ridiculously farm.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very interesting aspect to this team. You mentioned we didn't see much from ABL. I actually love that this team is not as ABL centric as you may once have suspected because of some of the amazing players that you have. You know, we haven't talked much about Pom, but Pom is someone that you might expect to play Mo, a Viscous, a more support-oriented character. His play is pretty incredible in terms of how he synergizes with overseas in general, as overseas tends to play. You know, a Bebop, you've got ABL playing the doorman, doing it really excellently, and just the setups. I just love the team play. I think I don't want to highlight any one individual. I love the team play from Gooballs because they kept the pace really fast, pretty much. Just, I think after 8 minutes, they were just all over the map skirmishing as a team constantly. And there wasn't really much the Fearless Furies could do in team fights, even when they were even on souls.
I know what that sound means, Dan.
Oh, we're back-ish. This hole is so much creepier than I wanted it to be.
It's the teeth, you can see through it, you know? That really freaks you out when there's
all right.
That's true. Teeth look creepy, man.
Let's take a look here at some of the numbers. Is Palm a character to watch? Is Paige a real thing? You were mentioning that we could see a bit of a meta change after the tournament. That's to you, Lash.
Oh, that's to me. I think people realize how good, oh my god, look at Eplifine Zero. Kind of how good she can be. I think the captivating read about her is kind of insane. The lockdown you get from it, especially if you pair it with any other form of CC, like a hook or a swap or a lasso, it makes it very hard for someone to escape from. And also in lane, she's very good to back up someone that's kind of beefy. Because you can just give them a shield. You take Guardian Ward early on as well normally, and you can pop it on the person and they just take no damage in lane. So it gives you a very safe lane, gives you a lot of control later on the game. And I feel like the current meta is all about these picks with Paradox, Holiday, or Bebop, that she kind of just feeds into that really well and helps assist it.
Good Viscous, how did you feel casting in your Gimp suit?
It's sweaty, man.
Chat wants to know.
I'm getting real sweaty in here.
It's
I wouldn't advise it.
Day. It was just one game. This next matchup is a best of 3, and we expect Gooballs to potentially force that game 3, if not take it 2-0. D-Mob left Buff Enjoyers, meaning Abrahams are currently the top squad until Buff Enjoyers fill out the roster. Tonight, Gooballs already showcasing some chemistry. The team play is there. Do they have the individual mechanics? Is Osis the new Zergy, like my guy Thoumps Jeff said in the chat?
Okay.
We kind of had that face-off at the Trolley Open in the finals, didn't we? And we asked that question too. You know, I think of just Zergy versus OCs. You know, who's going to be better? And Jason, I don't know. Zergy kind of won that battle, but it was hard to compare because they played different roles in the actual matchup. So I'm glad we'll get a repeat of that this week.
Are we? Zerky's not on Abrahams, or is he subbing in?
Oh wait, I'm confused.
It's just two.
I just automatically assume Buff Enjoyers are in the finals.
Side of this break, but first it's an MVP. Who is the best player of this match number 1? Who earned the right to play for a final? It's Osis, the new Zergy, who might be the only Zergy that you're watching in the grand final tonight. 7 kills, 2 deaths, 40,000 souls with 19,000 player damage. Anything to learn about this build, or is this standard Mina stuff?
I think Cult Sacrifice QSR, I think, are maybe slightly different than what we've seen out of some Minas taken. I mean, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, Danks. I know you did do like an in-depth look through on Hoot playing Mina. But I don't think like too drastically different. I think he definitely focuses on farm. Cult Sacrifice heavily feeds into that. And for me, the reason I kind of put him as my MVP of this match is that it's not necessarily easy to farm the entire game. I know, like in theory, it's really easy, but I think to have the impact he has of pushing lanes and knowing where the enemies are is a very important factor to him being so successful and consistently getting this farm and getting away safely. Because if you're going to do this, you need to not die often to make sure you can get as much farm around the map as you can.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you might want to try it in your matchmaking games, but it's actually not as easy because you're not going to have your team support you in that way, because what you also have with the way that the match is played by his teammates is they're pressuring everything else, and so it kind of gives the space to him to be able to farm, to be able to pressure that lane solo, and to pick up all of the information he needs to make all of those decisions. But if you don't have that pressure elsewhere on the map, your job is going to be made harder. So it is like kind of a team effort that enables it. But if that team effort is there, I think that's why the comp is so important, to have the pressure on the map like they do. Then OCs is like playing it super efficiently. So, and I think more teams will adopt this approach, to be honest.
DDK Viscous, can you give us a big scary boo on the way out to commercial break?
Boo! Is that scary? Boo! I do more echoey. Wait.
Your mic didn't work, by the way, there.
No commercial break? All right, we're going to break. We'll be back. Tell us who you dress up like. Don't you worry about the fire. We almost have it out. We got Lash in the middle and heating it up. On the far right of your screen is the beautiful DDK, the sticky icky, who has finally done his face reveal after we reached 1,250 subs on the channel. Thank you all for being here. Kaplan, though, we're going into the EU final, and this is going to be a good one. Why? Because we've been watching the same two teams play each other for 11 of our 12 weeks. We've got a new squad in the mix, and that's all because D-Mov left the previous reigning champions and buff enjoyers. Walk me through the process. How did the EU team shake up after the Trolley tournament?
Well, so the general idea of what we've been hearing is that D-Mov wanted to play with ABL, and buff enjoyers didn't want to kick someone on the roster, so he decided to leave to go join Mel Team, which became Gooballs, and then they don't have a 6. And because they couldn't play this week, they ended up having Hoot and Obi Kim sub in for Abrahams to play for this week. So we're still going to see a little bit of buff enjoyers in here. I don't know how it's going to break out, but honestly, this is going to be a really sick final because I think for Gooballs, or previously Mel Team, they beat Abrahams in a best of 3 before. But can they do it again now with the newly invigorated Hoot and Obi Kim on the roster? I'm not so sure.
It's kind of crazy because we just saw the same thing in North America with Hydra Nation, a squad that won 8 of 10 tournaments, finally breaking up. DDK, while I eat this frog, tell me about these teams we're about to see.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw obviously the Mel Team lineup, and my brain automatically assumed buff enjoyers will be in the finals. That's just that just really tells you what the consistency of that roster has been like. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this new version of what was like the one win team previously, now getting like D-Mov in there, how this team's gonna perform, because it honestly already seems like it might end up being the best team. We'll have to find out. I think it says a lot if you've got a player like D-Mov leaving the other team because he wants to play with the ABL. I think that really does say a lot in terms of, because D-Mov was already playing for essentially, like the absolute top roster. So and we've seen the degree of support skills that Pom offers. I think Pom seemed to me unknown previously to this last weekend and was super impressive. Overseas, obviously, especially in this current meta where Bebop is a lot more important, is an absolute monster on that. And then OC seems like could end up being the best M1 carry in the region. ABL, the best hyper carry potentially in Europe, especially when you get him on a Yamato or something like that. But also showing versatility on Doorman and others. And then you've got MT Dreams, one of the best like M1s as well, with we just saw the play with Infernus, but also Pocket. MT Dreams is incredibly good on Pocket. So just from left to right, right to left, back to front, this is a very, very strong roster.
Powerhouse squad. You mentioned the mechanics of OCs, and Kaplan, I know you were always known for your aim, not your brain. So break down the mechanics comparison between this guy and Zergy. If you're trying to scout, because that's all chat's talking about, how do you scout this guy? What are you looking for in this best of 3?
I think if you're on the other side for Abrahams, I think you're looking to catch him out, trying to farm up. I think you can expect what he's going to do while playing in these matches. He's going to consistently look for farm in these solo lanes, and I think you can easily catch him out there unless he's playing something extremely safe, which, to be fair, he's always playing. But then you also know you're going to have a 6v5 fight or a 5v5 fight up against the rest of the team because you know he's most likely not going to be there until we get to that 20-25 minute mark. So I think for Abrahams, it's just either take advantage of that, feeling more confident in these skirmishes, or try to get these ganks onto him to really punish.
All right, let's take a look at the opposition. They go by the name of Abrahams, and they are inspirational. Why? They know how to use the best characters in the game. And I'm not talking about Kelvin and Paradox from last week. We're talking about the Lash. Sonya Sniper has been a player to watch. We've seen together with some highlight plays on the front line, and Hoot is stepping in, as you mentioned. So what are we expecting from this hybrid roster representing the Abrahams this week, DDK?
I think it's interesting because you look at this roster and obviously these are really, really good players. But my mind immediately, thinks that, who is going to play the more dedicated M1 hero? Is it going to be Sonya Sniper alongside maybe, Hoot, then maybe gets, like a Shiv for together, Yamato for together? I guess that makes sense. But then you go to Saint and Obikim, and obviously that's where the role cross-up kind of takes place. I think, Jason, I'm not sure what your perspective is on this. I know Obikim and Saint have both shown quite a lot of versatility, so it might not be really an issue. It just is going to be an adjustment.
I think Obikim's more likely to play a damage hero than Saint. Honestly, I feel like Saint's played more support. I think most likely Sonya Sniper will end up taking the M1 role, and Hoot will kind of take over the Saf role, because that's kind of similar to what he played with buff enjoyers anyways. But I feel like this is such a strong roster. But I think what's sad about this though is that I believe Saf is retiring from playing. At least
no
for
way.
now.
No.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. And then for Jamside, I don't know, but I know he also is a very successful streamer. So it's not like he needs to play professionally to make a living, but I don't know what's going on with him.
Playing professionally helps his streaming career. That's what I noticed in the trolley tournament. DDK, we've got some great characters in the EU scene. You mentioned, though, we've got 2 support players on the same squad on this hybrid mix-up for the Abrahams. How does the ban go down? And also, does Paradox get first banned by the Gooballs? Because we saw that in the previous game. Does that throw Tass off of his game plan for Abrahams?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the priority would be like on Paradox. At the moment, we did see a lot of priority before Paradox of late, but it also seemed like over the trolley period, there were teams that were not really looking to pick him up in the first couple of picks. We saw a lot more priority around Infernus. Ivy was starting to raise a priority. Vindicta was a first pick for some teams. So if Kelvin obviously gets banned here, I could see a world where we get a Vindicta first pick. That might be something on the cards.
I was thinking Shiv for together.
Shiv,
I think Abrahams have definitely leaned towards getting a Shiv right away for him if they can't get
Good
a Kelvin
point.
as well, or even if they can't. But again, you give Infernus over to Empty Dreams.
Picks.
You give, who else would Gooballs go for? ABO has played Victor before, just over the weekend, so that could definitely be a priority for them too.
Yeah, he played a lot of Calico, but it kind of felt like essentially if they ban Yamato, they remove the priority from ABL and they put the priority onto OCs to make sure that OCs can get onto either an Infernus, an Ivy, or a Mina, essentially. So, but I don't think any of those except maybe Infernus could come in the first 2 picks here for Gooballs.
Holy moly. While we take a look at these slow picks getting locked in, Shiv will be the first character over there on the Abraham side. And on the opposite, it's Infernus coming in. So we got Fire and the big boy. We have 142 videos up on youtube.com/Deadlock Night Shift. If you haven't gone over there, hit the subscribe button right now. We are already at 8,680 followers. If we can get up to 10K, that unlocks a whole new category of sponsorship for us. We appreciate your support. Back to the draft. Doorman, Infernus, I see damage. What else do the Gooballs need now? And what did the Abrahams do on the counter?
Yeah, there's a world where they could try to steal the page away, Jason, the Bebop, both teams have really good players for all of these agents, but it's going to be Paradox that comes through instead. And Mo was like a big pairing that was happening for a while with that over the last week, so I'm not sure if we'll see that here, though.
I think it may be Paradox Page, if you want to go for that. It's a swap into a Captivating Read. Yeah, I feel like people have kind of replaced Mo with Page, actually. They stopped playing Mo as much. Page gives you a little bit more support. But instead, take away the Ivy from OC.
Yeah.
So now you're expecting, if they don't pick up Mina here in their 3rd pick, if you ban that away then going forward, what is OC's going to play? Because I feel like those are the only 2 heroes we saw him play so far.
My thoughts exactly. It feels like they have to pick Mina. I don't even know, at least from what they've showed us so far, what they do if they don't get Mina here.
You can only run from the law
okay, so it's Holiday. So we're going to find out. That's exciting.
Puckett looks so sad without his green costume.
I'm so jealous. I'm like, these guys look so great. Especially
really
that
good
one on
too.
the right.
I wonder if a Viscous ban will come through.
His head is quite big. I am concerned
It's so
why
large
he's so
today.
zoomed in.
You saw his stance, right? He's got that room. He's got so much space behind him, but he just likes to smell his camera.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta make room for that cake. What?
Squats, not thoughts, baby. Let's take a look here at Abrahams as they're going to go for their second ban. Vindicta will not be sniping anyone out of the sky. And Mina, F you, Gooballs. Good luck locking somebody in for one of your stars.
Is this where we see OCs play Infernus now and they pick Pocket for Empty Dreams?
Yeah, I think that's
rotation.
That sounds super viable. I think that would make a lot of sense. I definitely don't think.
Had to finish the chapter.
I'd be curious if OCs would play Infernus exactly the same way, because I feel like Infernus, the playstyle is not as good, of course, as Mina or Ivy in that particular role, at least how people are building him these days. But yeah, there's that Page Doorman combo, and with Holiday too, you got a lot of lockdown. So they're definitely not getting a Bebop. I would be surprised if they get a Bebop as well. But I think that is something that could, in theory, be of interest. Actually, no, Taz would play Paradox, right? And he's a Bebop player, so that's not going to happen.
Remember, who can play Bebop?
Hoots, right? Hoots, yeah. God, man, all these like the roster mix-ups are messing with my head.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think Together's gonna be on Shiv, Task on Paradox. I think Obi Kim might be on the Ivy and we'll play Gun Ivy. And I think they're saving Sync's pick for later on.
Nice.
Viscous is
That could
in.
be Hoot.
Yeah, I love this pick. I was hoping to see it. I think obviously it offers a lot of save against, again, the Holiday Page Doorman lockdown there is pretty scary. So the cube is a nice challenge to that.
This music's sick, by the way. Shout out to production for picking it up, and also the color change as well for Halloween.
Meow. Goes well with the Halloween update. Hope you guys are enjoying smashing pumpkins around the cursed apple. I haven't seen enough worms climbing out of things. I need more spiders just to freak out the arachnophobes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about some trolley worms actually, because I was thinking if we get to like
Oh, hello.
1,300 subs before we get to the next game, maybe I'll eat an entire bag in the draft.
They pick. Who's playing Viper?
ABL? No, not ABL. ABL. Not ABL. Maybe ABL. Could be ABL.
Could be
Is Viper
ABL.
real?
Yeah.
Because we had a pregnant Viper fan in the chat dropping subs off last week. And it kind of stained my brain. It was so visual. But can you get a fat Viper? Can you build her up early? Can you get her pregnant and just let her rock out as Big Mama Vipe late in the game, DDK?
Yeah, that's I honestly don't know how to follow that.
I don't either. I was trying to figure out how to tie back into pregnant Viper lover name.
You more like,
it was a stretch.
That one to
I
Jason,
thought the game could be ready by now, and like it'd be one of those awesome moments where Solomon's like, "Don't worry, Puckett, I got this." Whoosh, 2 team logos. You guys aren't on camera. Easy transition into the game. Say something before they remember what you guys were talking about. In the meantime, we've got a Page locked in. I see Warden. He's got a hand on his back. Billy's in the mix after kind of being a question mark. And Ivy, why is this such an impactful pick? Why did the Abrahams go after this? Why were you guys excited there in the 3rd round, Lash?
Well, I was actually, I didn't even think about Ivy. I was thinking about, can you get Viper pregnant? And Puckett, would you be the one to take one for the team to find out? So the Ivy, I mean, I think it's important on 2 fronts.
The curse staff.
Everyone carry, but I think you also denied away from OC.
Well played. You actually made Puckett speechless. I don't think I saw the words trying to come out, but he actually struggled there.
I was trying to think of how to not upset my wife with this answer.
That sounds like a yes. That sounds like a yes to me. But you take away the Ivy from OCs, and you also give it to your team. So you have the safety net of playing an Ivy. And you also take away Mina. I think Abraham's really focused on making OCs play something he's not going to be as comfortable on, that he hasn't played just yet. And I think it's a very smart way to go around the draft. The Viper, though, I don't know who's going to be on the Viper. I think that's the interesting part to it because of the changes to her. She's more spirit-based now. The stacking bullet resist debuff that you can get as well. The shred you have on your screw jab dagger.
Nice. Okay.
I think I nailed it. But the Warden, that's the part that really throws me off because we have not seen good Wardens lately. And I know it pains you, Dan. It pains ZP as well, but it's just not him right now.
Well, I think so. The last Warden we saw was Zergy, and he was playing it as like a gun carry, and it just really didn't work. It felt like they kind of got backed into a corner in the draft with that. But I could see Warden working with the pacing they had in the previous game. And we saw Warden work. I don't think it was Zergy playing it. Someone else on a different team was playing it, but we saw it work in the capacity as we had seen it previously, which is focusing on taking objectives, focusing on like keeping the pacing really high on the team. And so I think that I could work with this because Viper's going to go quite well with that. You know, Paige obviously works well with that. Like pretty much this whole roster I think can move well together. And that's what we saw in the previous game work out so well for them. So I'm pretty excited to see it, how it slots into that playstyle.
Big shout out to the regulars. We got Gickin here for 7 episodes in a row. Has not missed any of the last 7 shows. And we, of course, have been covering a ton of Deadlock. The best Europeans were all sorted out just a week ago in our Trolley 10K. Now we've got to find out who is going to win this week's $1,000. You got to win 2 games in the best of 3. First to 2 is going to win it. We can't draw in this game, right, Kaplan? Has it ever happened in the history of Deadlock?
No. It is not, and never will.
Impossible.
I think it should be impossible. At least
couldn't happen. Winions without any players affecting it. They'll just stall out. I don't know. We got anyone who knows something in the chat? Let us know. Abrahams, Gooballs, it's your EU final here on Fright Night.
So Dan,
yes.
I was trying to say before we had the Viper picked, if we can get to 1350 subs, that's in 80 subs from now. I think it was
1350. That would be, yeah,
80 subs. Yeah,
80.
Then I'll eat an entire bag of trolleys in the next draft. But it's got to be done before this game finishes.
Ooh.
And I don't think
someone said if you struggle imagining Viper pregnant, just think of her carrying an urn. Hope that helped, chat.
Nice. Well, this is really interesting because Viper's in the mid lane. So ABL played Doorman last time. And it's Demov. Demov is playing Viper. That's so interesting with the ABL mid lane. So Viper's kind of a demon in the early lane, it seems, Jason.
Yeah. I don't know how easily it'd be set up for kills though in this lane. Just because it's not like, I mean, it's Paradox Haze, so at least Paradox didn't have some good harass. Haze won't have as much good harass. But the Sleep Dagger can be very strong, I guess, against this combo. I don't know. I guess the extra doors do help. The Screwdriver daggers to hit so you can get the stacks up if you wanted to. But Obi came on the haste, so he's actually not going to be on the Ivy. So it is indeed Sonic Sniper going to be on the M1 hero. And then Saint's going to be on the Billy, interesting enough. So they've actually swapped things around quite heavily here, allowing Saint to play more of a DPS role.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And I mean, I think the one saving grace too is that, you know, regardless of the Sleep Dagger and just, you know, kinetic Carbine and all the rest of it that can be so annoying to deal with, they are pretty squishy, Haze and Paradox. So, and given the damage output and burst damage output, honestly, if both Demov and ABL hit, it could be kind of scary. Nice Sleep Dagger though, forcing the Core Bell to miss, or at least not get detonated.
Yeah, the headshot booster as well. Pop it in with that one so you get some guaranteed extra damage. I don't think it's like as good on a Haze compared to like other heroes because your bullet damage isn't that strong. It's more about attack speed for the fixation stacks, but it's definitely gonna help in lane for the early harass. You can see, speaking of harass, Demov getting around the corner here. Obi going to be coming in as well. ABL getting very low with the melee on top of this. Does get carded back though, and this should be a first kill coming through, but Obi gets killed from the front. Actually, ABL secures it, and Task wants to confirm one for himself, at least before going down here, as Demov is trying to take this fight, and he should be able to. He gets the parry. And that's a dead task.
I love it. I love the mind games there. Just understanding the timings and like the expected timings, and just because there's a world where I feel like you know Demo gets kind of wrecked by that initial parry there, but the experience pays off. That's really cool.
Imp Spirit, that's some burst in there too. I mean, you can see like the lethal venom is like one of the strongest abilities I say in the game, at least for me, when playing Viper very heavily back before she got changed. It's so crazy how you can just basically assassinate someone, especially in the lane. If you get them like half HP or lower, you really forget about the amount of damage it does to you. And the lower you get, the more likely you're actually going to die from it. So you have to respect it, though. I don't know if you still level it first. Well, you didn't really level it first anyways. I don't know if it gets leveled as heavily as a Screwdriver Dagger, though.
Yeah, and I got to say again, like if you... the lockdown, right? You've got Warden. You've got Wardens. God, I always forget the name of it, but the thing that binding word. Yeah, you got that. You've got the bowler. You've got the doorman ult, and potentially the cart too if you connect that. And then you've got Page's captivating read as well. And then you've got Holiday's lasso. There's so much lockdown and disable in this combo. Because, like if you adding the Viper into it, it's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think so the Petrifying Bullet you have to be careful about too, because if you want to use it as like a big AoE CC, you have to max it, I believe. And I don't think you max it anytime soon. I think, oh, a little bit of a hyperline there. Yeah, so I don't think he maxed it really, but it is like super good ultimate to have because it basically just stops a team fight for you and allows you to just get a second to think about who you want to fight. You get to call out, who you want to focus down. Another parry comes through, this time onto the goo man. Poor Hoot getting burned up here.
I gotta say, with these two teams, Jason, it feels like we're in a different era of EU suddenly, if you know what I mean. Because
We're
it's
in an
just
all-star match right now almost.
Yeah. And if these teams kind of stay like this for a while, then you kind of forget about the Buff Enjoyers Abraham's dynamics with those two teams because they don't exist anymore. And this is just a different grouping of heroes or other players that all have hero pools that can work together. But the way that they'll play is just going to be different. Like seeing Hoot on a Viscous, like that's not really something that you would see previously. A Sanya Sniper or other, Satan on like a Billy. I don't think that was something we really saw before either.
I think it's cool.
Ooh.
Like a 1 or 2 off. Empty Dreams should be falling. Just having a hard time for me. I'm so laggy right now, so I can't really see what's happening. But
That was a sick knife connection. That's what happened.
I'm sad I missed it. As the first streams do come up. And it looks like Saint's going to get away here. But I like it for like a week or two. But I don't want I want Buff Enjoyers to come back. And then you have like 3 teams who can all fight for the title. It's been just a 2-horse race for such a long time in EU with Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers. It's great to see Gooballs come around, though they did say, at least for Meld Team after the Trolley event, that they were disbanding. But to see them back again, it gives me hopes that they're going to stick around as a team, especially with Demov leaving Buff Enjoyers to join.
Maybe that's part of it. Demov coming over that changes the picture a little bit. But I guess we'll find out. But as you say, we'll enjoy it. And okay, concussive combustion. He's able to get out. No problem with the ults. Killing blow. Ooh. Okay, well, again, the serrated knives, they are really problematic. Look at that. Together coming on through. Together's having a hell of a start here. And Gooballs, they might be in trouble, Jason. Whenever Together gets off to a good start like this on Shiv, that's you're going to feel that in that mid game.
Oh yeah, and I think with the lineup they have too, it's pretty easy to assassinate quite a few people here since they're not really tanky. It's pretty much just going to be you and Saint and a little bit of Hoot that are going to be the tanky ones in this match. Because obviously, OCs we didn't even talk about. He's on the Warden. I mean, it kind of fits the style of him farming up like crazy and being effective in fights. But again, I don't really rate Warden that highly right now, especially Gun Warden, which is probably what he's going to be playing.
And this is the thing, right, is that when you see players as good as OCs and just in general at this level, go to a hero that you're not expecting to see, they're not doing it, obviously, in a way that's not going to allow them to still play their style in a way that works with their team. So you'll get to see it in a different light, and that might change how it's valued. So I'm super curious to see the performance.
Well, you are right about one thing. It is nice to see Hoot play some Viscous, considering it's mostly just Demov. And I guess a little bit of Shark on Buff Enjoyers that gets to play it. And Hoot gets to, really flex what he can play. And my God, the amount of damage he's doing with these puddle punches, not to mention Together's going to the back line. He gets the kill onto Empty Dreams. Looks like Overseas will escape for now, but he's taken away from the serrated knives. Wait, what? Tetsio! Bro! Not only is he our only $250 Patreon pledger, but he just gifted 80 subs.
Oh my God.
Chat.
What on earth? I thought you were reacting to like the Mystic Shot kill or whatever that was, but holy
bro.
Oh my God. Well, how much? Okay, that's, you gotta, I mean, when he's supposed to eat the trolley, it's like the draft, right?
In the draft, yeah.
This man wants to see you overload your mouth with trolley.
Whoa, calm down.
Jason, I feel like this deserves a Go XLR playtime with you.
Oh, are you sure you want to unleash that for me?
Unleash it! ZP's not here to tell us no.
What did you say?
Casio. Oh, there's no echo. I guess we can cast like this for a little bit. Dan, fix your Go XLR. Oh, it's a little too deep. Just like Saint, going a little too deep. Here's false OCs on the left-hand side.
Okay, mine's a bit too scuffed. I'm gonna have to go back to normal mode. Maybe I can make my voice deeper like this and cast like this. Maybe that could be something we could do.
Yes.
All right, well, what's happening in the game? Because I'm not really sure. And this is a pretty electrifying match, if I do say so myself. So his OCs, Cultist, Sacrifice. Let's check out his farm, 7.7k. It's really all about the, I think, Together's performance right now, 9.1k. He had a devastatingly strong lane. And we've got Demov, who is leading the pack here, Jason, with Viper. So we're going to definitely see Viper have to come in, I think, pretty huge into this mid game to at least equalize Together's strength.
Yeah, but you have to also remember that Viper's very squishy. So any knockup, any swap, any stun, she's probably going to die.
You sound so awesome like this. I would like to... This is like the anime version of yourself.
Thank you.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my god, that's so sick. Okay, all right.
Should we just continue the whole time like that?
Yeah, I feel like I feel like you should. It's actually pretty cool. But we have an assault on the left side here on this Guardian, or at least it was attempted. The pressure was there, but we actually have more players from Gooballs coming in across at the 10-minute mark, looking for the bridge buffs. Obviously, Ern spawning left side as well. And the bridge buffs fought for. I think the page actually picks it up there for the Gooballs as they continue to fight this one. Demov quite healthy still on Viper, looking to reposition around this fight. Just like you said, he is squishy. So, or Viper's a she actually, right? So she is squishy. So you got to make sure that you have good positioning in on your fights. And it's actually, in fact, going to be Abrahams and Hoot taking this one away.
I have to do this really quickly. If I can go back and find it. Oh, no, wait, I missed it. We had a sub come through and I lost the name.
Doo-doo filled butt crack?
Doo-doo filled butt crack.
Nailed it.
Coming in with a sub, man. Nice. Pirate software voice. Okay, calm down.
Tetsio, by the way, I did not miss you. I just thought Jason was going to do you justice, and instead we got lost in the sauce. 80 gifted is insane. Much love. Back to the action. That's a Viscous dying. That doesn't happen.
All right, let's try to fall back here. Looks like ABL's in a little bit of trouble. And that cool bell is not going to do too much to stop this Guardian from going down. So this is nice. You know, Abraham's putting some pace back on Gooballs here in mid, taking that Guardian down. Defense on the left side in the meantime, coming on through, or an attempt at least. I don't think there's enough here to stop this though. There's so many Gooballs in this position. Nice parry, but it cannot surely delay the inevitable here, Jason.
The biggest counter to Gooballs is the Goo Cube coming through. I mean, the thing is, if you're going to talk about Demov being fed, he's at 10k to be fair. But what's scarier, a fed Viper or a fed Shiv? And they've unleashed together in the right-hand lane by himself to just continue to farm up almost. He's been able to take down players by himself on the side as well. He's becoming a massive threat at 14k that I just don't know if anyone can 1v1 him in the Gooball side.
They do have so much lockdown though that you know, they should be able to find fights where they can deal with him, but we'll have to see. Damage coming on through here. Overseas looking to snipe with that revolver on holiday, and let's try to find out where is that flying. It's above me somewhere. Where is the Ivy? And okay, 61k to 62k, so we're pretty much at soul parity, but it's about the distribution. And like you say, Together really beefy right now at 14k, and 3 players at 11k. 1 at 10 for Gooballs, so a bit more of an even spread across their team. As once again, we see more skirmishing towards the centers there on the left side of the map, and Billy gets sent to the hotel, but what's going to be waiting for him when he comes back out? It's a big cube.
Thanks, Viscous.
Yeah, nice cube coming through to save his life. I think what's scary about this lineup right now is that it's pretty much even in souls, and yet Gooballs don't have, they lost all their Guardians and they still have 2 left to take. So they actually have like a bigger lead than what you're currently seeing. Well, they're not really behind by 1k right now. They're actually going to be ahead once they get these objectives down.
They've taken our yellow Guardian.
Well, that Guardian's going to go down in the end. And I got to say, I love this style of play that we see from Gooballs in general. It's very reminiscent of the previous map that we saw from them against the Furies, where they stick together in fairly like big clumps of players, like 3 to 4, and they really try to make the best use of all this utility they have. There's some catch from overseas, but of course it's very hard to catch who on the Viscous, so he's going to be able to ult himself away from that fight. But you do have Demov coming in, or rather Together coming in on the Shiv now, so that's when things get really real, when he looks to go for the engagement. But looks like there won't be a fight. Looks like Gooballs will fall away from that one.
With her back up here for Obikim, Stonex comes through. There's no way to escape this one. Also the knock up as well to buy some time to keep him in the bullet dance. They do get the kill into Overseas. They do lose a guard on the right-hand side, though. We can see them rotate on the minimap to get here, and I think a door has been put down by ABL, and they will use that to escape. Again, great safety net for your team to go for aggressive pushes like this, and they have gotten all the Guardians, and, well, funny enough, I thought they would actually be ahead once these have gone down, but Abrahams has kept the farm up. Oh, nice. Sleep Dagger onto OCs to prevent that last 10 from doing pretty much anything.
Yeah, great counter. That's why you like that Sleep Dagger. And I agree. The door play there to steal away that Guardian, I think, was really awesome. It's perfect. Gave them just enough time for that. And now the aggression from Abrahams deep into the enemy territory. Gooballs now defending against this fight. Can they manage to come away with this one? Then he kills no. Looks like they will just lose Pom. So you lose Page. That's not too bad. That's the one you care about the least. No shade to Pom, but that is the life of the support.
He knows his role. Yeah. But there are buffs coming up. Looks like right side will be taken by Abrahams. Left side might be taken by them as well, as Sonic Sniper is set up in that position. I believe they have gotten both. This could possibly be a kill onto ABL. It does get slowly hexed up and knocked up. And he's gone down. And you know what? That's got to feel good for the buff enjoyers, boys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's really nice catch there. I think it was Sane that initiated that with the Rising Ram, I think. The Billy. And now, like, making the play for the urn. So now, you wonder if there's going to be any sort of a response. Because right now, a few players tied up for Gooballs on the right side of the map, defending the Walker. So they might not be able to stop this urn from going down, because right now, Gooballs, they don't have enough here. You see an attempt from Empty Dreams to get away. But they can't take a fight. They can't delay the urn from getting turned in. Although ABL's now come in on the doorman to try to stop this.
Well, the urn has been turned in. Abrahams looking to finally get a lead here. Almost up to 10k now, just on the flip of a switch. Looks like Overseas will escape this one. The chase down's not going to come through. And OC just hasn't had the same level of impact so far in this game as he previously had on like Amina or his Ivy at 15k. Not leading the team. I mean, he is being fed a lot of the souls. But together has 20,000 souls. And OCs hasn't really gotten that far ahead of anyone on the other side. I mean, Hoot's at 14k, so right behind him. Sonya's at equal souls. Tass is just 1k behind him. It's really only Obi-Kim that he's ahead of.
And I think DDK, this is a quick question from the chat. If you're trying to avoid a Viper knockup, what character do you need to stay away from?
You got to stay away from Bebop, man. That guy's got long arms. That helps.
Hey, okay, I was going to say the press was didn't get casted there. And OCs is locked into Putin right now. Some backup coming through, though, to help him out. But he's going to fall either way as Saint comes in. Dimov on the high ground. Well, he's going to be careful. This Changing has been used to knock down as well. It's going to pull Page and Viper back in, but the fault's not going to be there because he was petrifying Bolid. And he gets parried on the melee onto Palm.
Yeah, so much pace from Abrahams here. Looking really, really good. And together, 21k now on that Shiv. Man, it's actually so... It's really scary. Like, double the amount of souls as almost a couple players on the other team as the push comes in. Captivating reads as well. Will be dodged. And this is way too much pressure, Jason. The map control's getting out of hand for Abrahams. They've been winning all these skirmishes. It seems like the team fight is not nearly as good as I expected it to be for Gooballs off of the early game.
When they're behind too, like OC isn't able to farm up. He's been on 15k for I want to say a couple of minutes now, and Abrahams are taking it to them. Together goes in deep here with the dash. Task gets the kill on OCs. That's again him now down, and he's been stuck at 15k for even another couple of minutes on top of this. And Abrahams are definitely looking like the stronger team, considering we've only had one player swap on Gooballs and 2 on Abrahams. It's kind of interesting to see things be so one-sided so far as we're approaching the 20k mark now for Abrahams.
Yeah, no, I think it's something where we saw that Hayes get picked really late. I think it was the last pick, right? Is that right for Abrahams? And I want to say it's got to be a response to that Warden pick, because it's the Sleep Dagger is such an efficient counter to the Last Stand.
Captivating Reed does catch out Tass, who's here to assist and back him up. And again, Stuno with these Sinner Sacrifice. Even Obi came just stealthed up, ready to protect them if needed. No bullet dance up just yet, but he also has, oh my god, I can never remember the name, Slowing Hex and Rusted Barrels. So he's trying to affect the attack speed, I believe it is. of D-Mov. I mean, one of the very good counters to a Viper.
Yeah, I think you get some minus some bullet resist too, right? So it's like a, especially given how squishy Viper is, but good fight coming on from Gooballs so far. Oh, we're gonna get a mid boss in here. That's gonna be a great way to potentially turn this one around. Are they gonna be going for this? No, I mean, with Viper, obviously you kind of get damage output really fast onto the mid boss, but they are not going to do it. Obikin there in the distance with that sleep dagger trying to get something done, but it's going to get forced back, has to respect it as Gooballs just push the issue, and it's not, Abraham's not really in a position to fight. There might be a lockdown onto Together, but no, Together's going to be able to stay up in that position as the rest of Gooballs fall back into mid.
It's more about Sonic Sniper, though, fighting up against OCs in the left-hand lane. He's very healthy considering OCs is below half HP, and he does have the backup of Task going to be here. And again, shutting him down is one of the keys to victory that I said for Abraham, so they're going to do it. Sonic Sniper gets the backup in time, and now they just need to escape here to be safe, or maybe even turn the fight around. And OCs is just having such a tough game, and I think that's one major weakness within the lineup of Gooballs here, Dan, is that if OCs can't get ahead, how are they expecting to carry him or have him to carry the game through? Like it's their game plan is always like get him fed and then we win the game. But if that doesn't work, what's your next plan? What's your next key to success?
Yeah, we'll have to find out if they're able to recover. They do get a pull here onto the Holiday overseas. Scavenging continues. In the meantime, the urn is on its route to being deposited by Abrahams. That's a comeback urn there, so you would want to see Gooballs. Gooballs would want to try to contest that. I don't know if they have enough for it, though. Urn getting dropped to fight. You see Saints on the Billy trying to disrupt, and the urn has been stolen by ABL. That's great work there. Really good work.
Sonic Sniper, though, he does have airdrop, so he can escape from this left-hand side. And the urn, it looks like it will go for the contest. It will go for the dunk. And you can see immediately Abraham's respecting this and responding to it. Nice door placement, too, so he can easily go for the turn-in, especially if they're not prepared. That also allows D-Mov to get in here if he wants to fight the urn.
And he can like lock somebody out if they come on through. And he's going to start damaging him soon. So waiting for the moment there. A little barrier going through the door. Yeah, not safe just yet. This is very precarious for Gooballs. This is a way back into the game, or it's a way for the game to be lost. Because if you lose a team fight right now, that mid boss is there to fall back on.
You can see Gooballs backing off of this one. Expecting the urn gets picked up, they're immediately going to rotate back in. Tass is being forced to go to this left lane to deal with the pressure on the walker. And really, the urn has been dropped by Hoot with a puddle punch. Playing on the high ground here. I think he drops it yet again. And the rest of Abrahams aren't here to contest this one. And it should be getting turned in here momentarily, but I can see he's actually ran completely away. Eventually able to get back in with the help of the doors. And finally, Gooballs do secure the urn.
Oh, and Hoot's going to get taken out too. This is a great opportunity for Gooballs. Really good opportunity. They get the urn too. That's, oh my god, they were trying to make that play for quite some time. Great patience is going to pay off, because look at the soul discrepancy now, Jason. It's pretty much neck and neck again. And in the meantime, because Abrahams were trying to challenge the turn-in, they were not picking up farm on the map, which means that Gooballs legitimately have options to get back into the game right now.
Yeah, a great job. I think a really important, 1v1 that happened as well with MG Dreams killing Sonic Sniper on this left-hand lane. He's actually overtaken him in souls by quite a bit because he's been allowed to solo farm with the urn being turned in. And that's why you saw Tass have to rotate over towards this lane to deal with it. And then they eventually got the turn in because of that. So a very important kill that Empty Dreams just got to open up this comeback for Gooballs.
Can I chime in with something from our good friend Goober, a Viscous main? He says, split shot is bugged to make Viscous alt fire do double damage. We have a split shot Viscous build happening in the hands of Hoot. Keep your eyes on it.
Let's go yellow.
There we go. Love to see it. Just Scuba to spot it. Oh, has he got Trophy Collector as well?
Yep, he's had it for a while.
Okay, I didn't notice that. He's got Trophy Collector, split shot. What is this?
Even some weighted shots too.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the burst damage is going to go pretty hard.
Where's ZP at? He's talking about Trophy Collector. You know, it needs a couple of buffs for it to get back in there. He said about 8 buffs. Well, maybe Hoot's bringing it back. Maybe he's bringing in a style.
How many charges does he have? What's Hoot's stats? How many assists does he have and kills and stuff?
Couldn't tell you. I think observers have to hover over the item to tell us what it's currently at.
Yeah, because
Is it
that's
paying
pretty
off?
interesting.
I mean,
'Cause
he's at
that's the thing with
21K
Trophy
now.
Collector. Like, it can either just, you know, rob your money, or if the game goes on long enough, then it ends up paying for itself eventually.
It does, but it's also more of, you could have spent those souls on an item that gives you more power in these fights. But if he's playing more support-esque, I mean, I guess he's technically not with split shot.
I mean, the extra run speed that you could get from it would be kind of crazy if you max it.
I mean, he's been in good positions for these cubes time and time again for his team, so you can definitely see the effect of it with that.
Here's some info here. Ooh. What are we going to see next here? The urn's coming up, 20 seconds away. And so you would assume that would begin to force team fights again. A lot of neutrals, but not all, have been cleaned up on the map. Okay, so there's the door. We're setting up for the urn here. That will allow you to go to safety on the doorman. You got to think ahead as a doorman. And it's on the other side, though. Oh, no, sorry. It is on the right side. Ooh. What a steal coming on through from Demov with the bowler to get that buff. And in the rest of the team come here, Jason. Not a bad initiation from Gooballs as they chase down the kill and they take out Oberkim.
Survival buff perfect, too, for Demov. Gives them the extra tankiness in these fights. They also have the urn rotating across the map, too, having a 6-on-5. Very real possibility that they could go for the turn in here. And honestly, you know, we talked about Together being so far ahead for such a long time, but he's fallen behind Empty Dreams. Has been gifted a lot of solo farm. Even Oses has been gifted a lot of solo farm to help him catch up. Remember, he was stuck at 15k for a few minutes, but now he's up to 26, almost on par with Together, almost on par with Sonya Sniper too. And he's actually ahead quite a bit now to Obikim, to Saint, to Who even just a little bit. Gooballs are definitely getting back in this game here, and Abraham's need a response for this one. And Saint has been caught out here, Changing being used, but is there going to be any backup to help him survive this one? And no, he just pulls his enemies closer to him.
Yeah, Gooballs, I think, are scaling out of control here. We'll go back to that point in a moment because we do get the urn turned in by Gooballs, forcing the fight from Abrahams. Two of them are already down here, so as soon as the reinforcements comes on through for Gooballs, they should be able to control this situation, maybe get some more picks. And again, the danger is rolling into mid-boss right now, especially with Saint dead already. And there's ABL with the pickup. There it is, urn turned in, and they have managed to be now ahead, I think, for the first time in this game, I want to say, in souls. 6k souls ahead for Gooballs. And the mid-boss is calling.
A nice try by Together to delay the turn-in, as he did make Palm drop it, but they still got it in the end. Like I said, taking the lead by 6k. Things are starting to get a little bit wild. Empty Dreams. I was talking about what's the next key to success if OCs isn't the one fed, and it might just be him. Very low on health now, down to 1,000 HP. You can see both teams positioned around this mid-boss. I think Abrahams, they want to get some damage in to prevent them from going for this. As there is a mini wave crashing on the right lane base Guardians against Gooballs.
Another pick coming through onto Taz. So health is low for multiple players here for Gooballs. Quite a few low players that are very low on very low HP pools as well. So they're going to be so careful. Killing Blow is up here as well. So this could be devastating from Together as the slice and dice comes through. So does the Killing Blow, the refresh. And in fact, talking about a mid-boss, it might actually just be going to Abrahams instead. This is a potential huge turnaround coming in from Abrahams right at the moment that matters most in this game as the chase down comes through from Oberkim. He's so desperate to get this one. I don't know that Palm is going to be able to escape, but it's been a hell of a good try.
I mean, who'd even puddle punched? Obikim back. Mid-boss has been started. ABL and Overseas. ABL in base could be dealing with the wave on the Guardians. I don't think Overseas isn't even going to bother to contest. And a massive turnaround again as Gooballs just got the lead. They lose it. And Overseas, yeah, you just don't go in for this one. Take the tier 1 camp instead and then back away. And Together, I mean, the power spike he just had with the max Killing Blow is so important, as you saw in that fight. Able to get the resets. And considering, again, how squishy they are, it doesn't take that.
Yeah, this game has become super interesting now.
Where you can snowball an entire fight.
Yeah, and right now, you know, Jason, even though Gooballs are behind a little bit, the Infernus scaling is kind of worrisome. You know, Empty Dreams is pretty powerful at the moment, and it really just takes the right fight, the right focus fire to really give them the edge. But right now they're kind of in a spot where they have to defend. They got 2 walkers to defend those, so they have positions to work from. As a fight comes on through, ABL looking to lock down Saints. there for Abrahams. This basement fight, is it going to go well for Gooballs? They need it to desperately. They got to get rid of some of these rejuve charges if they possibly can. And I don't know about this fight right now. It looks like it's definitely much more beneficial as the turnaround, the parry comes on through, but still Gooballs will lose 2 players in the basement fight, and they'll have to fall back to their walkers.
Yeah, this is go time for Abrahams. Together is hitting a critical mass. Sonic Sniper up to 37,000 souls. They've also been able to deal with Empty Dreams, who's the biggest threat they have to deal with in these fights. You can see them spread across the map. Let Sonya push the right-hand lane, then rotate back in towards the mid-walker, while 2 push the left-hand walker, and they should be able to get both of these. Oh my god, the goo explosion out of Hoot here with the alt fire. That's how you get a Viper pregnant.
Nice call back there, and the pressure from both sides is going to be really problematic. They might be able to get some base guardians here because they will be splitting the defense, and Empty Dreams and OC's still down, so they can get some guardians, base guardians here for sure. 3 rejuve crystals still going as well. So Abrahams with a 20k lead almost, suddenly in a commanding position, and the amount of farm that is on the map right now is basically everything.
Yeah, I think it's a smart play to back away. I mean, you still have 2 minutes. You technically could fight again, but you also have an urn. And I think maybe there's a world where you get this urn and you try to go for the turn-in, which I believe should be neutral, if I can do quick maths. And then you can force the fight there. Even if it's not neutral and you turn on the other side of the map, there we go, it is neutral. You can force the fight with your rejuve if they go for it. If they don't go for it, you get a free urn. And then you get to back away and continue to let the other players on your team get this farm that's in the jungle. So it's a really big win-win situation that turns the game massively in their favor.
And there's not looking to be a challenge for this. There's nobody there for Gooballs to stop this turn-in. It's perfect for Abrahams.
He's dropping it for a teammate. So are they trying to give Hoot the extra AP he needs to max level something else? A little quick adaptation here. Let's see. He does have 5. He's going to have... Yeah, he gets max rank Gooball because of this. Very smart play. And remember, you cannot get all max level abilities at the moment unless you do get enough urns. I think it's 2 urns you need to turn in for the 2 missing ability points. But a really small micro play out of Abrahams that's going to have massive value.
Especially given that the game is starting to go so late. Hoot's going to... Obviously, I mean... I hate to say it, but the trophy collector, it actually starts to be kind of nice, especially when you're in that alt mode and that run speed comes into play. But anyway, another fight's breaking out here, and this is not the type of fight that Gooballs wanted to be caught in. ABO just gets caught out there.
I think this might be go time. 30 seconds left on Rejuve. Might be able to look at base guardians here. Not even base guardians, the shrine, sorry. Task doesn't have time to swap up anymore as they do push directly in towards the shrines, getting the first one quickly, the second one as well, and they should be able to get the stage 1 patron.
Oh my god.
Splattered all over his face.
Dude, that does insane objective damage.
What?
What did you even do against that? Well, they're going to be pushing into the base here. Still 3 rejuve crystals up, and they might just go for the finish here. If the patron can't withstand the damage, he can't withstand the split shot. Gooball jumping on through, and that's going to be the victory there for Abrahams. What an incredible and insane and incredible crazy game, Jason.
And crazyable game. Yeah, Abrahams. I mean, it's very back and forth between the 2 teams. Abrahams, I feel like, had the majority of the control. And then that one fight we saw the turnaround for Gooballs, able to get themselves back into the game. OC's able to get farmed, Empty Dreams as well. And then again, all it took was one more fight with the resets added together to give Abrahams back the control to finish off this first map. Very exciting, very entertaining game, honestly.
It really was. I genuinely thought the Gooballs were going to take over at a certain point after they managed to get 6k souls ahead, but it did not happen, Pocket.
Hello. It works now. Hoot was going nutty with a max build Viscous. Is it a bug? Is it illegal? Is Hoot cheating? There's a lot of discussions in the chat. YouTube thinks he's cheating. Other people think everyone should know all the builds available and don't let him get Viscous moving forward, right? You got to think about a goo ball causing damage. The goo ball should know about the sticky icky. Hoot using it against him for the Abrahams. Walk me through the highlights though, Mr. Lash, who had the big plays in the first half.
You know, I kind of want to give it to Hoot, actually. I feel like he did such a great job of being in the right positions for these cubes to prevent any sort of follow-up from these Dormant ultimates from ABL. He ended up doing a ton of damage as well right after he got towards, that threshold of his build with split shot. with express shot weighted shots as well. Even the trophy collector being picked up, I mean, he definitely deserves quite a bit. But I think if it's not going to be him, it's got to be together. And the control he provided on the Shiv in the early game and then the late game. I think mid game is a little bit lackluster, allowing Gooballs to catch up. But that's still a really, really great game from like multiple players at Abrahams.
Was the Viper pick a troll, DDK? Because there's not a lot of confidence in this character, according to the chat.
I don't think it was a troll. I definitely think it's viable. I just think there were certain factors in this game for Abrahams that I think really took over. I think it's the story of how far ahead together got very early on, and also the performance out of who truly is such an incredible player. The fact that he can play Viscous to such a high level as well as everything else that he can play to a high level is pretty ridiculous. So I felt like there's a lot that worked for Gooballs, but I think you're just looking at an Abraham squad that played out of their minds. I think it's viable.
Grego is having a child thanks to the Viscous right quick. Thank you, Grego, one of my favorite players to watch, hanging out with us over on Deadlock. If you're looking for a pro team, this is a guy I would try and sign up from NA. In the meantime, let's take a look at EU's best. Abraham's taking 24-16 in terms of kills. So you look at the net worth, about a 30,000 soul difference. Where did you know this game was locked up for the Abrahams, though, Lash? Where was this one all but over?
Probably after the rejuve. I think it was very back and forth because of the comeback that we saw for Gooballs. Even though Abrahams had that initial control of the game together, got massively ahead. OCs got dealt with really well out of Abrahams, and he wasn't able to really get far ahead like he normally would. I think the big turning point was when Empty Dreams gets the 1v1 against Sonic Sniper in the left-hand lane, which allows him to just completely spike in souls and spike in power, that when they got to the next team fight, I don't think Abrahams expected him to put out that much damage. And that was like a slow turning point. And then eventually, together with the resets, when he got the killing blow maxed out, that's when he started to really power up yet again.
My therapist says, don't compare yourself to others, but I feel inferior to that entire team on the left-hand side of your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Abrahams are taking a 1-0 lead in the best of 3. Can they finish it? Will it come down to a draft? TDK, do you think it matters what characters they play in game 2?
No, fuck it. They're bloody awesome at this game.
They're very good. If they let Paradox go through for tasks and your dog comes to visit you, it will be a very exciting show. All of this is coming up in just a moment. In the meantime, should I put my costume back on? Should we get fired up for what could be the end of the EU final? Or are we going to a game 3 and I can stay sweat-free? Let me know, chat. We'll be right back.
Don't eat my earring.
Thanks, Viscous.
Throwing a barrel.
Not the ending you were expecting, huh?
Something warm is about to enter Jason's mouth, and he's excited about it. Welcome back to the night shift. It's the fright shift. We've got Lash in the middle. Earrings have been reattached after the dog attack. Don't you guys worry about it. Lash deals with animals the same way he deals with his opponents. We got DDK rocking a green nose, but no longer the gimp suit. It was hot, and I'm just rocking a big old yellow sweater to make sure people don't hit me when I trick or treat later tonight. DDK, can we talk a little bit about what happened in game number 1?
We had a really interesting draft from both teams. We had domination. We had Trophy Collector from who? This is domination with Trophy Collector and insane amounts of burst damage with split shot. Yeah, definitely there could be new meta. I actually think that Viscous kind of needs to get banned now or picked. Maybe it's a ban. Kelvin ban Viscous. It seemed pretty good, Jason.
It was pretty decent, yeah. I think it wasn't just the Viscous. I think it was important that the draft that they went for too, because they took Ivy top 3 and they banned Mina. And he put OCs on something he's not as comfortable on, like a Warden, who's not going to have nearly the same amount of impact, considering he likes to play heroes that have very good escape, like Ivy, like Mina. So I think like the draft played well into this. Hoot did a very good job of being in positions to cube up anyone that got sent into the Baroness Hotel, and the whole team worked really well together. I just hope not too well, because I don't want to see buff enjoyers die.
Yeah, no. This can't go the way of the Hydra Nation. A big shout out to Lodos Denta and all of our new subs. Kaplan, you said if we accomplished something, you were gonna do something. What was the bounty for the chat?
Well, everyone chat.
I don't know if this draft really matters. Does the draft matter?
I think it's about putting. I mean, because I got my gummy worms late from you guys.
Okay.
I unfortunately, Italy customs and Italy just being Italy. So I think the deal was I have to like eat gummy bears, or not gummy bears, gummy worms, the entire. Do you have some?
The entire bag is what you said.
A whole bag. I don't know if I said that.
I think the whole bag.
I don't know. It's Pucka joining me on this journey.
Man, that means you gotta talk.
All right.
Is Kelvin ban? Did we get a Viscous ban? That's the question. I don't know.
I don't know why I ever have a ban of Viscous though.
I'd imagine. Okay, so Shiv ban comes on instead. That makes a lot of sense. Exactly. Yeah. Shiv has been. It's kind of been super interesting to see Shiv get such high priority, but it's obviously for a reason. We see how good it is. This is not even a Trolley sponsored stream anymore. This is just
not yet. Trolley.
So Puckett's matching your bet. Wait, or did you already have that open?
He's swallowing though. I got a big water. I'm just going one. Oh my god, he's got a big mouth.
6'2" everywhere.
Okay, well, all right. So this is what you give up, right? You give up the Yamato to ABL. So that's pretty dangerous. So we'll see what Abraham's going to be securing. I'd imagine Paradox and Furnace would be pretty good to go to. There's a Paradox. You kind of don't want to allow ABL to play or have a Paradox with him in that mid lane. That's something we've learned. So Paradox in Furnace is also super high priority in general. I think that's kind of the no-brainer.
No more chewing, Jason. You can do it. You can do it without chewing. Just don't move your bottom jaw. Just your lash. You're a baseball player. You're real strong. You grew up with, just a stick in a street and a little can that you guys knocked around.
And get to gobbling those worms down, boy.
I'm gonna look at you judgmentally.
I don't have somewhere through my mouth before. I do exact plan.
All right, well,
the Ivy's open.
There's the Ivy. They've secured Yamato for ABL and they've secured Ivy for OCs. So already this is a much better draft. I wonder if we'll get a ban on Viscous. I wonder if that's gonna be the ban of Gooballs is the Viscous. But Yamato Ivy, Doorman coming on through as well. I was curious about that because ABL's been playing the Doorman, so someone else is going to be on the Doorman instead. I wonder who that's going to be.
Jason, are you sweating? I'm wet. My tongue was like exhilarated by her excitement.
Today isn't the day for me.
Yep.
Look at the production magic.
Do we have medical professionals on standby? What happened? He died so happy.
He's a man of his words. You gotta respect it. Respect it.
Chad, is he allowed to chew now?
How many calories is that in a bag?
90 times 7.
But I've got a kindergarten class to read to.
Not bad, Dan. What? That's like what? 2 chicken breasts?
It's like 700 calories or something.
Yeah. All right, Vindicta, Doorman, we're gonna have some fun here. We haven't seen any sniping since last week. Does it happen here?
Oh my goodness.
I'm sad.
You do?
Yeah, it's to say sad. I feel that.
Oh, no, don't do that. Hey, can you drink out of your like urine-colored water bottle? Where's that at? Just see if you can sneak a little bit through. No.
If any comes out, you gotta refund that guy the subs, man.
Hey,
We found a way to quiet down Jason.
Deadlock is not worth it. Deadlock is not worth it.
One got to the back of my throat.
He's totally safe. He's totally safe. Just feeling a little inflated after that moment. We got Holiday surviving. This is a replay of Jason from
The
the
question is,
start
do I put them back in my mouth? Because the one got the back of my throat and it made me gag a little bit. Which is very uncommon.
No more hiding.
Oh, a little tickle back there. All right, so we got Empty Dreams.
All right,
He's got his
committing.
pocket.
You know what? I'm sorry. We got the 80 subs. I'm committing. I'm gonna put them back in my mouth in a second.
I don't think Trolley needs you to do that, and we kind of want them to come back. Welcome, Pocket, into the stream. Holiday is here. Paige will not be. The sticky icky is gone with Kelvin and Shiv. It's like a French bulldog. Like, I ate so fast I threw it up, but I want to eat it again, so I'm just gonna go do it. Mo and Krill. We got the big boy in the Zoot Suit Riot suit ready to slap people around. Will Mo find success? Why has he kind of been on the downtrend, GDK?
It's a good question. I think we were talking about how Paige might be replacing some of the utility in the lockdown for Mo, and Paige gives obviously like some other benefits in terms of the laning to like set up some of the stronger areas. With that said, Mo and Krill is also very good in the laning phase, and Mo is really nice at keeping tempo up as well, and taking initiative. So I like it. You know, the lockdown between Mo and Doorman is pretty insane. So the only thing that's I'd be curious about is how they finish off, because they don't. Like, you got Holiday Paradox on the other side, so if you're not going, I mean, Bebop, Lash, you know, might be, you know, you might want some kind of catch. You can run, and this is what Buff and Joys will do a lot. You can just run the Doorman as your catch, and you can do a build with like Warp Stone, maybe get Majestic Leap and so on to do that with the Page. So long as you have the lockdown after, but no, they're going to get the Bebop, so that's kind of what was expected. So nice pick, nice lockdown and CC,
Jason's
like
favorite.
Good utility with Doorman, and like you got your late game locked in with Ivy, and you got ABL locking in your early game on Yamato and late game. So definitely a really nice roster for Gooballs. I think a lot of comfort in that lineup. And for Abrahams, also looking pretty nice. You know, Vindicta Abrams always like a nice classic combo that synergizes really well in lane. We'll see if they pair it up. Billy Holiday, like really good disruption and good initiation in these fights. Jason's just suffering.
No, he's loving this. This is the best day of his life.
That's fair.
First time getting the fade on the side. He feels fresh. He's
Would
got
you do
the
2
Jerry
bags
curl.
in draft for 160 subs?
I mean,
he looks sad.
We're only 146 away from 1,500.
Wait, you must be nearly done with the bag, surely.
And he's got at least 6 bags that they've sent him.
Wait, he's done it.
You can tag me in if Jason needs help.
These worms are his, baby. Nothing goes in that mouth. That's not a worm. Yeah. Are they sour or sweet right now? Yeah. Voila.
There you go.
This ASMR Night Shift Grand Final has been brought to you by Intel. Thank you, Intel, for being a part of this show for 10 episodes. $20,000 dished out over 10 weeks. We appreciate you. This is your grand final for EU going into game 2.
All right, I'm gonna just. Oh, you're there. Okay, you're good.
I am there.
To go.
I did fit every single worm in that bag in my mouth.
Nice, good job.
And I will say this, which is kind of gross. Even the ones I had to spit out because it made me gag because it tickled the back of my throat, I put them all back in, and we got the whole bag in there.
All right. All right.
My hands are
committed to the
sticky.
cause. I like it.
You hold yourself to a high standard. We appreciate that about you.
Hey, if you're gonna donate or you're gonna gift 80 subs, you're gonna get what you paid for. Okay, that's what we do here on the night shift.
There we go. Locking it in. We're pretty close to 1,500 now as well. 146 away. So we're doing good. We're doing good things. And doing good things is probably going to be this guy, ABL, on Gooballs. That is a scary prospect. And, oh, wait. Demov is on the Yamato. Okay, Demov on the Yamato and ABL. He's liking the doorman.
Yeah. Can you just cast for a quick minute while I go wash my sticky hands? Is that possible?
That is always possible.
Okay, appreciate it.
Here we go. All right, whilst Jason is doing that, that's you can use your imagination. But for me over here on the cast, yeah, let's just look at the lanes. So yeah, we've got the Abrams combo with the Vindicta, like we were talking about. It's a really nice combo, especially obviously with the stake. So you get to lock down the charges. So you get various ways to pressure and sort of keep good presence, pressure on that lane, good sustain. And that's going to be OC's lane as well on that Ivy that they'll be up against. So it is important to make sure that you give Ivy as much trouble as possible. We kind of know how he plays at this point. Obviously, as time goes on, people will be more and more aware as to how OC's likes to play. And I think, especially on Ivy, you need to know what he's going to be up to because he gets so far ahead so quickly. This mid lane is going to be interesting. I think Doorman Yamato is actually quite dangerous. The burst damage there, in addition to using the doors to create more angles for the Yamato right clicks, as well as those cool bells, is honestly, this looks like it's a pretty hard lane to be up against, honestly. So would expect that Gooballs are going to get off to a win in this mid lane, and then they'll start pacing into that mid game pretty quickly. So I think Abrahams are going to have an interesting scenario on their hands. But they do have Who, obviously, on the holiday. So as long as he doesn't get too far behind, I think he's going to be able to provide good pressure as well. Looking to gank into some of those lanes. The Bebop Pocket lane from Gooballs, also kind of a nice combo as well. Overseas and Empty Dreams. Dude, there's so many... I know it sounds kind of ridiculous to say this, chat, but, there's so many good players that are playing, the iconic heroes. Empty Dreams on Pocket and Overseas on Bebop. This is very scary as a prospect. Pocket has some of the best lane pressure, I think, in the game. And then you combine that with a Bebop as good as Overseas, and the threat is unreal on this lane.
I am back, by the way.
Awesome.
Tag me back in.
Get in there. I was just talking about the lanes, and they all look really fun. I got to say, I'm actually overall feeling like we're going to have at least 2 or 3 lanes won for Gooballs, most probably. Okay. Yeah, I heard you talking about the Bebop Pocket together. Seeing Empty Dreams on Pocket is going to be great to see. I think there's a very good chance we're going to have a map 3 in this series, especially with OCs getting the Ivy picked up. And then, of course, as you pointed out, Demov on the Yamato. We did get to see him play on Buff Enjoyers with Yamato quite a bit too, so it's nice to see him return once again. But also, if you can draw a ban out of Yamato in the first game and then you get it the next and you can give it to someone else, it gives you that extra flexibility when it comes to the draft. But on the other side, I mean, the S tier combo we talked about before of the Abrams and the Vindicta together, it's been a long time since we've seen these paired. Yeah, and with Vindicta coming back into fashion, it's not too surprising to see it make its return. And I'm excited for it, but I'm to be honest, more excited by what it's up against. Ooh, look at this deep charge coming on through. Abrams abandoning the Vindicta lane, coming off the road, looking to try to take down the Yamato. Oh, it's so close. He's running out of bullets. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It does scare him off, though. And so is that a lane swap then? That is a lane swap.
Oh, yeah, I think we had, what was that, Paradox go over towards the right lane with Vindicta. Yeah. We'll Holiday and Abrams together in the mid lane. So a slight adaptation here. And again, very risky to do, depending on where the wave is at that moment. You need to simultaneously push waves out in both those lanes so you don't miss anything on the swap. Sonic Sniper on the Infernus here. So it looks like they will be committing to him playing that Hoot. I wonder if Hoot, I don't know if you talked about this while I was gone. Is he going to go the gun Holiday? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, did not get into the Holiday, but we get a dive coming on through here. Left lane. And that's a huge kill onto Pom there. Looking to chain it also onto a double kill for OCs. So we talked about keeping OCs under control, and they're going to take this tower at 5 minutes. That is brilliant progress there for Abrahams. Really, really nice.
Off to another strong start. You know, it was looking like it was very possible just from picks alone that we could see a game 3. But if Abrahams are, you know, get that strong start that they're looking for, Task, oh my god, 30 HP, 9 HP, 3 HP. He's taken away from that affliction. And even gets a lasso onto the Beba, under the tower, and Task comes around the corner to peek and gets the kill. Great little turnaround and a great little rotation, more importantly, out of Hoot here to assist on this right lane.
Yeah, it's something that teams are not... I mean, you don't often see it. It's uncommon to see lane swaps, but obviously if you think the lanes need to be changed... Oh, wow. Okay, you don't see the chain gang on the Flying Ivy every day. They're saying to take down OCs again. So OCs is really getting shut down early into this game so far. Unable to get his normal, I think, decent starts that he often gets. And instead, you know, I feel like a lot's going to come down to empty dreams in this game and overseas because, you know, they've had a much better time of things here on this right lane.
I mean, I think they're trying to commit for a Guardian take here on that right-hand side, as we do see Abrahams get the mid lane one. I think a lot of the early Guardians going to determine how this game is going to go too. And Palm, yeah, he's dead. You're already burning stuff on that flame trail, and you burn yet again. And yeah, I mean, like Sonya Sniper, we didn't really get to see him play much M1 heroes, I feel like, in the Trolley Open EU. But it is good to see what he can do, because his hero pool, like, to me, wasn't necessarily going to be towards an M1 rank, or like M1 heroes, though I know on a stream he did play a lot of it. For instance, Hayes in particular, though not necessarily one of the M1 heroes you think of. But it's cool to see them give him an opportunity, because he did come in last second for the team before the Trolley Open, right? Because ABL left, and he ended up joining Mel team, which is now Gooballs. And they still did decently well considering.
Yeah, I totally agree. It did seem like they had a better sense as to how to make Sonya Sniper like fit in with the team after the first day. You started seeing him in more of these M1s, as we're calling them. And the trade comes back in on through for Sanya, which is really important because it's been, I think, somewhat of a rough start for Gooballs, all things considered. With that said, though, they do still, you know, manage to clean up all the Guardians except one. So we are even in terms of the Guardians. And it's kind of a nice setup where the left Guardian for Abrahams is up and the right one is up for Gooballs in terms of the ones to the left. So that's kind of interesting.
It's really interesting considering the way the urn comes up too. It's going to spawn on that left-hand side in about 2 minutes of time. So again, you could send your whole team there to go for the Guardian and then the urn take. You can also swap Hat come in. Dima popping the Shadow Transformation, looking to just back away though to survive. Kim was even looking for a snipe here. I didn't actually check. He's not high enough souls for him to max out his assassin. He's actually very far behind at 4.4k souls. You look at some of his teammates, they're up, you know, above 7k already.
Yeah, the lane with Empty Dreams was quite nice, and overseas that was the best looking lane for Gooballs, and that's where Obikim was. Now, it's also hard for OCs to catch up particularly quickly in a game like this. I think, you know, if you slow him down as quickly as you did, you prevent him from getting to the Tesla bullets early, which is an item that I think he picks up like pretty quickly on the Ivy, which obviously assists in the farm a lot. And, you know, you get the extra charge, you get the extra Kutsu bombs, you max it out to level 3, and then suddenly you get kind of like a power spike for farming. So I don't think OCs is quite there just yet.
It's also if they want to give him that farm. I mean, I guess Pocket depends on how much farm they want to associate towards him, as the Chain Gang has come through. Gets through the door, but doesn't really get him that distance he needed. He gets pulled right back in, then tethered into the ground and swap back in. Palm cannot catch a break. On 400 HP, and he's dead. He's a dead mole. He goes down, and the commitment here out of Abrahams works out for them. And again, I mean, you technically could kind of push if you wanted in this lane to get towards the Walker, because the Ernie is going to spawn on your side of the map. It's up to you to then run it across the map and look for the turn in plus a Guardian on that right hand side. But you have to be very very careful of losing your own Guardian here, because the further we get into this game, the more and more that flex slot's going to mean.
Yeah, and I think the point that you made there with respect to, you know, which lane do you want to commit your players to where the unspawns or where the dropper point is, it'd be kind of cool to see in that sense. Well, you know, you committing your whole team to one lane and the other team committing all the way to the other lane, and you know, there is a world where I think that makes sense, but But it does look like we'll have more of a challenge on the left side from Gooballs. And because they've got Doorman, you know, you can create a lot of really cool team fights with the doors where you don't want to miss out on the initial pickup of the urn. So I totally respect that they're going for this one.
Oh, Hook not going to connect. Obicam, he's still got, I believe, tether up. But that door is just giving an easy pickup point for ABL to then just run it away to safety. As you can see, the rest of his team going to push forward to actually give him that distance and create that space he needs to pick up the urn. And he has secured it. But now Abrahams, they need to quickly rotate around the map. It's going to be Hoot to be the one to stand in the way if they want to go for it. Instead, maybe they're just to say, hey, you can get the urn turned in. We're going to get a walker for this if you don't commit enough players here to defend.
Ooh, can I get Sanya? That'd be such a big pickup to get. In the meantime, the owner is being run across, and it's a 2v2 on the right side at the deposit spot. OCs has to help ABL to turn that one in. It's going to be a fight for that as this fight rages on here on the left side. And here we go, ABL. There is the urn. It's gone down. We'll see who's able to pick this one up. Through the doors they go, trying to make a very, very awkward situation. There's the call bell as the Holiday emerges from the Baroness Hotel, able to escape with the jump pad. Urn still out of play right now on the ground as it starts to run back. Is there a world now where some assistance comes in that Gooballs can make a turn and happen? It looks good for that. Yeah, it looks, in fact, like Abrahams are going to be largely giving this one up.
The body block for the lasso. So well positioned. I think that was out of OCs. And Palm also, as he died earlier in the fight, he actually respawned back in, I believe, or actually went back to base and then eventually head towards this right-hand side to commit for that turn-in. And Gooballs, they get everything in this. They don't lose their Guardian. They're about to take the left-hand Guardian, and they didn't lose a Walker. Like, this is such a smart play out of them and really well timed.
They do lose overseas, though, Gooballs. Lots of four players on this left lane. Could try to threaten the Walker at this point, but they are going to start picking up some farms, spreading back out onto the map. And that right side Guardian for Gooballs is still up, which is really nice. That's something that Abrahams will want to take care of, but don't have positioning for it just yet. Although that said, we do have Sanya Sniper making his way over to that right side Guardian, and there's no one that can really... Oh, actually, Empty Dreams will defend that. In the meantime, big fight here in mid, Jason.
Yeah, this is actually a really crucial kill. Again, every time you kill OCs means he's not farming around the map. Even though you do trade 1-for-1, I think it's fine to lose Obicam at this point. But you definitely want to get this next Guardian on the right-hand side at some point for Abrahams to get your flex slot unlocked. And honestly, out of any team we've seen so far, even Buff Enjoyers, Abrahams have done a better job of dealing with OCs and keeping him in check than any other team out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's fundamentally not being able to play his game in the way that he typically would. It's really important that he hits the power spikes, the right timings, so that he can kind of then maximize that by like then taking some of the camps that are up, whilst his teammates are pressuring elsewhere, and you can start to like snowball it. But he's not being able to do any of that, so really missing out on a lot of farm that he would normally have by now. A lot more pressure on his side of the map now too, on the right side. That's the lane that he's been playing, the right lane.
Oh, I got tethered as well. There's no silence. There's no way to stop him from just using that cloak to get away, though he's on 400 HP and he's being chased down by this Abrams. And they're going to get the kill onto this. That's easy to do up against a pocket, especially with Majestic Leap. But he is their most fed player, and this gives an opportunity now for Abrahams to force the fight.
Yeah, that's the magic of that Vindicta. Hyper Beam coming out to zone out these players. Should be another Hyper Beam up in time for the next urn fight. Really nice area control ability. What a catch. I don't know that you can do anything about that, but it's nice. Show the Abrams who's boss.
Just, let him know you're not so safe to run around. Let's him up with a warning. Though Hoot, he actually is going to catch out D-Mob on the teleport. Looks like he'll back away instead. And Hoot isn't going the gun build, as I was looking before. He's got like extra regen. He's got extra charge. I think he had Cultist, if I'm not mistaken. He hasn't really built into gun like we saw last week here on the night shift. All tied up pretty much at 75k apiece between the two teams. I think one thing that worries me though for Abraham's side is that Obicam he's kind of fallen really far behind. 8.2k. I haven't actually seen the items he's going for yet or what build he's going for, but I would assume it's just going to be like the typical support play and not max out Assassinate.
Oh, nice catch off of the paradoxical swap there with the charge. That's why it's such a deadly combo. Paradox is such a great setup.
Our blue walker
And
is under attack.
there is the gun buff that's going to Taz on the Paradox. And it's not being contested at all, Jason. It's going to have to be contested on the drop-off. And that's largely because Gooballs have decided instead to put their time into invading the opponent's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're invading the jungle on the side of the map that the Aaron's going to. So it's technically like a win-win. You're not going to contest the initial take, no. But you're stealing away the camps that, you know, if you're Abrahams, you would probably go for in the downtime of trying to get this turn in. But we can see that Gooballs have overcommitted players to the right-hand side. Palm's not there, and Palm's going to be a big part of their lockdown as Hoot has gone very aggressive here, looking for a loss. I believe he caught onto someone as he's backing away, and we might just see Saint run this in without anyone to stop him. Body block. There we go.
There we go, yeah. Really solid turn-in situation, not in position, Gooballs, to really do much about that. Chase coming on through. Evisceration of Sanya Sniper, courtesy of Dimov, as the rest of Abrahams are out of there. And in the meantime, you know, pushing waves on the right side. Lots of farm left up on the map here. So we might have somewhat of a lull, Jason, at 87 to 87k. You know, where, like, what? Let's take stock. You know, where are we right now?
It's about these picks. It's about looking for catches. I don't think you're going to push into a walker like this without information, without any man advantage. You see Overseas there just backing away. If we can quickly just head over to Obicam, I just want to check out what build he's going for when we have a second. So you see together being pulled forward, but again, it's an Abrams. He's relatively tanky. He has support. Dimov is in the vicinity, and it looks like there's going to be more members of Gooballs here than Abrahams. But both teams are just so hesitant to fight. I think they realize that this is such a crucial point of the game. They don't want to give away that lead.
Yeah, it is a point of the game too where, you know, sometimes these teams will mid-boss. You know, if the positioning makes sense.
Okay, support.
It can just...
All right.
Oh, go ahead, Jason.
So I just wanted to check on the Vindicta, right? And he did max actually assassinate, but he's going for... he's got the extra rapid recharge. He's got improved spirit, guardian wards. He's still like support S, but trying to get some extra souls with the assassinates. He just needs to hit them and get the kill for it to work.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. You know, you are much more starved of souls in the support role. And as we can see, 11k became not really having much of a window to catch up easily. Lasso into the stun. It's really the worst possible thing to be against.
He's got a door. Oh, I guess he could open it in time. He had a door down behind him.
Didn't make it in time. Okay, well,
but even with that kill, it's like they can't really push anything. Maybe they catch Dimov here, but I believe he's in the subway underground. That'd be actually a big kill because then you get themselves 2 kills. But the teleport away, you're not gonna be able to catch up to him.
Oh, they spotted him just at the last second. They were smelling him. They knew that he was around. But it's not out of trouble just yet. There's 4 players around Dimov on the exit. He needs help really badly. The lockdown is coming, and in comes the shadow form. That's going to force out a very key ultimate just to survive here. His teammates are not in a position to really fully contest this, although with the... Whoa, okay. We've got the combo, and we have the hook, and that's going to be a very dead Oberkin. But he is the weakest player on the team. That's not necessarily a high-value pick at the moment.
In the meantime, Hoot's trying to push up against ABL on the left-hand side to look for a walker, though he will back away. And while Oberkin wasn't that big of a kill, killing Sanya Sniper is. As now they have a big wave to shove onto this right lane walker, and there's no one really to support this one. This should be a free take now for Gooballs. Well, I say free, but they definitely earned it.
Here we go. Swap into the Walker. And is there a follow-up for that one? Walker will fall. And that's going to be Abrahams. Feeling like they're getting a little bit behind now after losing that one. Down 2 walkers against 3, defending the left side at the same time. A 2v2, Empty Dreams and ABL providing some pressure there before falling back. And the urn's coming up in 40 seconds. And these urn fights have been really important. And again, you kind of give an edge to the team that has a doorman in these situations because there's so much more ways to secure it.
Is that a question or sorry, is that a statement? It kind of sounded like a question at the end.
It's kind of like both, yeah. It's like a both. It's like,
yeah, I think so. I mean, also you have like, you have Bebop to hook too. You have Affliction if they group up for a turn in. Like, you have a lot of ways to secure the turn-in for yourself and also contest the turn-in for sure. Glass cannon picked up for Hoot. Okay, so he is actually transitioning to more of a gun build here. And there's the urn. It's going to be a neutral turn-in yet again. And the right buff just being left up because no one is there. Both teams want to contest this urn. They wanted to contest the buffs. So Abrahams do get it. And Tassie's looking for a swap.
Oh, this is the swap there. He's going to pick up the urn instead. No harm, no foul, but he's got a Yamato flying very quickly behind him. And, okay, this is getting pretty crazy. Right now, going into the underground, this fight, really big damage off of the power slash. A huge fight for Demov, where it's in ideal conditions, and it's a wipeout. They've dragged them underground, and they've just mugged them for everything they're worth here as they chase down the remainder of the team. It's looking quite desperate right now for Abrahams. 3 players already down. Pom is the only casualty on the other side, and the chase down comes through from Sanya Sniper. Maybe he can find somebody weak, and he will burn down Overseas, as he is looking kind of nice with it. 22k, but still, it's going to be a win for Gooballs.
And their base guardians, OCs has been here. He's just been farming away at 25,000. He's going to get those for free and get another flex slot unlocked. And Abrahams are left in the dust of trying to decide what can we do. And they can't really push this Walker. Really good engagement, good timing as well to Gooballs to come in from the underground. If Sanya Sniper was there, maybe there's a world that they could have contested this one. But the teleport was just a little bit too late, and they're trying to get a Walker for the troubles. They at least get Empty Dreams under the Walker. They need to get this kill, and OCs are rotating in from behind. Here comes Obikin as well, boosted in from the base. This could be actually a really good turnaround if they want to just go for the fight here instead.
Yeah, huge fight. With Who locked away like this, he's going to take a lot of damage from this. Oh, is there any follow-up outside? No. Jump pass straight on out. In the meantime, Demov is trying to do cleanup duty on the other players that were in the rest of the fight. Flying Strike is going to find Sanya Sniper. Really important kill to get. Can he line it up? I think that's a miss there. Power Slash not connecting, but the Crimson Blade certainly will. And it ultimately works out quite nicely. Empty Dreams is going to be up in a few seconds. Mid-boss might be on the cards here.
Picking up a rebuttal, too. Like, this late. Against the Billion Abrams, it's pretty damn good, to be fair.
This might be a bait.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to be, but it's only Overseas to be baited in. That's a kill onto him here for Abrahams, trying to stall for some time. Obi came up in 7 seconds. And look at this Abrams. He's just waiting for him to rotate in towards the shop. The mid-boss, half HP already. Abrahams are going to go for the contest here, and honestly, there is a world they could contest it, but the shout transformation of Demov is going to be huge to lock this in.
There we go. Rejuve Crystal is going to be falling from the sky, and in comes the dive. Everybody on top of it. Who's going to pick these ones up? The parry's coming on through. Like, so many people getting parried right now. Taz gets one. A second Rejuve Crystal for him as well. And that's going to be now just one remaining on the side of Abrahams. Will get eliminated fairly swiftly. Great challenge coming in from both sides on this one. A much needed fight, though, for Abrahams. They take down Demov. A very important kill there. And this is a huge win for Abrahams.
I honestly thought Demov was just going to straight parry the entire time, buy and rebuttal right before they go for mid-boss. You spam parry. No one can hit it unless you do the forbidden tech that we've seen people talk about. But they get 2 of the crystals, and they get 4 kills. Like, that could not have worked out any better for Abrahams. They're not really able to sport a massive lead off the back of this, but if they can get these walkers down, then that would be a huge start for them to get themselves back in the game, and more importantly, get control of the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's been looking, I feel like it was looking like Gooballs were already running the show for quite a long time up until this point.
Oh my God,
such a massive challenge.
He's really transitioned. Active reload, hollow point, fortitude, lucky shot, glass cannon, even some bullet lifesteal. He's gone towards the full gun build eventually. It took him some time to get there, but 32,000. I think he might be able to kill OCs. I think there's definitely a chance if he has the accuracy.
Yeah, his damage output is actually unbelievably strong now.
I just don't know how many stacks he has on glass cannon.
I mean, you know, when we see you know, Who picking up Holiday, like prioritizing Holiday so heavily, I guess, you know, you're not going to be disappointed with what you see. And actually, Who looking like the strongest player on the entire team, actually.
For sure. And I think you're seeing in some of these fights too that the only like crappy part for him is that his lasso is so good and he can't shoot while he's lassoing. It's just such a good initiative for them. But then again, you have Tass So you can always depend on him, or you can lasso someone into a tether, and then you can turn around and go for the kill. And ideally, if they can catch OCs, I feel like you almost just like win the fight. Or if you can maybe catch Empty Dreams before he gets off an affliction somehow, which is going to be very damn difficult.
Bridge buffs and the urn spawns. A team fight is brewing, positioning for both sides on their respective rooftops. Now the door's coming on through as well to give the edge, and that's the urn stolen thanks to the doors by Demov. Now OCs has control of the left side of the map right now, but the question is, what challenge awaits Gooballs on the turn-in?
Okay, apparently that forbidden tech did get patched. I didn't catch that. But chat, thank you so much for letting me know. Spirit resilience. Warp stone debuff remover. Improved duration. QSR, a little bit different than what we've seen out of some Owen Krills of late. Just really focused on duration extender. And oh my god, Obi-Kim is taking a ton of damage here. He's going to fall. No chance to escape from Demov here. But then again, he wasn't much of a threat, to be fair, at 19,000 souls. It's about what can Hoot do. And Sonic Sniper's not here, so honestly, this is the perfect time for Gooballs to force a fight.
Yeah, looking really good right now. Demov looking for his fight. Don't want to go through that as a small choke point. They found an isolated fight in Saint. So they're picking them off one by one. It's a 6 versus 4 right now. Sad for them that the mid boss is not up and available, but they should be able to roll this into at least one walker, potentially. They are cleaning up some of the map at the moment.
The Space Guardians might fall to this next wave unless someone gets there. I think ABL will be able to. OC's now trying to put out the damage. 34,000 souls. Gets swapped back in. He's not silenced, though. He does stone form away from the charge. Seismic Impact gets interrupted. And he's created the distance he needed to get away from the rest of Abraham, so we're trying to catch him.
So stabilizing there is Gooballs. Again, looking at these two walkers. So just cleaning up the map, actually, like prioritizing using those 2 kills instead of sieging the walkers to try and get as much souls as possible by taking neutrals and then buying up so that they can really ensure that they're going to be at, fighting strength, as well as having all the waves pushed on the map as well. And mid-boss is coming up in 2 minutes, so there is this window where you can take a team fight, and if it goes badly, you're not going to get punished to the max.
Gooballs look like they're trying to catch someone. It might be Saint. It might be Obi-Kim. Tom's leading the charge with his Warp Stone and his combo. You can hear it already going off, and they see everyone here. This might be 2 kills, actually. No chance for Obi-Kim to escape. Neither for Saint. And Hoot just left there like, well, I just got to back away. I got to try. Oh, he gets hooked in! He counterspells the knockout.
Counterspells? Oh, wow. Okay, so they're looking to send it in here. They can also take down the mid walker at the same time, Jason. So it is looking like this could be the shrines. You've got 3 deaths, 40 seconds to work with before players are up here for Abrahams. With the full force of Gooballs, more or less, in there, minus ABL. They are going to be able to do some serious damage here. But again, mid-boss up in a minute and a half, worth thinking about.
I was surprised to not see them stick around for the Phase 1 Patreon, actually. Considering they had a 5-on-3 and a very long time on respawns.
Yeah, and there's not too much farm on the map either, so there's not a lot to be done. And Urn is not spawning, so there's not much else to do.
And these waves keep crashing on their base Guardians. All that damage is being done just for minions alone. Let's use the Warp Stone again. And the charge put together. No Seismic Impact up and no life remaining either. This might be the go time for them? I don't know. They lost ABL. And I think mid-boss definitely should be the play for them. And again, like their base guard on the left lane. Like, look how low their base guardians are on the left and right lane. All from just minions. And it's going to fall. They get a free flex slot for that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting moment right now because I agree. Maybe they could have done more damage in the base. They decided to play it slower. But they do get some farm on the map. And the main thing, though, now is that mid-boss is coming. Mid-boss is going to be a really, really, really important game-winning moment for Gooballs. So they don't want to mess it up. And they have such a great tool at this stage of the game. It feels like having Bebop this late in the game with Hook on like the 7-second cooldown or whatever it is so insanely strong when you're in a spot like this looking for just that one kill.
They're immediately going to go for it. I don't know how easily you can contest this. You have Combusted Combustion. You have Lasso, but you want Hoot to be shooting. If he can get a lot of chip damage in here right now, it's going to be huge. You can already see D-Mob taking a big chunk from Hoot. The mid boss is going to fall in just a few seconds. And the poke, it's doing decent work. Now they have to go for the contest here without Together.
Yeah, everyone diving in on top of it, and the parries are coming. The parries are coming, and it's multiple rejuice there. All three from D-Mob, I think. Gooballs securing every last crystal. Exactly what they were looking for. There's the pick onto Obi-Kim to just finish it off. It's not quite the full team wipe, but it might as well be, because with 3 crystals, and they have the earn up too if they really want to go for it, but I don't think they even need to at this point. They can send it into the base. They already have their creeps sieging the walker on the left side, so this is the perfect setup for Gooballs right now.
Altogether, he's gone towards the right lane. Is he really trying to catch out Overseas to take away one of these rejuice? The counter spill come through to stop the charge, though. And Together, I guess he's just trying to counter push, trying to cause some pressure onto them, keeping 2 players back in towards their base. But he's been caught off guard towards the walker. He might be locked down. No combo up just yet, as OC's just decimating the base of Abraham's. And I see no reason for them to not stick around and finish this game.
Yep, Hoot, just hear that revolver so scary in the distance sounding off, but doesn't matter if it sounds scary because the patron is getting sieged right now and it is dying so incredibly quickly. Hoot's just having fun elsewhere on the map, and that's going to be the dub there coming through for Gooballs.
So we're going to a game 3 is what I'm hearing here. Gooballs bouncing back or rolling in to a 3rd and final match of the series. I think you can see Abraham's kind of gave it up towards the end there with Together pushing the right-hand side and Hoot trying to defend the left lane walker. But, credit to Gooballs. OCs was able to bounce back from the last game as they secured the IV in top 3 for him. And they looked much better here in match 2.
Excellent stuff, gentlemen. Just as we predicted, we're going to a game 3. DDK, how do you feel about these Gooballs? They find their way?
Yeah, they found their way. They bounced on through. They managed to win the situations that they needed to win the most. And after they had such a horrible start for key players like OCs, they proved that they got a lot more than just OCs.
Well, speaking of the Ivy, people were noting in the chat that they were looking quite fat at the end. Was that always the case, Kaplan? Where did you start to see the favor turn towards the Gooballs?
I don't know the time around where it happened, because I was definitely giving credit to Abrahams of dealing with OCs, not allowing him to free farm nearly as much as he's done in prior series. But there was definitely a point hit where he was able to just solo hold right lane, solo push left lane. He got the base gardens on the right lane for free. And I think that's when Abraham's maybe let things slip and allowed him to get just completely out of control.
I can't see anything that's happening, so you guys are going to have to talk through this, Dan.
Yeah, totally. I think it was very interesting to see just the fact that firstly that D-Mob is playing the Yamato instead of ABL. I think that's a very interesting sign for the team that not only is ABL able to play that role as well as he did, but that it gives a lot more versatility to the whole roster, because then Empty Dreams gets to play the pocket. They're so iconic on, and I think Empty Dreams, I think we've got to give credit to him too, because and Overseas, and I kind of called out at the beginning of the game, they were 2 really critical players because they had the most winning lane. Obviously, it's a really strong laning combo, but Empty Dreams was able to keep his farm up in the early portions of the game when Gooballs only won one of the 2 lanes. So we can't forget that. So they were kind of behind early on.
Is Vindicta a support character? Can she be played as a support?
Yeah, of course. Just go for Tether, go for Crows for the Shred. I don't think he ended up going Rescue Beam or something, because it would have been actually really nice to have to be able to pull someone back from being Bebop hooked in, but Obi-Kim really struggled for income, I think, for majority of the game. I actually want to take a look at the items he had. Yeah, so he had some barriers. He had a little bit of damage, counter spell. He didn't really have much to support with, to be honest, actually. And team bonus. 16% of his souls came from him being the lowest souls on the team, because the extra souls you get over time being the lowest one.
Yeah, that definitely says a lot. And Obi-Kim was picked as the first pick in a lot of fights, which makes sense. Vindicta is the most, or it might be the most immobile hero in the game. Very, very hard to get away if you get caught. So it does make sense. There's a lot of pick on Gooballs and a lot of mobility. So it's a very tough game for Obi-Kim. But look at the situation there with Empty Dreams. 32k. Obviously, you expect that from a pocket. And the earn play, I think that's got to be called out here too, because a lot of this game, I think, was turned for Gooballs on how they were able to secure urns and do so without giving up big team fights. They were able to use the doorways to take steal an urn away and then create fights that were more to their favor across the map.
It is the final Intel sponsored episode of the Night Shift. It's Fright Night, baby, and we are going to a game 3. It gets weirder over here. Stay tuned. See what DDK is wearing after this show.
Where did your holes go?
Oh, I'll show you.
There's a reason they don't hear about it.
I see the doorman.
I stopped their sniper.
It's over.
They're getting the horns now, baby. I see Ivy. They're getting the horns. They're getting the horns now, baby. I see Ivy. I see it first. Just take care of him, Maurice. I see Vindicta. I see Krill.
The detective fights for us all.
I see the doorman. I see the doorman.
Shoot him already.
Walker is under attack. Is under attack.
I see Infernus. Infernus down the roof. I see Infernus.
Infernus is down.
I hope you're feeling as sticky as DDK. It's Halloween, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm falling apart at the top, but Lash looks great in the middle. Let's just turn our attention there. Lash, it's the Halloween episode. You forced all of us to do costumes just so you could grow a mustache. Are you proud of yourself?
Very proud. I'm actually surprised you guys didn't know that ahead of time.
Oh, we knew.
Kind of obvious.
Yeah,
to be fair, it wasn't just for you guys.
Very supportive.
It was also
good.
for my wife. I had to tell her, like, baby, I gotta grow it out for the show. Like, I gotta do it for the show. And she's like, come on, I'm gonna divorce him. Like, but baby, for the show. And I don't know why I'm wearing this. It's just it's not even real anymore, to be honest. She left.
You just stay like this, Jason.
Yeah, this is definitely an upgrade over what we did have.
I'll love going to the gym like this. It'll be great.
DDK, can we talk a little bit about your mask and why haven't you put it back on? Can we get it on for all the new Deathy viewers that just got dropped off over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift?
Wait,
that
your
is now
headphones.
over
Yeah, okay.
1,356 subscribers.
Try to put it on the right way pocket. You know, it's very difficult.
Yeah. Kaplan's like, make sure you show me your holes. He's always focused on making sure you can breathe. He's a safety guy. He is kind of like our fire marshal here at Project Night Shift. Nice. Yes, the nose hole is really what sells your viscous over mine. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like DDK's viscous, say sticky icky. If you like my viscous, say keep on rolling in the chat. We got to keep this show rolling because the game 3 is ready. The players are ready. The draft, the bans, here they come. What do you get rid of first, Mr. Lash? Let's take it serious, guys. Serious show.
Oh, Mr. Lash, sorry. I was just lost in Dan's face here. I think you want to leave Kelvin open so you can potentially take him. Maybe you ban it. The thing is, you want Kelvin or you want Shiv? Because they ended up banning it first last time, considering Gooballs would have first pick. So they go the Yamato, so you don't have ABL or DMOB to play. Gooballs, you're spawn with Kelvin. So Abrahams is going to pick Shiv, and then Gooballs is going to pick Infernus Ivy. That's the first 3 picks.
If you
I think you nailed it.
And that face on the right was the first thing you saw. What's the reaction? What do you do? Like, he has a hand on each one of your shoulders, and you just woke up in bed. What do you do, chat?
I'm wondering how he got so far away from repairing the thermal drill. Like, that's all I'm thinking. He's about to do a heist.
I would think I'm still dreaming because actually, no, I shouldn't say what I was going to say.
Okay. Yep.
I'm gonna stop.
Okay, Kelvin's been left open, gents.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's what I saw.
They banned Paradox. Can't believe they've done this.
Cowboy comes to play.
You give Shiv.
Oh, you need a monster hunter, huh?
Okay. They didn't want Kelvin.
Were they trying to get him to pick Holiday or something? Like, what's going on? Why would you ban Paradox?
Because they didn't want to ban Kelvin, so they would force either Shiv or Kelvin pick for Abrahams, and then Gooballs could get the other one.
Man. It's a hard choice.
The value to Shiv over a Kelvin's kind of crazy, to be fair.
Fuck it, I'm going to need you to do something about your teeth. That's pretty creepy, man.
Just viscousy.
What's up, buddy? Oh, yeah, you didn't know, by the way, Puckett. This isn't just a shaved side. I actually have, so I kept the back. It's a little mohawk.
Show it.
Or a little mullet, sorry. I'm scared to turn my head around because you might see a
Don't be
bald spot.
scared. Don't be scared. We accept you.
Ah,
Guys,
nice.
does that look great? You are ready for the German disco, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Discoteca.
Oh, bring your oil.
Ja.
Ich hatte gerne eine Diskotheke.
Fraulein.
Do they call it that? I don't know.
Clearly, I speak.
That is embarrassing,
German.
Jason.
These teeth. We got Doorman locked in. We got a Shiv. We got
You got answers, by the way, Puckett. I see Sticky Icky. I see Sticky Icky, Sticky Icky, Sticky Icky, Sticky Icky. Keep on rolling. Sticky Icky. Keep it sticky. Sticky Ifky.
Yep.
Sticky Icky. Keep on rolling into chat.
Helping
Holy
people,
balls.
that's what I do.
Keep on sticky. It's
on
a tie.
sticky.
It's a tie.
I like the hybrids, Dan, but I think you really nailed it. Like, why have a mouth hole for your teeth when you could really just shove a nose, just a big tip of the nose right through? It's
That's what I mean, right?
It's
That's
so
what I mean.
phallic. Oh,
I feel like you have to go, Mina, because you know it's going to be banned out.
Okay. What are we banning now? I mean, this is really interesting because they don't get to play. So ABL, wait. Oh, they banned
Ban
Yamato. What is
Holiday?
ABL playing? Is he going to be on a Calico again?
Well, if you ban Holiday, Abraham's kind of needs to ban Bebop. Otherwise, Gooballs can get Bebop, and then you have no pick hero.
I'm sad.
Here comes the Viscous. Oh, he's gone.
Yep.
Out of here.
It's that viscous ban. That makes sense. Fuck, it's like I've had enough of this.
Get off the stream. Welcome back, dog. Lick those earrings. You know you want to.
Okay, where you going? Get your butt up here.
Do not
This
shock.
is this is a mess, isn't it?
But I need to
We don't have
Victor
to don't worry.
ban.
Up. Don't make me look stupid on stream. Good job.
Never do. You never do.
You look like last on stream. It's impossible for you to look stupid.
Guys,
Well, not next to you.
it's been 12 weeks now. Do we vote to speed up the draft
no more
yet?
hiding.
Are you guys still having fun? Like, I know like at the
I
start of
think-
the show, you're like, drafts are interesting. Other MOBAs really like to take a minute per character to break down the hypothetical situation that could or could not play out. As an ADHD kid, I'm like, you know the answers. Let's go to the back of the book, fill in all the blanks, and then get to the next chapter.
I think we
I
actually
like-
do it longer.
I like the draft. It could be shorter, but I think it's like I think it could be a little bit shorter. I do like
Chat,
the
you
draft.
guys teach me. I need to know why this part of the game is so important.
This is like a build order in StarCraft. It's like you gotta get it right.
Okay, this is
Otherwise, you
like-
just auto lose.
Now let's do it in terms he understands. This is like
I understand build orders.
the banning maps in
Diamond
COD
Protoss.
and CDL, right? You got to like
Yeah.
figure out what maps you want to play, and I think this is
Yeah.
like, you know,
But
how
we
quick-
do that
how quick
kind of
does that go?
fast. Like, why does this fucking take
Well,
3 minutes?
You controller players are built different, all right? You know, we need time.
No, I've seen other games. I've seen other titles with bans. I just never really understood why it took so long to make a decision. You know you're going to play this team. You're like a head coach in football. You got to have your game plan coming in. You got to have a few audibles up your sleeves, ladies and gentlemen. Let's speed this duck up as we get a Bebop in here. Player number 11 to participate in this final game fight for the Gooballs is...
I don't have sleeves, Bucket. Okay.
Viper gets
They've
back in.
done
I'm
it
mind
again.
blown. I'm mind
Going
blown.
back.
This is not trolling.
This
There is
this feels
one
like a better Viper
special
game.
viewer who is so excited in the chat right now. Shout out to you.
So should we theorize about the question that was proposed to us about Viper?
What was that, Jason? You gotta refresh my memory.
That, you know, if you thought about it, could technically Gun Viper still be viable right now? And I don't really know. I think it's tough to think about since
I thought it was
really
an
play
automatic
close proximity.
yes when you first asked the question.
Yeah, fucking thought that was going somewhere else. You got to be on the stream tonight. If you guys just tuned in, you will not know the in jokes here. But wait. So Jason, you think it's going to be a Gun Viper build? Is that what you're saying?
No. I just wanted to mess with you guys.
Okay, good, because that would be ridiculous. But I think this is a much better Viper game. We'll have to see if it actually pays off. But I think
Is it?
I think the wait, what's that, Jason?
Is it? I'm curious why you said that. I want to hear your argument for that.
Well, I think you got a lot of squishies that you can chase down like quite easily, and there's not as much. Actually, you know what? There's enough lockdown, because that's really the issue for Viper is lockdown. Actually, you got lasso, you got combo, you got stake, you got doorman's. You know what? I take it all back. This is a horrible game for Viper, and I don't know why they've done this again.
I just
And
wanted
if you
to
guys
hear
missed
your
it,
thoughts about it.
they did the Viper last pick on the first map as well.
Yeah.
It actually didn't look bad in the game, but they still lost that map.
Thank God that part of the show's over. We got a game 3 loading up, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Abrahams. It's the Gooballs. Lock in. One of these teams is walking away with $1,000 and a smaller risk of breaking up next week.
True. All right, Jason. Who's going to win this one? I feel like the Viper pick is interesting. It's kind of awesome because you're bringing Viper into your finals not once but twice. So there's got to be something to it, right?
Yeah, there has to be. I mean, she can be very slippery. You like if you play around her slide, it's also like very hard to chase her down. But I'm thinking more towards like gun build in that case, like with burst fire, so you can just like kind of slide backwards if you know the map well enough, and then get the extra speed to dodge away. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not like fully sold on the Viper, to be honest, yet. I think I don't know if she hasn't been figured out with the new Spirit builds, or if she's just not vile competitively like Drifter. I know if you guys watch Zera, he's been doing like 100 Drifter games, and every time I tune into his stream, I think he's like maybe 70 in now. He's just like complaining about how garbage Drifter is, and maybe Viper's in a similar boat, but I don't know. We haven't really seen it used too much competitively to really give it like the proper look-see-loo. If it's something that's viable.
Yeah, I think pro teams are getting much better at finding the synergies, and Viper's early laning is pretty nasty right now with the screw jab, dagger ends. You know, if you've got something good to combine it with, and you've got a Bebop here, so that's really nice, obviously, because Bebop with the hook is going to be able to pull people close range, which is where Viper's going to do most of the damage. With that said, though, Doorman and Holiday is insane damage output. It really is insane. I don't think they're winning this lane against Doorman and Holiday, Jason.
Yeah, it can be very, very painful. You see extra regen being picked up as well, realizing that it's going to be a pain to deal with this one. I think if you're Viper as well, you can't really push into this combo, because if you get knocked up by a barrel, you're kind of screwed. Like a knock up into a cart, or even the other way around, you're probably going to die because of how squishy you are. So it's a very tough lane for you to be aggressive in. If anything, you wait for a hook and you try to get as much damage as possible. And then there's a legitimate chance you could get a kill with the Envenom you have, especially if you can knock him into the Guardian.
Totally. And it is interesting too, because not only do you have the potential, like there's a huge amount of chunky damage that can be done between Hoots and Taz on the Holiday. The core bell as well, like, makes it easier to connect shots, and also the doors also make it easier to connect shots. So it just feels like it's a lot harder for Viper, being as squishy as she is, to be able to actually just survive anything on this lane. So last map, if you guys missed it, we actually did get a lane swap up. I think it was Abrahams that swapped up the lane.
Yep.
Early game.
It was with Obi-Kim on Vindicta, and he sent his Abrams over to middle, and then they sent Tasson Paradox over to play with Obi-Kim on the right lane.
And also to kind of catch you guys up if you did miss the first map as well, where Abrahams won, it was a map where Together started out in Shiv, and he got really ahead very, very quickly. He had an amazing Shiv game. So, you know, Shiv has been... The Shiv stocks continue to rise, actually. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and it's so funny because I remember... Like, NA didn't value... EU didn't value Shiv at all, I think, and then it was NA that did, and then EU finally caught back on to Shiv. Then he got hit with some nerfs, like with the rage nerfs, right? You used to be able to get it from just hitting creeps and hitting camps, and that no longer works. You have to hit enemies now. And then everyone stopped playing him. And then he started being playing again, and they I guess course corrected over committing to like how bad the nerfs actually were for him, which wasn't too bad altogether. But I mean, Together, to be fair, has always been one of the players who plays Shiv even before and after the nerfs. Oh my god, he parries Demon?
Oh! Got parried back. Yeah, that's nasty damage though. That's going to send Demon off the lane back to base. You never really want to have to go back to Fountain. Feels like way better to just buy healing right and stay on the lane.
So Overseas knocks back his wave to make sure they don't kill the opposing minions, so Demov doesn't miss the creeps, but also the lane inherently shoves that way, which then puts Hoot and Tass in a position to be hooked.
That has been banned, by the way.
Well,
No. So I clarified in DM to players on there. It's the glitch specifically where people will like glitch it so it doesn't move, and then you get like 4 creeps into nice. Because that's probably what Valve will fix. They won't fix the knocking stuff back. So knocking stuff back is okay, is where we settled on. But I made sure they handle in DMs because I realized like half the people read the captain's channels. So we shifted it up a little bit.
Well, thank you for the official ruling, ZP. If you have any more questions, head on over to our Twitter at DL Night Shift. You can also find our business email there where you could get involved on the Night Shift crew. Not really. We don't have enough space to hire you on the team, but if you want to sponsor us, we'd love to chat.
I was really hoping ZP would come in after Mitch said that with, well, actually.
Actually. ZP dropping the authoritative knowledge.
We still need one day for the Capineers to face off against the ZPers. One day it'll happen.
God, what an irritating lane this is to be on. Up against the Doorman and Holiday. It just feels terrible.
Yeah.
420.
It's just important you don't get hooked. And then it's, I mean, relatively easy to take the Guardians. You can see if like 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, they're going to have this one down.
Oh, man, the output is crazy. And the other thing that's a problem here too is that it just allows, you know, the Holiday player to hit that tempo or get that tempo started sooner into the game where we start to see the roaming, which is very dangerous. And start to, you know, it kind of can snowball into now, you know, being able to take other Guardians down much more quickly. And the problem with that too is that when the Sinners come about at the 8-minute mark, then, you know, the team that has the enemy Guardians dealt with has much more map control to be able to start like pressuring opponent or stealing even opponents' Sinners without as much risk.
Yeah, that's a very good point actually, as we talk about some of the minor changes teams are making to min-max as much as possible. ABL uses the Affliction just to buy some space to keep his opponents away. And Hoot's being left to farm up in the mid lane. Task gets a lasso onto Mr. Bebop himself overseas. Well, it doesn't matter. Tom's going to die to Obikim, who gets the snipe. He's got heal Bane picked up as well to help alleviate the amount of healing that a Kelvin can do. And actually, overseas is still alive. You're being chased down by Hoot.
He's going for it. The card comes on through. Did the card actually connect, or was it just out of range? I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter.
Connected.
Chases it down. And really nice. You know, you caught the snipe there for Obikim. Extra 250 souls for that assassinate, which is, I mean, as we saw, like Obikim was very poor in the previous map. So see if he can get off to a better situation in this game on the Vindicta. Oh my, it's so annoying. The fact that Pom is on Kelvin, we haven't really made too much of a mention of it. Oh, it's such a dangerous combo, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, lethal Venom is just really frustrating, but we can see, I mean, with mid lane losing their Guardian, they actually sent overseas and Demop here to the left-hand side to look for a Guardian themselves instead of pushing out towards the middle, but Obikim's going to rotate back to the left lane to help defend this. Hoot even rotated from behind. In the meantime, Abrahams has taken the right lane Guardian, so getting a very strong lead here in terms of control around the map. And overseas might go down. This tether perfectly landing, and oh no, the frozen shelter doesn't catch overseas, and Obikim snipes him out of the air.
Yeah, another huge pick coming from Obikim. This is also a little bit dangerous. Oh, very, very dangerous, in fact. Finishing blow from Together, and that Guardian's going to take some damage too. And there are some reinforcements coming, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to do too much to at least trade those kills. And I meant... Oh, go ahead.
No, just interesting build so far in leveling. The Screwjob Dagger isn't leveled for Demop here, which I think it means his ultimate, Petrifying Bola, is on level 2 now. So he's really going for, I think, the AoE control. I don't remember what the level 2 actually gives you. That's something I need to look up. But at max level, it gives you like the AoE stun.
Gives you Riz. Aura.
Of course. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah. And it is interesting because, you know, as rough as it might be with Viper, or at least... You know, again, we don't fully know what to expect, I think, from Viper. We didn't really get to see it properly in the first map. They do have Kelvin. Like, we can't forget that they have Kelvin. And we didn't bring into account the fact that Kelvin has, like, doesn't lose. Like, if people get to pick Kelvin, they don't lose at this level. So, we'll see if that stays true in this game.
Also interesting that we do have ABL in the pocket instead of Empty Dreams, who's playing the Infernus.
Yeah.
And something pointed out in chat, which I need to see when we get back to ABL. He went QSR.
Oh.
On pocket.
On pocket.
Apparently. Oh, that's a dead. Should have been a dead task. We didn't have lethal venom, it seemed.
Well, Empty Dreams is looking to farm up, looking to buy the guys in. We've got Hyper Beam pulled out there. Obikim is going to get absolutely beams, literally, I suppose, hyper beamed. And we obviously are in the territory of Sinners spawning, or having spawned at the 8-minute mark, and the urns are coming up soon as well. Pretty even overall on the souls, more or less, but in terms of the overall map control, and where are we right now? Looks like it's an advantage. Abrahams, they still have that mid Guardian up, fully healthy, full health. I can't figure out how to say that, Jason.
It's the viscous costume.
I know, it's damaging my brain.
I got baited by chat. There's no QSR. It's Majestic Leap Cold Front.
Okay, I was gonna say that would be ridiculous.
If he was going Glock it, I could understand, but Yeah, no. That's also the crazy thing with ABL and Empty Dreams is that they're, I mean, back on the 1-win days, they were both very, very good on pocket.
Yep.
So you always have that double threat. And then the thing is, like, the advantage of having like 2 really good pocket players that if you pick pocket, it's not like one person has to then play that one hero. Like you think of Buff Enjoyers back in the day with Michaelis, if they pick Paradox, well, guess what? You can't get Michaelis's pocket because he has to play the Paradox. So someone else needs to play the pocket that's not as good as him.
Yep. Oh, dodging the assassinate by a hair or 2. Oh, you can see the laser scope there. Will catch him in the end. Obakim's gotten at least 3 assassinates right now. You can see he's got 9k souls. So for the support of Indicta, is actually in a pretty good spot in terms of the souls. But speaking of being in a good spot, we are looking at OCs right now.
A large belly. The father Jason Kaplan smiling at her bedside as she has contractions.
Don't snakes have late
Haiku
eggs?
by Viper Pregnancy Enjoyer.
Oh my god. Can I get that printed and put into a frame that I can put on my wall? Poetry.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping you except maybe your wife.
Is there a world where we get this person or snake, whatever they identify as, to sponsor one show and then we have to do call outs for this person of whatever they want? Oh wow, great urn turn in.
Yeah, that's the luxury of having a doorman. So that I feel like that was a decisive advantage in the previous map, was having ABL on the doorman for Gooballs, but now, you know, she's on the other foot or something.
If Viper was to wear pants, I'm trying to think, how would it go?
MC Hammer style.
I could dig it. Oh, we did have the urn turned in for Gooballs. I was trying to go somewhere with it, thinking of like, you know, if a horse wore pants or like a dog wears pants, where do the pants actually go?
Just put it on and just like make that a prompt on Grok or ChatGPT.
Well, it's just
find out.
The snake's just like a tube, right? Like, so it just goes on the lower part, I guess. So it's really not as crazy. I thought it would be in my first thought.
Like a toilet roll tube, a bunch of those put together.
Viper gank on the right hand side as we do have a combo go in onto OCs, trying to take him down. Frozen Shelter used to keep him alive. It doesn't catch any of the opponents, but at least keeps the Mina alive here for the fight.
Yeah, looking to chase a little bit. Still looking to pursue this one. Be careful because reinforcements is coming. Inclusive of together on that Shiv. Actually, though, looks like Shiv has found a different fight in mid. In the meantime, it still looks pretty good here for Gooballs on this right lane. But be cautious though, you have a lot of squishies, so the fight can turn pretty quickly. Now, looks like Abrahams are gathering up together. Nice catch coming on through. A combination of the snipe and together in for that frag, and that's exactly what we're talking about. A bunch of players that are pretty low on HP. Able to get cleaned up, and this might turn into a Walker. This Walker's half HP. This is problematic. There is not enough to really stop this, potentially. There is a Bebop coming in the back. Overseas does have Hyper Beam, so he can zone them away with that, but his positioning needs to change. He's going to go high up, and looks like Abrahams will try to find their way around this.
Nice. Good use of the fly away to stay alive. Also keeps his teammate up too with Saint. And I think it's what's so funny is it seems like they're just pushing OC's lanes. He tries the right side to farm up, they push the right side, so he doesn't have the ability to free farm. He goes middle, they start to then group up middle to push him back. I think maybe that's one of the answers they're trying to go with to limit his farm. So he's only at 14k. I mean, only he's leading the lobby at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. It does feel like he's getting way more pressure than he did over the weekend. He's still doing a great job staying on top of things, but it is definitely a harder game. Okay, so that's a huge gathering from Abrahams.
Is D-mode maxing? Yeah, he maxes Slither. So if I remember correctly, Slither max rank gives you the extra resist while you're sliding.
Yeah.
So he makes you a little bit more tanky. And he also has active reload. So without leveling his Screwjob Dagger, I believe he's actually going to be heading towards a gun build with the Viper.
Okay, that's going to be really interesting to see. If there was more lockdown, I would believe in it more. But they didn't really have lockdown per se. You know, Kelvin Dome I don't really count. I suppose, you know, the ice beam a little bit, but not true lockdown, not true CC. And the bebop, I mean, bebop hook is kind of it. That's not really CC, but anyway.
Gets knocked back into the wall. Frozen Shelter coming in to save Empty Dreams, gets sent into the Baroness Hotel, which means who is locked inside of the Frozen Shelter. And actually, I think they're going to get a kill from this. Like, the healing comes in and helps them out, but they get enough damage in that they can kill him off. And potentially another one over onto ABL. Or sorry, that was a Demoff. I think he got rescue beamed back.
Oh, are we doing mid-boss? They're at least going to force the baits here and get us to scream. And is there anything in the way of tools here? No. One of the reasons they're likely going for this is no Frozen Shelter, no Affliction, no tools here for Gooballs. They just have to throw their bodies on top of this if they want to challenge it. And they're committing, Jason.
They have Nox Nostra, though. You can see it going. Oh, no, I think it went too early. At least forces them away from the region of Crystal. Majestic Leap in, gets stuck on the pipe. He can't get on top of this to stun anyone, to parry. And there's the stomp from the Ivy Sink. Gets the first one as parries are coming off left and right. And eventually we see Gooballs get 1 out of the 2, but they get the kills. They clean out all the crystals out of Abraham's, and Gooballs massively coming in with a huge fight.
How on earth did they pull that one off? This looks so clean as well. And they might get even more kills as they try to... Oh, the hook just barely misses. But still, enough players maybe to try to do this. Look at the movement in the air there. The escape coming on through from Hoots. Not Hoots, sorry, from Taz. It was Holiday the last map. But actually looks like he's going to get away. How on earth did they win that fight so cleanly?
Chat, help me out here. So actually you get a shield whenever you start sliding as Viper instead of getting the resist. So thank you for that, chat. It's been a while since I played Viper. It's good to know that that was one of the changes. But how did they win that fight? Honestly, I don't know. They forced him back, and then I think all the parries with an Affliction on top of it. Everyone group trying to go for the actual...
They didn't have Affliction.
You didn't have Affliction.
No, they didn't have any ults.
Cooldown. Oh, yeah, they had Nox Nostra. That was it. But it was used super early into the fight. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know how they win that fight, actually.
That's why I was so shocked, because they basically just had to go in dry, and they seemed to win so cleanly that I'm like, okay, well, you had no ults to do that with. So I don't know, how did he do that? Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it's so hard to tell sometimes in Deadlock when everything's flying in the mid-boss pit. Okay, here we go.
No, he did have Affliction.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, he had a 5-man Affliction.
Okay, well, there we go. That makes more sense then. The 5-man Affliction, that's how you do it. Oh my god. ABL deleting them with that Affliction. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty big, honestly. They don't win that fight unless he hits that Affliction. Big win out of production for sure. And big win out of Gooballs here. They do hit the souls pretty much together at 90k, but the problem is Abrahams are able to get a kill on the right side onto Palm once again. He's only at he's at 10,000 souls. He's got that Obi-Kim budget from last game.
Yeah. It's not going to matter though, if they're able to still make it work anyways. Oh, able to...
Oh, the bleed?
Yeah, the serrated knives. They are nasty. The killing blow.
Cut them down, Shiv.
Let's take out Mina.
I always find it interesting to look at like Shiv builds. Together, he maxed serrated blades, and then he has level 2 on his dash. And I believe his ultimate, I want to say is level 2 now. But I really want to like talk to like a Shiv main of why you would want to max your dash over maxing your killing blow. Because I feel like when you don't really get these like single fight. Oh, that's a big sack. These single fights out of Shiv. Like there's always room for killing blow to reset and to turn into more kills, but they don't really go for that so early, and I wonder why.
Well, I think it's partially due to the when you get Slice and Dice max on rage, you can just pop it in the middle of the fights. Does it have to be level 3 for that?
Yeah, it has to be level 3. So, and I don't think you max Slice and Dice before you max Killing Blow, or at least I would assume you wouldn't.
No, not on some of the builds I've been looking at recently. Usually Killing Blow tends to be last from.
I see the enemy.
Oh, hello. You got this, Dad?
Okay. Well, good defense coming on through from Gooballs, managing to send back Abrahams there. Obviously, that Affliction really, really annoying to deal with. It's such an important ult. Oh, look at the IV action coming on through from Sanya Sniper being quite a presence on this left lane. So he has to, it's kind of this 1v1 between Sanya Sniper and OCs. Oh my god, OC's actually getting chunked by that. Could Z-bomb a bit. They're kind of pushing against each other there. So it's almost a 1v1. And in the meantime, pressure in the mid lane, pressure on the right lane from Gooballs. So they've got this macro under control. They've got more map control overall, Jason. They can kind of like pick and choose how where they put the most pressure and then what their opponents are forced to react to.
Right now, for me, it's about, are you going to position for these buffs, and you can position for the urn. It's going to spawn on the left-hand side. And again, the Bebop's always so threatening when you go for the pickup or the turn-in. And ABL waiting for his affliction to come back up, also trying to bait in potentially task for a fight on that right side. But that Walker's very low, so Gooballs, if you're going to go over towards his left side to contest urn, you don't necessarily need to take it. Just allow ABL to push. He's going to have a Walker for free. I don't think Task can really fight him, even though he does have 3k more souls.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Okay, well, the urn is certainly going to be won by Abrahams. And okay, we'll be together to pick that one up. So far, the right lane is under control by Gooballs, so it's going to be a fight for this one, you'd assume. And I wonder, are we trying to find a pick here on the players making their way across? Because we've got 4 players right now from Gooballs that are not on the right side of the map, and they might not be able to stop this. Affliction's up, though, and Dome is up as well.
Well, they're going to teleport over. I think they're hoping that there's a delay. So just run it in for the turn-in. And with the door, it's going to go directly into a dunk. First time Abrahams has been able to use that against Gooballs, where we saw it used in the last game. And a combo is also hit onto Empty Dreams. Petrifying Bullet comes in to stop out Mo. Shut down Saint for now. And it looks like Empty Dreams will survive, but they're still taken here for Abrahams, and they have a nice 7k lead.
Yeah, he's using the rooftops here to their advantage, so they don't have to... They can kind of skirmish, but not commit to a fight. So, unfortunate for Gooballs. I think you're right. You know, they're looking for a catch. Didn't expect maybe the insta turn in, and they get to the fight a little bit too late. So that ends up being a win for Abrahams. But it is a marginal difference in terms of soul lead at the moment. A lot of neutrals on the left side of the map up on both sides right now. And a few minutes until that next turn is going to spawn. So we're kind of back in this stalemate where both teams are prioritizing wave shoving on all lanes to maintain as much control as possible. But no one's looking really for picks right now.
Tass is a believer, by the way. Got the glass cannon as well. He's got K-Dash. I think Petrifying Bullet coming up next here for Demov on his next boon. And honestly, that's gonna make this next mid boss very simple for them to secure. So when you go in to group up and take the crystals, you just hit the entire team with Petrifying Bullet, and you're parry free. You can just go and straight get all 3 of the crystals. And then once the Petrifying Bullet, disperses, guess what? You have an affliction to back it up with. So if I'm Abrahams here, I just don't go for mid boss unless these are on cooldown. This is like too risky for them. Even with a frozen shelter on top of that, there's no world in my head that Abrahams try to force a mid boss.
Yeah, that's a really great call out. They need to definitely confirm by forcing out the ults at the very least. And they can definitely do that. You know, if they can do that around an urn fight. They can do that around walker fights. There's 3 walkers up at the moment. So all they have to do is just try to force out ults.
It might just come down to a next urn take here in 2 minutes of time. And there's still a lot of jungle to farm. An early Spirit Burn I feel like picked up for OCs here. But then again, he's like, yeah, 26k. I think one problem I worry about is that Together's really tapered off in terms of farm, only at 20k. And this was very similar to the first match we had between these two teams, where he had a strong early game presence. Mid game, he kind of fell off, and then he came back late game once he had his killing blow maxed. And that's what's one of the secrets to success for them in match 1.
Yeah, it is quite reminiscent.
I see the doorman.
Things have slowed down so much. We had a 2-2-2 set up for both teams for a moment, but more of a gathering on the right side of the map now. Weakest Walker might be under attack.
Combo.
Using that high grounds to reposition. They do not want to rip these ults. No one really wants to rip their ults right now, especially not these high value mid-boss ults. They're falling off the right side Walker now.
I saw Saint coming in with Veil Walker, and I was wondering, is he going to get a Warpstone combo onto someone? I think the ideal target right now would be like D-Mob, most likely, at least in that last situation. considering he's the only one that can clear you off of other people. No way. No, you do not go mid.
They could try to bait it and then fight around it. And that looks like that's what they're going to do. This is the situation that you said they should avoid. Is this a bait? Is it real life? We'll find out momentarily. Okay, they use the door to come out and get a pick. It's genius. And it's straight onto the Kelvin dome. Oh, he pops the dome right in the middle of that fight before he goes down. And that's going to buy some time for his teammates at least. Gooballs, can they make anything of this right now? It was an amazing, amazing tactic going through the door. Sanya Sniper takes down another. Overseas is out of the fight too. Demov, though, he's able to get Overkim. So with that kill, rolls into Who dying as well. So evening things up a little bit. Still very risky business. Bowler finally comes into play. Gooballs trying to get the better of this basement fight, but it is getting a bit away from them right now. And everything's on the line here. That mid boss is still up and available.
That was a 400 IQ play for sure, man. You put it in a spot they're not expecting to look to see a door. And the second you try to go to contest, they come busting out of that door directly at you, catching out the most ideal target of Palm as well. And it looks like they're going to go back for the mid-boss here. There's no Affliction. There's no Nox Nostra. There's nothing to really stop them. No Petrifying Bola. It's just going to be a clean on 4-on-2 fight here. And if I'm Gooballs, I don't know if you can test this. They're going to try, though.
They are trying to contest it. Can they get any crystals out of this? 2 crystals for Abrahams and 1 goes to Gooballs. So it might be worth it here, potentially. That crystal is going to get burned. Can they take anybody down, though? It's not going to happen. There's just too many players. Overwhelming force from Abrahams. So 2 crystals it is.
I kind of really dig the way Sanya played that, too. On the Ivy, and after using the stone form to get the stun, all he did was just slide and shoot at people. Instead of trying to go for parries, instead of trying to go for, confirming the rejuve or something like that, he's just going for damage because he knows he can kill them if they're going to sit there trying to parry or melee the crystal over and over again. Really like that of him, and it looks like Together is stuck in a wall.
Oh no. Look at that unstuck button. Yeah, that doorman play, that is... Oh, is he still stuck?
Still stuck in a wall. He's unsticking now. He's good.
All right, all right.
And they get the earn too. Wow, this is a massive power play for Abrahams. Look at this 22k lead now, and they have a right lane walker extremely low in health.
Oh, what is Hoot found here? He's found a Pocket. All right, Pocket is looking to get out of there, and ABL will... Is he going to make it out of here? I don't know. There's a lot of damage behind him. These barrels... Oh, okay. Well, Spirit Burn. Okay, now Hoot's in trouble. He's going to use the lasso there and take OCs in with him for a little ride and executes him off the back of the lasso.
Well done by Hoot with the luggage cart there to save Tass's life. Knocks him into a wall, and they should be able to get a Guardian off of this if Saint just commits for it. Or sorry, Walker. That'd be the last Walker of the game. A massive lead, 34,000, just like that. Even Spellbreaker now being picked up for Tass. Juggernaut for Together. This is a slow bleed now for Gooballs, and the response to get back into this, I feel like you really depend on Overseas to hit these hooks. And at least I will say this, Overseas to me, the best Bebop player in EU. Not when it comes to gun build, but comes to hitting the picks at the right time. He's phenomenal.
I totally agree. I just have to, also mention as well that I love how the teams at this level are now starting to really understand, or they themselves play macro well enough that they can get the most out of the doorman in these scenarios where only doorman can enable a play like that. For example, that we saw at the mid boss that has turned the game into what we see now.
Oh, some big stacks on ABL. Oh my god. Plated armor picked up for Together too. He's extremely tanky in ABL. I think he's just gonna bleed to death or just get assassinated with the killing blow. And he does have the resets on it now too. So Together, 28,000 souls is a massive threat. They already have the first kill on the ABL. The second shrine honestly should fall. The Hyper Beam can only do so much. This first stage Patreon going to be on the cards next.
Yeah, trying to zone them away, but it's, yeah, like you say, so much damage done almost just instantaneously. They are at such great risk now. Oh my god. Oh, I mean, it was a nice catch, but it looks like Overkin will get out of that one. Wait, are they just going to go for this? The dome is forced to be dropped here to try to stop this, but it looks like Gooballs are going to die here because it is Abraham's unrelenting on the patron. They are not going to escape this base. They're going to take it home with this. Beautiful work from Abrahams. What a game from them.
Well done as well. As you mentioned, that one play at mid, getting the door, getting the kill into Palm and transition that into more kills. Eventually the mid boss on top of that, a huge lead generated for Abrahams. And, you know, they look pretty damn good. Hoot and Obi-Kim looking pretty solid on this roster. But boys, stay on buff enjoyers, man. Don't let that team die. We need more teams in EU. We need to have more than just a 2-horse race.
How does Taz get to 40,000 souls and Kelvin on 16K?
Yeah. It sucks.
Yikes, Palm! I'll say it out loud. Yikes, what was going on? We thought Kelvin was a guaranteed victory just 1 week ago. Now it seems that the guy who picked the best character had the worst game in the lobby. I'm not good at Deadlock, so I'm not going to judge the pros, but the math ain't adding up to the guy with the smoky background, Jason Kaplan.
I think, to be fair, Tass was meant to be more of a carry. And I think Hoot was playing more support, just taking a look at the items. So I think Hoot wasn't gifted as much farm as Tass was. And then if you compare Hoot and Palm together in terms of souls, that's going to be more accurate of what you'd expect.
So I guess
will say that too.
Very close. Where does it get crazy?
A lot of the team fights where, you know, you maybe expect Kelvin to have like a lot of value. Abrahams were using Doorman to such a great level that they didn't get into a lot of these tricky team fights where the Kelvin was going to be enabled as hard, I think, as well. I think Doorman is quickly becoming, amongst these top teams, a must pick.
You were talking about the affliction here. For those unfamiliar with the frogs, what went down right there, and then what changed the game with the Doorman a little bit later?
Oh, this play right here, right? They bait out Doormans. They know Gooballs are going to try to contest it. And they catch him out complete with a door opening last second in a position that you're not really going to expect if your Gooballs coming around a core. You're not going to expect it to be above you on the building you're turning the corner on. They catch out Palm. They turn it into some more kills. And then Gooballs go for the contest with only 2 players, and they quickly get dispersed. Really big turnaround right there, even considering what happened before that with the steal, with the affliction going off.
DDK, we got a game 3 out of some new squads from the EU. We saw a fantastic Lash cosplay. Jason Kaplan will never go back to his normal self. And you and I sweat our balls off in Amazon rented spandex. How did you feel about the Fright Night?
Awesome. We got awesome Deadlock today, actually. It was really cool to see the matchups that we had. It was fun to see the Furies in on that challenger match. We saw them do some serious work on the weekends in the Trolley Open, so it was cool to get to see them again. I think they're a really great team with and they play the game a little bit differently, and they have really good players. But then to see the kind of all-star matchup that we just go to 3 maps, we saw amazing Doorman play. We saw the Viper picked twice, and I wouldn't say the Viper was the reason that they lost the game either. You know, it was just really awesome top Deadlock.
Did Viper win any games tonight?
No.
Yeah, maybe it was the reason they lost. We'll talk about that, as NA will never use her a week from now, as we come at you every single week. It's the night shift. Kaplan, we got to take a look here at our MVP. Who had the biggest impact, in your opinion?
Yeah.
Was there a star from the Abrahams tonight? Because they brought in some new faces on the lineup.
I had to think about it for a little bit. And I don't know if Dan agrees with me on my choice, but I went with Together because his Shiv was definitely a pivotal point in them winning the 2 matches they did in that series.
I think you can make an argument for Together. You can make an argument for Hoot, I think, as well. But I'm not mad at this at all. I think Together's performance on Shiv made it count. You know, it's a super high tier pick at this point, and part of it is because Together is able to show how high a level you can get out of it.
And I think if we talk about like the early game, he definitely showed off in both of the matches, having a really strong presence. Again, in mid game, he kind of faltered a little bit, but in the first map alone, the resets on his killing blow was one of like the big factors of them able to win that match and turn things around, because it was looking like it was all going to be for Gooballs in that match. And even in the third match, very similar as well, building like very smart, like plated armor. He was this massive tanky front line for them in game 3 that they really couldn't deal with. And then once he got, again, killing blow online, there was just nothing that could stop him.
Most comfortable in your face, Together with some more massive plays. He gets your MVP for the Fright Night shift. An 11 kill spree, and then the sprees continued. Is Shiv his best character? I thought it was Yamato. What are we saying is his best available in the pool, DDK?
For ABL?
together?
Together? Yeah, I feel like Shiv. I think like you got to give it to the Shiv right now. The impact is so heavy, and it is the number 1 pick. So I mean, yeah, Shiv is definitely the most impactful hero in his pool right now for sure.
I think if you're going to first pick Shiv over Open Kelvin, that tells you that they rate his Shiv higher than a Kelvin on their team for sure.
Great call outs there. Fantastic highlights. Congratulations to Together. You earn another $1,000 prize. That will make it 4 of the last 12. Together and Crew getting the job done with some special help as you see Obakim and Hoot in the mix tonight. On the other side, D-Mov left to go play with ABL. The Buff Enjoyers are still looking for their 6th man. So if you think you got what it takes in Europe, too late. I'm sure they already have someone picked up on the phone. They got it all sorted out. Taking a look at the numbers here, GDK, anything you're looking at?
I mean, the expected output on Together, of course. I think, what's cool is just seeing the kill participation for everybody on the Abraham side. One thing that's been really cool about them as a team is their team play and their synergy. And you can see it there and just in all of the assists. Obviously, one thing that's interesting is that, Hoot doesn't actually have as much damage that I expected. His impact with his utility, though, was so enormous that if you just looked at the stat page, you wouldn't really understand how impactful Hoot was.
For sure.
Bruh, what a game. 3 from EU in your grand final, and we still have 2 more matches to go. It is the night shift, and we're only halfway through. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you for watching the European portion. Jason Kaplan, what should we know about the winners here? The Abrahams have a special guest joining us live.
Well, as we bring in this special man, it's not someone who is someone who is very accustomed to being on the Abrahams roster, I guess is what I was trying to say before he did leave and eventually join Buff Enjoyers. We got our man Hoot here for an interview to talk about, well, hopefully not just this series, but to talk about over the weekend and what went down in the Trolley Open. I guess I'll start things off. Hoot, how do you feel like the series went for you guys? Like, how did you guys adapt to who is going to play what? And how did the whole drafting phase go for you guys, considering you had to slot in Obi Kim and yourself into a roster that was already standing?
Yeah, I think we just have in general heroes that can be flexed around me and Obi Kim with their current roster of Abrahams. So we kind of just swapped around their heroes and gave them some new heroes to pick from. Saf usually was on Doorman, and now I'm on Doorman. Obikim played Vindicta as well. So we kind of just slotted ourselves in pretty easily.
So I want to ask, actually, in terms of your hero pool, what do you rate as your top 3? Because I feel like I've seen you play a lot of different heroes, and I feel like your level on so many different types of heroes and playstyles is really high. So I wouldn't even know where to place you necessarily. And from other players, it's more obvious.
Yeah, I don't think I can say my top 3 heroes. I play too many. I can't stick with one hero and just play one hero. It just becomes too boring. So I just play everything basically.
And I think that's why we all love watching your stream. Hoot, you have been one of the successful folks on the streaming front, but more importantly, on the competitive front. What do you think is your strongest portion of your game right now in Deadlock?
You mean streaming or competitive?
Sorry, just about your individual play style, your characters, your thought process. What do you think makes you a great player?
I would like to think my macro is pretty good and my shot calling. I think I can see. I look at the map a lot, and I would like to think I say the good calls.
And then in a situation like tonight, where you're playing with a unfamiliar squad or a less familiar lineup, do you still make the big calls? Does everyone look at you regardless of what team you're on, or how do you contribute mid game?
I mean, I've played with Abrahams before, I think 2 months ago or something. So it was like we're still friends and we still talk to each other sometimes. So it was pretty easy to just come back and play with them. And
for the Buff Enjoyers, who are we not friends with?
We're not. I'm still friends with everyone. I'm friends with everyone.
We're all still friends of you. And they got some bad blood. Go ahead and finish the thing off, guys.
So I think it's important because we only did a winner's interview after the Trolley Open. I want to hear your thoughts on how the grand finals went for you guys and then into the inevitable loss against Mel Team. Like what went on between each game, the drafts, what was like the downfall for your team? Hit us up.
I think in the finals we just got annoyed that we lost because we just felt like we shouldn't have lost. We had a lead throughout the entire game and lost on only mid boss basically. But I don't think anything really went down on that. It just like morale went down a little bit, but it wasn't like everything didn't just collapse from that. It was just annoying.
Let me clarify a little bit because I just want to know what happened between each match for you guys. And like what was the vibe within the team? Was it just kind of like, ah, crap, we lost the map and then we have to go into the next one, or like what kind of happened within like the roster?
I think there was no like sadness, I guess you would call it. I feel like we were just just annoyed about losing and
just don't beat us.
Yeah.
Pissing us off. I get it. Hoot, well, you didn't have to worry about losing today. You get the job done in a best of 3. Thank you for joining us in the winner's circle. We hope to see you again next week.
Yeah, thank you.
That is Hoot. That is the Abrahams locking up $1,000 for the EU final. This is Jason Kaplan and DDK wrapping up things from the EU side. Mr. Lash, best moments from the day. What will you remember about Friday night?
You know, I never thought. Oh God, I'm trying to think of how to say this without getting in trouble.
You can say it.
You playing with your holes, I think, was probably the highlight of my night. Seeing you stab a pen, I think that was, through your mouth to create a hole, to create one for your eye. I think it was only one eye you made a hole for. Seeing Dan somehow twerk on air. I never thought I would see Dan twerk, but you know what? That's going to stand with there. It's been good, man.
Yeah, we are... We're not paid enough for our creative brains, but we're going to get there one day. In the meantime, thank you all for joining us tonight. I'm kicking you off because ZP has been working on his cosplay for 2 months. He's hired the best folks in all of Minnesota to contribute. We do the big reveal on the other side of this break.
Welcome back. It's the Sticky Icky, your host for the night. I am Chris Puckett, aka the Viscous, the Guru, whatever you want to call me. You have to stay with me throughout the show. But I'm not alone. I've kicked off the old casters to upgrade, and I brought in some of the best dressed. This man will put you in cuffs and take you to places you don't want to be. He goes by the Thunder Down Under, aka Uber Leslie. How are we feeling tonight?
What's good? Yeah, you know, I got the cuffs. They're hanging on the wall, though. You know what I mean? Not really appropriate for broadcast, but I might take the cake for the lowest effort cosplay out of everybody, but that's fine. I have a hat.
You're the only one who works out, though, so it kind of works out in your favor.
That is Dan Erasure, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I thought like Dan would just kind of mauled about that for a little bit, but Dan, suck it. Look at those guns, Jason Kaplan. You could grow those one day. In the meantime, we got to introduce another beast from the East, all the way from Minnesota. He's been horny since he was born. We welcome in the Abrams.
That's right. You know, sometimes you look at this and go, I gotta go blue. I gotta grab some horns. I gotta grab an old winter jacket. Dressed up with a tie, and you know, you're good to go.
That is too elite. That is hats off to ZP. Literally, my hat is hurting me. No.
Well done, buddy. Well done.
Nice job,
yeah,
man.
You kind of look like Vindicta over there, or Yamato, I should say. Yeah. It's a weird combo. I don't know who your parents are, but I do know I'm gonna have fun with you guys tonight legally. Let's take a look here at our tournament, because as always, it's a format you're familiar with. Two challengers will fight for the honor of playing in our NA final, where $1,000 is up for grabs thanks to our friends at Intel. This opening matchup is going to feature two teams you just saw in the Trolley 10K. We, of course, have the Melee Creeps taking on Kawaii Crew. Now, Kawaii Crew made it deeper than we thought in groups, fell short of a championship Sunday. Melee Creeps were the talk of the town with the speed run of the bracket, ZP Abrams.
Yeah, I mean, Melee Creeps looked really good. Of course, John's Bebop looked even better, but there have been some changes. Last time around, chat was pretty brutal. A lot of Lord Hinomo and Floorman spam, and while I don't think it's related to where it was at, we do have a change. Lord NM no longer Melee Creeps, replaced by Ido, and I think that is a permanent change. I think because I was seeing Ido tweet about like, yeah, I'm excited to be in comp again and go from there. So it is going to be a shift up here for Melee Creeps, but still a tough road ahead for the Kawaii Crew.
Love that. Honestly, like Ido's talked about like being on either side of like pro play or not in sort of streaming, but Twitter recently is really enjoying it. So great to see him obviously not only having a good time, but also on a top team to showcase his skill.
Do you think this is kind of like a Seagull Dallas Fuel situation, though, where you're just signing a streamer who's also really fun to watch?
Seagull in his day was like one of the best like DPS players in the West for sure. But you know, I think maybe brought onto the Dallas Fuel. But the thing is, Ido is currently like a top player, right? It's not like he had the reputation, then like, you know, fell off a little bit and then got picked up because of name value. The guy he's one of the best players we've got.
Let's keep the show moving as we take a look at the roster, shall we, ZP? Who do you want to talk about first?
Yeah, let's talk about Kawaii Crew, because I got some info here. If people have been missing some of the recent broadcasts, you know, Kawaii Crew, the one thing they do have, it's the NA special for an up-and-coming team, and that is nothing less than a whole bunch of players that are really good at one particular hero. You can catch Fred the Finch always streaming on Twitch, and usually half naked at the same time.
Who's the Viscous?
LARP Noodles is the Viscous.
Thank you. Sorry, back to Fred.
Name, by the way.
Also Leviathan, though we got Leviathan in there as Paradox. Leviathan known for having a really good sojourn. Can even in the Trolley tournament bring out the Dynamos. So, I mean, this is a team that is kind of in step one of the planning, where you know, they're good enough to get in comp, a lot of Eternus players, but can they put it together against the best of the best?
Did bro just say really good sojourn?
No.
Am I hearing things?
I said Dynamo.
I think, I think
he said Leviathan has a really good sojourn. I'm like, okay, look.
Oh, wait, no.
What about Deadlock, bro?
How in the world did that? I haven't even said the word
sojourn. It's a railgun?
No. Sinclair is where I was getting at.
Gotcha.
Sinclair, like the guy with like the top hat and the pointy stick, and he's like, I'm gonna zap you.
Yeah, that guy.
Okay.
Unreal like lane pressure, just a real bully, and also gets to copy any of those initiator ultimates that are on other heroes. So I do hope we get a bit of that. We got him mixed in last week a little bit in EU, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something I've definitely got my eyes out for show.
ZP, I can't see through this mask, so let's talk about the other team, I assume. What do you think is going to happen with what's on screen?
I can't see either.
I mean, probably not double Abrams in this instance. Ido probably going to be on Mina, if anything. Ido's been still playing a lot of Mina. I expect it's going to be a high priority pick for melee creeps coming on in here. I also feel like if you're going against melee creeps, maybe you respect ban the Bebop still. I don't want to go against John's Bebop. I don't know if anyone wants to go against John's Bebop right now. I think you put that one to bed.
Yeah, it's too good. Even with like capacitor being nerfed a little bit, right? That was kind of like, you know, one of the upsides, right? Is you have like a capacitor carrier and like someone who can initiate and also have a really bully-esque lane all in one. I think it was like playing alongside the doorman sometimes as well. It was like a really scary combo to see. Like this team, yeah. Oh, we know what Ido can do, right? He was one of the earliest proponents of Mina, loves those high skill cap, like high movement potential heroes. So expect to see him continue to showboat a little bit out there. No one doesn't really like him. So this team, I thought Mortal Name was great. He's great, right? He's not passed away. Let's be clear about it. Still alive and well, I'm sure. But Ido definitely adds as another element to this team. But he's also someone who's probably going to be asking for a bit of farm priority. So maybe, an adjustment of role inside the game for these guys.
Does Fishcake have the best name of the 6 players on that squad?
It's not
Honestly,
a LARP Noodle, but it's pretty good.
Is LARP Noodle better than Fred the Finch? I think it is.
I don't know. I feel like Fred the Finch sells the entire thing when you look at the stream. And again, it is just literally the shirtless Yamato streamer. Like one trick, all Yamato, all the time. No shirt required. Just go in. Oh God, my horns. That's real painful.
God. Ladies, look away. He's back. All right,
we're good.
Look here
Right.
at
It's quite
our
painful though.
Mo and Krill. Who's got the bigger big boy? Who's got a parry for days? Who's gonna slap their mama?
You know what I like about the parry changes as well? Something that may have been overlooked by anyone who's not super hardcore is that you used to get like increase to melee damage to parry targets. You also get increase in weapon damage to parry targets now, which is super nice. If you're like a gun hero, you don't have good melee stats. So I quite like that. Fun little adjustment we've seen. Leviathan's in deep trouble. Saya definitely has the edge here. Give me some more than parries. One hit, bro. That's all we need. Uja. I can't really see what's going on. I'm assuming the Saya's winning.
I can finally see ZP's makeup, and it is glorious. ZP, were you scared to do your lips?
The problem is it's water soluble, so it was actually just like falling off.
Just keep licking it. Or just...
and also, I mean, it's not toxic, but I don't know how much blue makeup is safe to consume. Oh God, here we go.
Chat wants to know: did you blue yourself? I don't know. That's from Arrested Development. I understand your comment. Let's get into the draft as we have our bans and protects. First, we're going to ban, and then we're going to draft them. So who do we get rid of first? It's not Kelvin anymore. Is it?
Probably still should be. Shiv Kelvin being looked at. Paradox often popping up in this first round. Some people still looking at Vindicta. Yeah. Get that guy out of here. Get that guy out of here.
Did anyone clip ZP dropping his horns for the first time? Because I just caught it on a second monitor, and it is glorious.
I'm pretty sure this hat is going to leave like a diamond-shaped indent in my forehead because like the other side of this plastic thing is actually sticking into me. So this is going to be a weird day, guys. I'm lobotomizing myself with this hat.
Oh.
Okay. Respect that. I mean, we talked about this, right? John ban, straight out from Kawaii Crew. No Bebop in this game, sir.
Do you take Yamato though? Does Melee Creeps look at Kawaii Crew and be like, we've looked at Fred's stream. It is like 99% Yamato. We don't want you to play Yamato. Or do they just go a little bit more meta? Do they grab something like the Infernus, the Paradox?
Okay.
First pick Paige. Okay.
I mean, we definitely saw Paige prioed pretty heavily last week. In that she just supercharges, obviously, someone who, I mean, we've seen the Victor Paige combo, I think for me is one of the more disgusting ones, but yeah, the fire rate increase matters. It really matters once you start to get some points into that standard fight barrier. And Captivating Reed, pretty good ability, especially if you can enhance its range, duration, or anything like that. With the Infernus, no surprise to see it go pretty early in the draft order.
You gotta pick Yamato here, I think, if you're Kawaii Crew. You know where you're at. I think if they want to get the Sinclair, they could get a little bit later, though. Leviathan has been more on Paradox, so maybe they go Paradox, or they just get the Yamato here, because, Melee Creeps, they got Ido, and Ido hasn't played it as much recently, but they could go with that. But okay, they decided, no, actually, we'd rather Ido play the Yamato than Ido play the Pocket.
Okay. Pocket win rate's quite interesting, really. Seeing it 5 and 7 in total, in NA, mind you. So that is region specific. What's melee creep's answer going to be? Is Victor still remotely prioritized? No, it's Shiv. I mean, Shiv, at least if you get half of the Shiv Kelvin duo, I think you're in very good shape here. We still have all of our like initiators on the board still. Melee creeps, obviously, in lieu of being able to access the Bebop, definitely want to have the agency to start the fights. It's interesting to see Holiday and Paradox get pretty deep here into the picks and bans without being selected by either.
I love how Pucket's just contemplative, deep in thought within the green suit. So Mina gets picked up. That's almost certainly going to be for Ido, where, you know, the one downside about the Ido play on Mina is that, and this goes for a lot of teams playing Mina, is that the Mina gets too rich at times, where I don't love when you go, actually, guys, into the mid game, we're going to have the Mina with 35k relative to setups where you could have maybe your Ivy at 35k, or your Motto at like 35k, but that's probably where we're heading as Kawaii Crew goes, Lord and M may be off the team, but we don't care. We still want to take the mo for ourselves.
I think that's a fair point. I think that like you do need a decent amount of souls though to remain relevant as Mina, right? Like you need that tank buster and the surge of power spikes, right? QSR is also like a little bump for me, I find. And then you just want to like, you know, reduce your cooldowns as much as humanly possible, right? That's what we're seeing. Like even Transcendent picked up if you have like Cold Front, Arctic Blast there. So I kind of agree. You don't want to over-index on the soul allocation for your Mina, but you definitely need a decent amount. Otherwise, she gets left behind.
You know? As I'm looking at here, I just did a little bit of due diligence. I've been alerted by a certain person whose name begins with V that Vegas didn't have VIP in the channel, and that's crazy, that's fine. We can rectify that. Good,
directly to jail with you.
I just want to know, is Puckett still okay? Like,
I actually can't see you guys. The only thing in my field of vision is the draft graphic. It's actually perfect. So you guys could be throwing up gang signs and I'd be none the wiser. Lady Geist here for Kawaii Crew. Obviously, the Molten Krill gives them pretty powerful half of, you know, like a combination. A combo ultimate still pretty potent, but something to ideally drag someone into Molten Krill's purview would be needed. Hey, why are they banning me? That's illegal. That's illegal.
Throwing out a lot of binding words here, Mitch.
That's great. Yes, exactly. My word is the lol, baby.
It has a longer cooldown than that. Well, you know what you needed? You know what you should have gotten? You should have gotten like a purple light behind you that just flashes on and off like really quickly when you see something you didn't like. You know,
we'd have to put an epilepsy warning at the start of the show, though, is the issue. I don't want to. I don't want to do that.
Real budget.
True.
Puck's just like waving it. Is that a signal from help?
Is he sleeping?
I don't know. Like, I actually think he may be stuck in the suit.
Wait a minute. It's just slowly running out of air.
Oh no! No, Puckett.
That's crazy.
Take the mask off. No.
That's correct. That's right. I hope you know what. We'll get Victor in here. We'll get him back in his feet. Don't worry about it. Mirage he picked up. So, oh my goodness, the Dynamo. Yo, I'm about this.
Can. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we saw it in the trolley tournament. Can if they couldn't get a Kelvin, I was more than willing to come in on the Dynamo. Didn't work out super well last week, but maybe this week will be the time that works out. As it's been an interesting draft. We'll see what Melee Creeps finishes off with. Also, where's Paradox? Where is? Wait, Paradox is in front. I was too looking at Puckett. I can't look at the left side of my screen without seeing just.
Why is his suit undulating? Like it's. It's like it's oscillating, you know. Yeah, that's
wait.
That is very impressive.
Wait. Okay, Paige was on Melee Creeps at the beginning, and now it's Paradox.
Oh, we got trolled.
We got trolled by production here. Okay, it wasn't just me. I was sitting here. It's like, how did I miss the Paradox? I'm like, man, the blue makeup has just like hit my brain harder than I thought. It's like, no.
I think it was.
Got him. Yep.
Yeah, okay. I think it was communicated in chat that there was a draft bug. I can't see chat because, well, I can't see much anything. So shout out to my girlfriend who told me in Discord that there was a draft bug. She's watching the stream, so I just found that out from her. Love that. Abram's gonna get picked up. Why do I get banned and ZP gets picked, bro? This is bullsh. This is proper bullsh.
Well, you know, you gotta pick Abrams. I got no other response.
Do I have an indent yet in my head?
You do.
Yeah,
man, you look like Peyton Manning, bro. Jesus, did you get shot by a BB gun?
Bro, it's just like, I like get down, Mr. President vibes. Holy moly, bro!
To be fair, his forehead is a little bit bigger than Peyton's. You know,
that's crazy,
yeah,
bro.
that thing is stuck.
Well, guys, this is the way it is now. Now it distracts from my receding hairline.
The way it is. It looks
Just
good.
the way
It
it is,
helps
bro.
you center on where I should be looking. You know.
My goodness.
Speaking
I have a
of
legitimate
looking,
indent.
I'm ready to look at a different screen. Are our players ready? Our players are not ready.
Let's take this opportunity to talk about this because, all right, so we have some really powerful team fight potential with the Pocket, Dynamo, and Furnace, right? That's a great call with the Lady Geist. Mo and Cruel gives you some catch potential, obviously some Veil Walker abuse potential, Sinclair Bully in lane, and also can copy Holiday and Paradox. So you always have some form of, well, conditionally, you have some form of initiation. Melee creeps go really heavy in that direction, but, you know, after the swap or, you know, the lasso, then you got to find ways to try and lock them down. You don't have a lot, right? You got Nox Nostra damage. You've got Abrams with some hard engage potential here, but trying to hold people in place in order to blow them up gets tricky, especially if Kawaii Crew can mitigate that via some items. So just bear that in mind. Melee creeps, though, just playing like a really aggressive get out of lane and then just start turning the map into an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, the thing that worries me about the Kawaii Crew draft is that, generally speaking, the reason why newer teams tend to fall short against more experienced teams is that they don't get out of lane phase in a good spot. And you take a look between the two teams, Melee Creeps absolutely has a way, way better early laning phase. They can put together multiple shutdown lanes. And Kawaii Crew, some of their lanes are going to be struggling. You got one lane that's going to be stuck with the Dynamo. You know, I don't know. I think if Kawaii Crew can get out of laning phase and not be 7k behind, you know, there's some potential here. But some of these early lanes are going to be just brutal.
Yep, filthy.
All right, now,
the trading in lane is going to be rough.
Chat is going to be hyper focused on the Dynamo, and I think we can call that out early. Can you educate folks like me, though, who are pretenders, who are like, yeah, we know this character, we don't know what a Dynamo does. So what is the best case scenario for a Dynamo in the game, and why is there a dearth of selection in competitive play?
So for Dynamo, I think two reasons. He's not picked as much in competitive. I think the biggest thing against him is the fact that his laning is tough. Quantum is actually a ridiculous tool. Quantum can get you earn turn-ins guaranteed in a way that few other skills can do. I think he has a little bit of trouble in the fact that the game is still relatively vertical and you're not always going to get value out of your stomp. Your best value comes in enclosed areas, places like mid-boss, or people chase underground, and you can land the singularity of your life and you know, take down three people at a time.
To maybe go a little bit deeper on that, obviously Singularity stuns people and draws them slowly in towards you. So it's amazing, obviously, in close quarters in a team fight. And Quantum Entanglement is an ability that lets you teleport yourself or you and other people close by you. So there's Dynamo has a lot of utility, but it's really quite conditional. He also has got just like straight up heal that he can use in lane. And with max investment, that heal can be used and speeds him, rather can add extra health per second and allow him to use all his abilities. So amazing utility, weak in lane. There used to be a pretty powerful gun build that you could use with Dynamo. He's got a decent, projectile velocity on his weapon, but it's tough to sort of use that to abuse lanes anymore. That was looked at a while back.
ZP, we have Cherry over on the YouTube channel who wants to know, does it tingle before your horns move?
A little bit, yeah. I can actually just feel gravity winning and just pulling it down the top of my head.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number one. It's the Challenger fight, and on the mic, it's the Warden, aka Uber, and his big blue buddy, ZP.
Honestly, we would make a great buddy cop movie, the two of us. They've got to think about that in the future, for Deadlock lore. But ZP definitely takes the accolades for best cosplayer alongside Jason for sure. Nicely done, buddy. I just got a hat. I'm okay with it. Let's have a look at how these lanes sort of match up early on here. We're on the board with Ed. I'm going to call him Ed because it's much easier, but that's a Paradox and Shiv lane that they have to play into here in mid. So obviously this Infernus can be a bit of a pain, but it's a while before he and Geist can actually start to be oppressive. And as you can see, Fishcake is trying to be just that straight off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be on the back foot for a lot of this middle lane, barring a really big mistake. I think the lane that is most horrifying for Kawaii Crew to deal with is going to be on the left-hand side where you're dealing with Mirage Holiday. I mean, yeah, you got Sinclair Pocket, but there's a lot of ways that can go against you if you're not careful. I mean, also, I guess, in turn, Pocket has pretty good burst, and Sinclair in lane is like scary effective, especially someone who's, you know, partial one trick like Leviathan. I mean, man has a lot of hours in on the Sinclair, so it's not impossible to get a win condition here, but if you just go off normal poke, it should be in favor of John and DMB on the other side.
I mean, you can see with that crack shot damage, it just hits you for 100. That's chunking you for like a seventh of your health. It's a significant amount of damage to come in when you're at 700 and you take 100, of course. So that poke is going to be annoying to deal with, and you can say the same of Mirage, right? Both of these both of these heroes are going to be very, very good at harassing you down with those guns. So, and you can see, right, look at the lanes pushed. All of the lines of scrimmage are pushing in towards Kawaii Crew, and this obviously in effect allows melee creeps to deny some souls and get some early pressure on these Guardians. Also allowing for this, right? Sinners aren't up right now, but that position you can really contest here. This is dangerous for Ed. Nice little slice and dice comes in for Fishcake. I don't know how you pick yourself back from this one. Ed wants to stand and fight, but that seems inadvisable, especially with Scout waiting in the wings. But it's a bait to set up for the Geist of Laugh Noodles to contest.
Mitch, you know it's holiday season as the Porch Pirates are here. You literally have melee creeps going in, just stealing Kawaii Crew's boxes, deep into their own underground, into their own boxes near the Sinners spawn. That is actually wild.
Yeah.
The level of pressure that they're getting away from. Yeah. And
like,
then guess what?
There's no
When the wave is
incentive,
pushed
really.
Up, yeah. I was going to say, when the wave is pushed up, they're going to go back and get their own boxes. So it's just like you get the double benefit, and the lanes end up being very imbalanced as a result if you can't stop it.
Yeah, you're going to see that get out of hand here. Entanglement has been used passively here or defensively by Ken to back away. And now, of course, it's some easy pressure down on this Guardian. We're too early for even the camps to have started spawning, and that is just how relentless melee creeps have been so far. And that position we saw them pushing on the left side, I mean, that's really only relevant until 8 minutes when there's a Sinner sacrifice there. So we are well and truly off the mark in that regard. Tier 1s are spawning, so that'll give options to the melee creeps in the left lane to fall back and pick up. Same in mid, and also some incentive to shove forward here on this right side of the map. But Ido's going to double back, get his boxes here. Every second on the map spent accruing souls, and there's Leviathan, DMB, and of course John make short work of him.
Yeah, we knew from the onset this left lane was going to be a bit brutal and pressure. And I mean, it's also why you see Holidays, especially if they don't take much HP damage early on, will usually go Mystic Shot, because you're getting the extra poke damage regardless of range, on top of barrels, on top of Crack Shot, and you're pairing up with DMB, who's also getting like everything from Jin's Mark. So that lane is just awful to deal with unless you get an early pick, and doesn't go well for Caleb on the other end. And yeah.
Mystic Shot, still like kind of your best bang for buck in terms of just raw power off souls, even after like the base damage got nerfed by a pretty significant amount, like over 20%. I think it's from 55 to 45. So that was definitely looked at. Still a very reasonable item into how it converts to impactful souls. Jin's Mark getting applied there. DMB is playing very riskily in case that's not bleedingly obvious to you. Leviathan able to stave him off here, but they are suffering in this lane. Make no mistake about it. Obviously, increasing the velocity of one's rounds definitely helps when you're Sinclair, and Leviathan is trying to poke at very, very long range. Yeah, that pressure will continue to mount for them here.
Scary thing about Sinclair in lane is just the amount of burst damage you get once he gets a little bit of his early game items online. If you get hit by both Vexing Bolts at the same time, your HP just kind of vanishes. It is an absurd burst threat in lane, even when you think you have the advantage. So it's still something you have to be a little bit careful on from John and DMB's perspective. But as I say that, a little bit of the chase down here onto the buff. Vitality buff is up. I think John might have even gotten it. Lasso out at the very end, and that should be a cleaned up kill.
Yeah, look, we are 4K souls at 5 minutes. That's the differential in the game right now. That's pretty scary. Jin's Mark almost claims Leviathan, takes him low enough at least for John to follow it and clean him up. Soul Exchange going to be used here. Fishcake, though, still pretty healthy, and he's chilling. Interesting spot to make use of that there for KC. They're going to be forced straight on back. Oh, that's Larp Noodles, excuse me. We'll have to play from behind that Guardian for as long as possible. 6K souls, 5 minutes into the game, and China's Emblem being picked up. These are, in terms of the laning phase, pretty decent power spikes, especially if you're at high health to have that active when you buy it.
And speaking of power spikes, John, I think, getting pretty close to getting Cultist. And my suspicion would be, we haven't really seen John play Holiday in a long time, but probably going to be more of the gun build Holiday that we've been seeing, where people have just kind of crunched numbers, talking to the coaches in the scene, and they're just going, hey, Holiday's gun carry is actually really, really strong.
Yeah.
So you get... Yeah. Well, the interesting thing was his meme, but it was more so because the spirit end was just so good, and then people realized like, wait, the gun was actually always this good. She has been one of the most broken characters up there with like disarming Arctic Beam Kelvin. You know, just always really good.
I think also it's the spirit scaling on crack shot that was pretty tantalizing for players to invest in, and obviously how like hard the powder kegs hit. So there was a lot of incentive to go more in that spirit direction or something similar. That's Larp Noodles picked off is the Lady Geist. Unfortunately, going by the wayside here, and melee creeps are trying to just choke these lanes out a little bit. You can see some of the soul differentials getting pretty big. John at 6k already. Leviathan feeling some level of pressure now as that is free Guardian damage being dealt in the middle of the map for melee creeps. So you're dealing with the Mirage here, so you have to poke DMB back. You've got to try and keep him honest here. Caleb, of course, playing from this high ground, might be looking for a chance to get involved. There is an affliction at the ready. Lasso going to be popped straight away. Copied, of course, from John. He'll back away, but he'll be ticking down, and Caleb's trying to follow up on that damage. Barrage comes in pretty late in the day, and, well, Caleb doesn't really have extra damage to benefit from the Amplifier, but John will be 1 HP walking away from this.
You think John be hanging back to base? We'll see how greedy John wants to be here, but oftentimes just, go back to base. Says right-hand side, Dynamo lane, struggling a bit versus the Mina Abrams. Mogan taken for a ride.
Base!
Singularity.
Oh, it's a singularity! Okay, catches out the Abrams. Dangerous now for Sire, but of course he is very, very durable. Entanglement going to be used into the combo now. Locked down. Ken's able to pick him up. However, Idorian will be able to trade it out. Elsewhere, Fishcake finds that pick, and that's going to be 3 players off the map as again Larp Noodle gets gobbled down. This is getting dangerous, and Fishcake is starting to snowball out of control. This next buy will represent a significant power spike for the Shiv.
Another Guardian falling off on the left, and you look at the game state, that's all Guardians gone for Kawaii Crew. And this was really the concern going back to the draft phase, is that Kawaii Crew came up with a combo here roster-wise that just is not the greatest at laning, and they're getting punished for it. It's kind of a harsh baptism into top-level play where melee creeps, not only have really good mechanical skill, but we've just seen this bias towards picking teams that are really good in the lane phase that just put things out of reach in the first 10 minutes if possible.
Yep. Again, it's really tough to start to break back into the game, and obviously you don't have a great comeback mechanic working for you that early on. To get crushed in lane and lose the soul value of those Guardians, give away a flex slot, for example, things can certainly become problematic. And look at this. I mean, melee creeps now, we've had Sinners come up for the last 50 or so seconds, though they're going to be contested now. And Kawaii Crew are going to continue to feel this sort of disparity of souls as they try and defend theirs and sort of stay in this game. Carbine readied up here by Scout was looking for Larp Noodles there, but they're able to drop off some of these buildings. But we have a big grouping here of melee creeps towards this mid-right side of the map. And, well, this is exactly where you want to be if you want to start to fight for those Sinners and take those camps. It's a combo with no follow-up for the time being laid down. There's Boga attempting to turn the fight. There's really not much to be done here, and Larp Noodles realizes that too. They're going to try and head upstairs and escape through the vent on the roof. The melee creeps are here in numbers. Love Bites comes in, and it's an easy one ability there from Ido to secure the elimination. And hey, let's have ourselves some double Sinners.
This just hurts when you're so far behind that you are, nearly 10 minutes into the game. Your first vaults have spawned, and the other team is going, yep, we're going to walk in and steal them. But it's what happens when the lane phase goes this poorly. You have a big power spike difference. Ido, as a 10k Mina, can just walk at half the game right now and take them out with the combination of Love Bites proc into Rake. And it's not much better if you run in the Fishcake in a dark alley or John. I mean, the difference in just actual ability to walk at the other team is massive.
Honestly, this QSR opening rounds combo for DMB hits really hard. Obviously, damaging those high health targets even more, and QSR is just nuts. Obviously, very easy to proc that and get your reload plus buff. So, for me, that always makes me feel very powerful as Mirage if I'm able to snap that one up, especially, sub 10 minutes into the game. These walkers have already had a chunk taken out of them. You'll notice just how far behind Kawaii Crew are based on that turn-in location. And I suspect, CP, the melee creeps are going to be happy to jaunt on over there and try and turn it in.
Which also is just a sign of just how far ahead they are. Seismic Slam, though, over in. Headboy getting taken for a bit of a ride. Able to warp stone away, but won't be able to fully complete the escape as Ido's still there.
Sire did like 800 damage in that sequence there as well. It's pretty filthy. Burrow might limit some of the damage you take, but not enough when you've got Amina and an Abrams running you down. This basically makes it a free earn turn in now. I don't think Ken can really interact with this. Just because it says Ken doesn't mean Ken should. So he's going to play back behind his own walker. And this is even more souls here for melee creeps. And that knock-up does not do much to interrupt it. Somehow there's a lady geist there. Not sure what Lap Noodles was hoping for, but they will be dealt with accordingly.
It's always the tough part of a Geist engagement too, where if you're gonna die, just take the death. Like, people are kind of memeing in the trolley tournament about Fragareco being on Geist, and I mean, hey, Cass, we mentioned it's like, hey, that's 4 deaths without swap. But you know what's worse than dying with swap? Using swap and still dying and not getting a kill in return. It's not great.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't sometimes, though, especially when you're only 7k souls. When the enemy Mina has doubled you, literally. That's Ido. Getting out of control as per usual. Has that call to sacrifice. Surge of power has been picked up. Yeah, you're kind of, working with a lot. Headhunter also added into the mix, which is maybe not always a staple item, but still very effective in this build. Lasso's going to catch out Edboy. Flame Dash might be available. No, it's not. It's on cooldown. And there's no escape for the Infernus once more. Ido gets himself yet another pickup, and Leviathan's going to get raked to death here. Wasn't even needed. Ido's able to pick him up with a gun before that happens. Combo attempted there by Boga. Very outnumbered with nobody really to follow up on it. One by one, Kawaii Crew are getting picked off.
Honestly, it was just a high-quality back massage at that point. You look at Abrams, the HP bar isn't moving.
Bit of shiatsu for you.
Exactly.
Bit of hot rock.
It's tough, though, where you're at right now for Kawaii Crew, where you've had this rough laning phase, and in very short order, in all of about 4 minutes, what was a 6-7k lead has ballooned into nearly a 30,000 soul lead, which 13 minutes into the game, I mean, you are getting crunched by any conceivable metric, and once more, they're back in the win condition here of, Ken needing to get a 6-man singularity, and even then, I'm not even sure they have the damage to finish it up. At the moment, that's the tough area they're in.
Yeah, this is like it's giving a FF at 20 kind of vibes right now. The fact that there's a QSR being picked up after the Surge of Power for the Mina should tell you everything you need to know. That one's you're coming in a little bit later than expected. So look, taking stock of things, there are not a lot of creeps in Kawaii Crew's neutral jungle, and all they can really hope to try and do is push these waves out, defend the walkers. The 2 of them, by the way, are left right now at 13 minutes and trying to get picked off, but they get pulled into a full team fight. They are going to struggle. They really just have to try and clear these waves away and put melee creeps in a position where they end up overstepping, but that seems more and more unlikely to happen by the moment.
Well, Ken may have gotten a multi-person singularity there. The problem was that there was at least one person up and alive to immediately end him thereafter. So the singularity was used, but no discernible result from our end. And this is going to be a mid-pause just getting punked down.
This is clinical.
They're going to come in. Kawaii Crew is going to contest. They have no singularity, Mitch. We'll see if they can get even one charge. They do decide to commit and drop down.
In for a penny, in for a pound. They opt not to engage Kawaii Crew, but now they need to find an opportunity. So they take a Guardian for this, the last remaining one, off of melee creep. So that is something. Obviously, flex slots are a concern. Probably not at 10k souls. So someone like Leviathan probably doesn't have an issue with, a choked up inventory so much. But either way, there'll be a move over to the right side of the map here. Ido can basically 1v2 in this position. Leviathan is obviously here. We're on the left, though, and we have a chase. Boga is trying to get away from this Mirage. 4 stacks of Jin's Mark on him, by the way, as the warp zone for a bit of space. There's Lap Noodle, and the combo is sprung. DMB takes approximately 0 damage and then punches Boga into submission. He is paced on the walls right now. And Lap Noodle, similarly, just a soup additive at this point.
You just keep seeing the soul exchange come out in the situations where it's just like, it's almost like the person they're swapping with is happy for the exchange. It's like, oh yeah, nothing has actually gone down. But it is just where you're at Geist-wise if you end up under-farmed in a rough fight. Look, realistically, there's not a ton of positives to look at right now. The win condition, whatever may exist, it's far. Like, you could go down and have a better chance of winning the lottery than Kawaii Crew might have of bringing this game back with the gap that is just continuing to expand.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good example, I think, as well. Some people ask, how do you sort of close a game out when you're ahead? And melee creeps are basically taking every single edge they can across the map. Their hierarchy, of course, is working for them in a big way, of course. Your cold stacks can be used on this tier 3 as well. You want to keep that buff going, especially when you get even more souls to snowball further. Nox Nostra, not really used to push down objectives anymore, but it can definitely use to push over the people trying to hide under the eaves of a walker. Here's the swap coming in. Can is a tin can. Out of the game already. Kawaii Crew down to 4. And this is the last walker about to be chomped down. There should be a sub 20-minute game at this rate. The soul lead is absurd, and the chase is on. You can see the cloak being used there by Caleb to try and gain distance, but Saya somehow got purchase on him anyway.
You know, one thing I'll say for Kawaii Crew, Ken may be your favorite name to cast in Deadlock. Like, I've just noticed the joy. There's like 8 million different like ways of twisting the name into cool wordplay. But now, what I wonder for Ken is, all those twisting, does it result in a singularity for us before the game is over? Like, even if it doesn't kill
we got
at this
one.
point.
We definitely got one. It may have been in a 1v3, but it happened.
Yeah. I want to say another, in base. Ken, you got singularity back up? Observers, this is the goal here. We need to see Ken land a big singularity. The results do not matter.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If Leviathan was a Hydra, he'd have about 700 heads by now. Like, he'd be living his best. They'd be multiplying. He'd be taking over the game. You know what I mean? That would be lit. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We do, like you mentioned, have that singularity up. I mean, this soul disparity is tough because melee creeps accidentally are going to be building enough vitality here that it's going to be hard to burst any of them down, as evidenced by basically every time Boger's gone for a combo. However, there are opportunities for Kawaii Crew to try and catch up these melee creeps players, but the macro's always been so good, and I think Ed Boy might have overextended a little bit there to try and get some farm. Here's a combo. There was a combo. A combo could have been an email. Larp Needle knocked into the wall. Now going to try and get away. That's not to be. There's even a paradoxical swap leveraged at the Lady Geist. Kind of unnecessary. And now we'll be looking at base Guardians start to push those over, and next will be Shrines.
Not much stopping this train that Melee Creeps has rolling forward. There is a singularity in reserve, but you got 3 team members down. We'll see if everything lines up here, but realistically, that is the only thing to look forward to here for Kawaii Crew. Other than that, the stat difference is just so incredibly massive that, I mean, Melee Creeps could tie 2 hands behind their back, run 4v6 with this sort of lead, and make it a very good team fight in their favor. So, well, when they bring everyone to bear here, where, you know, realistically, mid-boss is up in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. But they might not even wait for that now, Mitch. If they just get another pick or two, they could just slam in and finish the patron outright.
Yeah, most of Melee Creeps not bothering with like zipline boosts to base. They just hit the secret shop and be able to regroup pretty easy, just in case something goes a little haywire as they try and close out the game. Buffs in 90 seconds. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Your Paradox just picked up crippling headshots, so we are, we're doing the thing. Don't you worry about it at all. Once again, Ed Boy looking for some farm. You need it as Infernus. You cannot simply just sit the game out. You've got to go for it. However, that presents an opportunity like this one. Basically, vaporizing the Infernus, which is a bit ironic if you think about it. And now, that'll be the Dynamo getting rolled over as well. Paradoxical swap used on Boga. Quite the exchange, if you ask me. The pickup here will be pretty straightforward now, like the parry action. The Molten Grill is off the map as well, ZP.
He just dropped the LOL. GG, well played, as he sits in the corner and goes, maybe they won't see me here. But they're not about to see Boger anywhere, as Kawaii Crew, they are on the verge of elimination here. Melee Creeps making this one quick and dirty.
Yeah, exactly. Quick and painful, isn't it, ZP? Very strong lanes, took fights when they could, pushed down those Guardians early, took the farm, deep in Kawaii Crew's territory. Even an earn turn-in occurred there at some point. I think there was only enough time in the game for 1 or 2 of those. And that's that. Sub 20 minutes, if my count is correct. Melee Creeps booked their ticket into our money match here. Of course, that money on the line from our friends over at Intel.
Bucket, how you feeling right now? All right, have you got a little bit of air since last draft? You were looking a little tapped out for a moment.
Oh. He's legitimately tapped us. Puckett, obviously, not in his chair at the moment, which is fine. We embrace this level of insanity here. We'll just run away the rest of the show. Damn, bro. It's real smoky up in that room, isn't it? Damn, that bro got the humidifier cranked. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that's what it is.
You got that going on, and then, you know, the suit was a little bit tight. You know, you just have a little bit of nap on the floor, maybe.
He's about to invite Snoop Dogg over, I think. You know what I'm saying? Shaisha. Okay, well, look, I think that's probably one of the more one-sided games that we've seen in quite some time. But again, this was what the composition was kind of intended to do for Melee Creep CP. It's to have these really oppressive lanes and then, you know, snowball that advantage with a lot of initiation, pick potential. You have the agency. You are the ones that decide the pace of the game. And it's a pace that Kawaii Crew cannot keep up with.
It's just small advantages turn the big advantages in Deadlock really quickly. You know, some people, you know, probably a meme in chat going, is like, oh, is this Eternuses versus Initiates? No, so far as I know, everyone on Kawaii Crew is also Eternus 6. It's just the difference between top level competitive player Eternus 6 and general I'm just pubbing Eternus 6 is in fact a pretty wide gap, and it just happens that you get a small edge in lane, and you know how to turn that small edge into a bigger edge. You're just, doing this perpetual bartering with macro objectives until eventually it's too much for the other team to even compete evenly with you. And that's a lot of what we saw here, where you saw just how quick a mere 5 to 6K lead ballooned to 30K.
I also think this is a great showcase of what Melee Creeps have been able to achieve as a team in Deadlock. Like you mentioned about, these guys aren't, the ranks aren't that disparate in terms of what they have in solo queue, for example, but this team's really been on the grind. Ido as well, in and out of competitive play, has been putting in an unreal amount of hours. Some of these guys have 3K plus hours in Deadlock at this point. Like that is just how hard they've worked on a game that, outside of our friends at Intel and Trolley, there hasn't been a ton of incentive in investing that heavily in. This is just their hopes for the future. And so far, they've really paved the way, and they've started to, turn NA, because it's not just Melee Creeps, of course, into a force to be reckoned with. Let's have a look at these stats. I think the standout to me, of course, is a perfect game from Ido. Ridiculous number of souls. You can see that disparity was certainly enlarged over the course of this game.
Yeah, and also you talk about people that are getting into it. John DMB, practically in every fight on the assist count. Ido may have been getting the kills, but on the assist note, DMB is making his way around the map for a Mirage. Not necessarily taking as much time to turn back and farm, but I don't know. When the soul gap is around 30K that early on, you don't have to sit here and be in the jungle the rest of the map. You can just be involved in fights and go from there. But yeah, needless to say, a little bit tough. You look at the cross stats on the other side, and one thing I will say, Leviathan, despite having a rough game overall for Kawaii Crew, still pumped quite a bit of damage on the Sinclair. I mean, Leviathan is a scary Sinclair. That hype isn't coming from nowhere, but Deadlock is a team game, and if the rest of things aren't going well, you're not going to look great, even if you have the best Sinclair in the world.
I think what's most definitive here is also just Kawaii Crew all have about 40+% of their soul income from troopers, where for Melee Creeps, it's 20 to 30. So that's how little access Kawaii Crew actually had to their neutrals or on the map in general. They just couldn't get in there. And that's obviously how you're supposed to extend the lead, when that sort of comeback mechanic kicks in and gives the trailing team bonus souls for completing the same objective. So in order to deny that, you've got to walk in. I mean, it's just a very textbook example of how to win at Deadlock. A great game, and again, it really whets my appetite to see him go up against Sneaky Golem in now money match.
And Sneaky Golem, I mean, they're a team that has adapted and kind of figured out Melee Creeps a little bit. You think about it, they may have went down in the Trolley tournament, but going up against Melee Creeps last week, they go, yeah, actually, we don't need to let you have Bebop every game.
What is this, bro? It's an 8-minute cold sack. Yep. Oh my god, bro, that's too early. Come on, bro. Bro, the tier 3s aren't even spawning! By this point!
It is the perfect time, because the tier 3s
it is at 8 minutes,
exactly 8 minutes. Yeah, it's just you don't want to do the thing where you get the cult sack a little bit earlier than 8 minutes, because then you're just like, I don't even feel good about using it. I want to wait for the red creeps. But Ido saw the red creep spot and immediately goes, yep, time to buy my cult sack.
Legendary.
Goes in and devours.
That is sick. Yeah, sorry, I thought it was a little later, but yeah, it is Sinners and tier 3s at 8 minutes. Perfect. I mean, again, crazy stuff. Also pointed out by a production team, 100% kill participation for Can. So that's that Dynamo really getting involved. It wasn't just that Kawaii Crew's Cop had weak laners like University, but this year is obviously Ed is looking to farm, and there's no safe haven for this Infernus to do the Zergy thing and just chill in his own lane. There is no own lane on the map, because if your team can't create pressure anywhere and create a vacuum for you to fill and to eat through those camps, neutrals, and of course in the lane troopers, then you're in deep trouble. You cannot get to that stage of the game where you become relevant, and Melee Creeps are hitting these mid-game power spikes extremely early, as evidenced by just the build order here for Ido. Sick game from him, man, just brimming with confidence. And Melee Creeps have added a true weapon to their arsenal with this edition.
Yeah, I do wonder where Sneaky Golem like taking away weapons in the draft, if they're gonna rate Ido's Mina as highly, because I mean, it's still Ido. Ido still has the pocket available if need be. I do wonder if they go for it. For me, I think it'd be a case where if the Mina were the last beyond mid-stage bans, that'd be a good time to be like, yeah, we're going to target it and take it out of the game. But we'll see what has changed in 1 week, because last week it was Sneaky Golem making their adaptations of Melee Creeps. This week it's going to be Melee Creeps coming with some of their adaptations. So could go either way for me.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This is what you have in store. Melee Creeps, of course, are your reigning Trolley 10K Open champions, and that is for good reason, of course. They beat Sneaky Golem 2-0, and their second game was actually pretty darn quick, so they definitely have themselves positioned as the team to beat right now. But Sneaky Golem, of course, put up a great show. They beat, obviously, Love Yoshi. They beat this Kawaii Crew team as well as the Unks, but again, Melee Creeps definitely feel like they are forced to be reckoned with. But I mean, we're talking about Hydration, Rocker, AVG, Gooba, Rokane. This is a very legit team in Sneaky Golem. So expect a good game for this $1,000 on the line. Thanks to our friends over at Intel. We're going to be back, of course, with that best of 3 money match right after this. You know where you are. I don't need to tell you. We're glad you're here.
ZP is single for now.
do this all day.
I hope you had a chance to wet your whistle during that break. We got Uber, we got a Blue ZP, and we've got at least 2 games coming your way. It's the grand finals for North America, thanks to Intel. We got another $1,000 up for grabs. It's the Sneaky Golems, our returning champions, taking on melee creeps. And Uber, there's some new lore brewing with Trolley coming into the mix. We had a $10,000 tournament just 2 weeks ago. What happened in North America?
Yeah, look, I mean, new old lore, I guess. I mean, melee creeps swept through the entire process without dropping a game. So they, cemented, I think, that sort of kind of dominance that you would expect from them. Sneaky Golems, run through. They made obviously the grand final as well, was not quite as smooth. They did drop a game to a roster called Love Yoshi, which had like Lomain, Vegas, Ido, like Matt, Leffa, like generally very good players. But look, Trolley was awesome, a fantastic tournament, but Melee Creeps obviously cemented their claim to being the best team in NA. Now they've just got to, take care of business here and deal with Sneaky Golem, who honestly had their measure, here on the night shift recently.
Chef ZP, if you were cooking for Mrs. Abrams, what would you make her?
Ooh, what would I make Mrs. Abrams right now? I was looking at this pasta dish on YouTube last night where basically you don't put in pasta sauce directly. You like lightly toast the pasta sauce and then mix in like water and broth basically and bring it up that way. And, it gives you like a roasted flavor to the pasta that's really, really good. I think like the base is like with celery, carrots, and onions that you chop up. It was something like that. It looked really, really good.
I didn't expect such a serious answer.
Right, that's nice.
Were you just like watching that on YouTube? Are you a chef type, bro?
I enjoy doing a little bit of cooking in my spare time, yes.
Oh, damn. I did not know. Yeah. Damn, bro. Okay, you and Pocket need to get together for the best steak night we've ever had. Make it happen.
True.
Facts. All right, I'm going to talk into my little fan shell here. Sneaky Golems! It's League, Hydration, Rocker, AVG, Goober, and Rokane. Rokane is going to try and hope that he gets a Mirage. If not, AVG will be playing him. And then, of course, you got Hydration. He could play a Warden. Will League play this lady? Probably not. Will Rocker play a Shiv? Maybe. Does a Shiv get through an NA for Sneaky Golem Uber?
Potentially. Look, I mean, we're seeing Shiv being left open now. The last game is not a good indicator of Shiv's strength right now, but we know he's still extremely good. Obviously an amazing pair, but, alongside with a Kelvin, but, we see him normally like one half of that duo being picked up. So should get through here unless the second pick team just does not want a bar of it.
ZP, who underperformed in the Trolley tournament that needs to turn it up today?
Who underperformed in the Trolley tournament? I mean, part of it, I would say, is that whoever was doing the draft. I think Sneaky Golem got kind of caught off guard. They didn't do their best look at mitigating the Bebop when it did get through or just stopping it from getting through entirely. But they've made some big adjustments. And, I mean, they do have a lot of hero depth on their roster, too. I mean, yeah, Rocker, I think, would like to play the Shiv if it's available. It's still one of his signature heroes. But also, dude can still pull out one of the best GTs we've seen if necessary. And Goober, I mean, yeah, it's great when Goober gets to play Viscous, but Goober also can play the Bebop. So in terms of picks and bans, they don't even have to ban the Bebop. Just give it to Goober, and you get a really good Bebop and denied from John in turn. So you got options for Sneaky Golem.
I wonder if the Viscous comes through, because we just saw Goober calling out the right-click damage and how it's kind of doubled up at the moment. Will Viscous be gentlemen's? Will it be banned out? We'll find out as we have your squads ready. Let's reveal team number 2, your challengers this week. They've already banked $5,000 with their win. It's John Scout Ido filling in for Lord NM. He is the new 6th. We have DMB, Fishcake, and Saya. Uber, who's got the highest ceiling? Who do you think has the flashiest highlights on this team?
I mean, I know for sure, but I do not want people to be ignoring the John and Saya duo. These guys are pretty insane. Saya's an extremely cerebral player from what we understand. Great macro caller, and also in the drafts is pretty instrumental to this team. To the extent that John's like, yeah, we just do what he says. We don't really question it. So I think that he's a great player. John always is going to give us something fun. And hey, look, if Bebop gets banned out, there's always a holiday. And John was looking really sick on that pick as well. Bro's got a big brain. He's an engineer in his day job. You know what I mean? Well, he's a draftsman, but I consider that close to being an engineer myself. So he knows what he's about. I think this team is sick, and they should be reclaiming the throne here, because getting 2-0'd by Sneaky Golem in our last night shift was a tough one for them to bear, but they look like they've drastically improved lately.
We just saw the Paradox pop off for Taz. Do you expect that to be in play for NA? Sneaky Golem versus Melee Creeps. You can see the history. It's been Sneaky Golem's way. That was up until the third night shift, the Trolley Open NA Grand Finals, where it was a 2-0 for the Creeps. Sneaky Golem get round 11 of the night shift. Here we are in round 12. So they've already gotten a little bit of revenge. Now you're looking to haymaker him with another 2-0. Can you do it this time around?
Yeah, I'm thinking about reverse order. That's weird. I had the finals of shift 11 before night shift, the Trolley Open. So there you have it. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Melee Creeps has a good chance of reversing it here. But one of the questions you're asking about, hey, Paradox. Yeah, Paradox is going to be highly valued by both teams. I mean, even going back to the Rocker hero pool question, right? In the last 2 weeks, Rocker has actually been on Paradox more than any other hero. So I kind of expect from the last draft and what we've seen recently, Paradox is probably going to be the first pick unless there's some Bebop denial shenanigans. Now, good thing here for Melee Creeps is that by them choosing first pick, it makes it a lot harder for Sneaky Golem to open up with a Bebop ban. They're going to feel a lot more compelled to ban the Kelvin. If they ban the Kelvin, Melee Creeps gets Bebop. So we'll see where this one goes.
Ooh, I kind of think the tie is a good look on ZP. Like, Kaplan made the best decision of his life with that haircut.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
ZP
Jason looks hot
the best
now.
glow up. Right?
No, I mean, ZP's, this was a good. I've never seen ZP with an undone top button, though. He's always like, the guy, when I first started casting like Overwatch with him, he was like pocket square, tie, like everything to the 9. So like, it's honestly kind of jarring seeing him with the undone top button, but it works for him. It's like, you know, off duty from the 9-9.
Investigator.
You know? Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, frazzled, jaded, you know what I mean? Starting to become a villain in his own right as he realizes that humanity is doomed and will always be like ne'er-do-wells amongst them.
But alcohol is I've been an esports caster for 10 years now. You tell me that's not gonna grade on you? Of course, like the years add up.
I will never be the same, brother. Here's that Kelvin. Oh, sheesh.
Shiv on the other side?
You might have to.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to give both up. That would be pretty terrifying. It obviously creates a lane that like can't lose, which is, you know, pretty powerful, especially at this level. Shiv got a very weird change. It's like he can't knock himself back as much with his alt fire, so his mobility is nerfed a little bit, which is a shame because I liked that. Like good Shivs, I could get around the map a little bit quicker with the right click. But Paradox is always a first pick for Sneaky Golem. We've seen this pattern from them very frequently, so they can still get the Shiv here if they need it.
Interesting thing to me, hero pool wise, is that usually the Paradox player has been Rocker, and also usually their Shiv player has been Rocker. Yeah. You don't have two Rockers to actually play both of these, so you're going to get a little bit of a flex here, and we'll see who it is that's going to be doing the flexing.
They don't have two rocks to bang together, but they do have a light sprinkle of hydration. You know what I mean? They've got obviously some super flex players on this team, so that's an option. Pocket here will come in alongside the Kelvin. Just a supercharging. Who's the what?
Viscous. Honestly, do Viscous. Don't let Goober play Viscous. I think you get sticky with it. I think you grab your costume that you've discarded right now, you put it right there on the screen. That's what I think you do.
Honestly, would be surprising, I think. Holiday. I think you want to lock this up. You don't have the Bebop, right? You want to put John in a position to succeed, so that makes sense. You rather empower John than to try and hamstring Goober, I think, here at this point of the draft anyway. Bro, I'm down to my last worm. That is sad.
Oh no!
Wait, what?
What? The last worm of like
do you open another bag?
Oh, dude, no, because if it's open, it's getting eaten. No, I'm leaving the rest in the box. This one's for me, no thanks.
Infernus, welcome to the party. Please bring your friend with you. In the meantime, what do you ban out here? What does Melee Creeps like demand? What is their go-to comp or player? ZP.
You can ban a Viscous in this rotation if you're Melee Creeps.
I think they also could ban a Mo in this instance because anytime you play against Sneaky Golem, like low-key hydration signature hero is Mo, and you run Paradox with the Mo. It's good pickoff, and everyone kind of knows it. So if they get rid of the Mo, wouldn't hate it here.
It's just too good.
Yeah.
With like
Everyone
Holiday
wants to know
or
why no
Paradox.
Victor, guys. Is Victor not cool?
Victor
Chat's using him.
he got nerfed. So, nerfed. Like the max damage of his aura got tuned down, and also like the rank 2 of his aura of suffering. Basically, his aura got nerfed a big time, and also the pain battery tier 1 and tier 2 skills. So I think he's just fallen off a little bit as a result of that. Oh, the Calico ban. That's actually really. This feels super targeted.
Goober!
That is based. That is nightmare fuel, though. I agree. Holy moly.
Yes.
Dan shows up, just says hello while we're in there. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, that is.
What's
Just the
going on?
way the bags. I guess I know they're trying to do the eyes, but it makes him look like he's got bags under his eyes. Like the Viscous is an addict of some illicit substance. You know, that's what it seems like. Billy, okay, let's go, dude. Frontliner that scales pretty nicely. Chain Gang is so sick for these team fights, especially when Pocket wants everyone to be grouped up to some degree, as does Kelvin. I like this a lot.
Also interested. I feel like if you're Melee Creeps, you want to get a good capacitor carry here. Actually, Ivy's still available, and part of it is that you got Viscous on the other side, so you get someone who's naturally gonna remove Cube. They don't pick Ivy here yet, and Ivy was still available, and there's not a lot of good natural capacitor carriers. I mean, yeah, the item got nerfed a little bit, but
yeah, yeah.
Chat wants
Ice
a Viper.
obviously does not want the fire rate. She does not care for it. Viper does not want to invest in that either. Bebop's not available, and Infernus is picked, so is Wraith still reasonable in that regard? I guess you already have a fire rate stim on that hero anyway.
Last time we thought Page was in, it was a Paradox, but Paradox is picked first, so this Page is real.
Ah, true. See, I wasn't letting him pull the wool over my eyes. Fuck, a good point. I like this a lot. Infernus is someone who benefits from that fire rate increase as well. So Page is obviously pretty powerful. And Amina, okay, I like that to round things out. That's pretty powerful. Again, someone else who likes to get that shielding. Love Bites obviously is a hit-based proc effect. So yes, Mina's a good look here.
Also, we didn't really talk about it, but the early pocket pick on Melee Creeps just means, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Probably going to be Ido on the pocket, so
True.
You get the comfort pick there, which is why Mina wasn't prioritized earlier. But I do like this. This is what I was saying earlier, is that I think Ivy makes sense. They needed kind of an M1 carry anyways, and now you get someone that can still build capacitor, make Goober's life a little bit more difficult. Where we saw that in the trolley turn, by the way, when John was hooking people in, oh, you're cubed? Well, zoop, it's just immediately gone. So just, an extra level counterplay against the Viscous.
Does it also turn off a stand and fight buff from Page? The capacity. I'm trying to think of other applications for it here as well. Yeah,
it strips off basically everything. It even strips off your 5-minute buffs. Like you get the 5-minute buffs on the left, right, middle of the map, and get hit by capacitor. That they also go bye.
And this is after like the item got nerfed as well. So
big question from the chat: does Billy get folded by Shiv? Brother, what with 3 T's and a 1 at the end says Billy is gonna get crushed.
Nah.
I mean, no. Billy has scaling potential, like to match that of Shiv, and the blasted buff is very, very good. Also, he also has more displacement and like disruptive capacity than Shiv does. Shiv is not someone who's trying to do that necessarily. He just wants to live in the fight and spread his damage as long as possible. Whereas Billy is a closer allegory to Abrams, in my opinion, right? Another hero that has like this like stopping power, knock up or charges. So he and Shiv don't quite fill the same niche, I suspect.
Aha! ZP! Who wins this draft?
I'm looking at the draft. Melee Creeps. I looked at it for 2 seconds, realized you have Kelvin, you still win. Like, I think Kelvin is still that guy and creates a lot of problems as the game goes on. I mean, okay, looking at the lanes, some lanes for Melee Creeps, I would argue the better laning is with Sneaky Golem, but even still, you got a Kelvin. So as you don't get absolutely blown away in the early game, I think Melee Creeps have a lot of options to win this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the game is ready. It is your North American Grand Final with $1,000 on the line. Welcome to rematch number 6. Sneaky Golem taking on Melee Creeps for the 3rd time in 2 weeks.
Thank you very much, Chris Bucket. Now, if you joined us and caught our Challenger game, which Melee Creeps made short work of, just want to let you know that this is definitely slated to be a much closer affair. These two teams play each other close. They've exchanged series recently. So this is your two very best teams in North American Deadlock right now. And thanks to our friends at Intel, they've got $1,000 to play for. ZP, you like the laning potential Sneaky Golem's comp, but overall Melee Creeps, I've got to agree. I think Ivy's a really nice round out to their comp. We talked about someone with a capacitor carrying potential. They've got the Kelvin. One of these lanes becomes, virtually unlosable. And you can shield some of your weaker laners inside that Kelvin setup and give them a bit of extra sustain. So we're about to find out who Kelvin's going to be playing with. And it looks like it's do my eyes see me, or is that the Ivy?
I think that's Billy. I might be wrong. I think Ivy's on the right. I think it's...
You're right. So, yeah. Well, that's probably one of your weaker laners. So, putting Kelvin there, having some extra sustain makes sense. Paige is going to be here. Hydration going to be on the Paige. Obviously, she has a projectile velocity that would put a snail to shame. So, tough to last hit with and not the most powerful individual in lane, but pair it with someone like AVG on the Shiv and, hey, you cook it.
Shiv Paige is a very obnoxious lane. I mean, it lets Shiv get directly in your face without fear every single time that Paige shield is up, and it's hard to deal with. But on the same note, any lane with Kelvin can be pretty hard to deal with. Yeah, he got hit a little bit. He is a little bit less regen in lane, but Kelvin is still going to be enabling Billy to kind of counter in the same ways that, like, Shiv is dying, Billy's going to be able to dive. So it's a super interesting lane. Now, the right-hand lane, that looks like hell to go against. The Mina Viscous lane is definitely going to be posing a lot of problems to the Ivy pocket lane, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Melee Creeps are considering that to be a lane that might be sacking here a little bit. Just try and get as much of that farm as possible. And don't let Mina become super relevant past that 15 to 20-minute mark. They do need to, at some point, clamp down on her impact. But here, of course, they're going to be playing safe and just trying to secure souls if they possibly can. In the mid, it's a bit more interesting, right? We've got Holiday and Lady Geist for Melee Creeps, and they're going up against this Infernus, right? Paradox, of course, definitely is at home in mid. It's easy to rotate to either of those outer lanes and have some impact, of course, just very potent here. So we have both of our initiated heroes on either side posted up here. Once we get to 3.6k, things get pretty volatile.
Yeah, I think middle is actually a bit of a wash. It's really going to depend on, for Scout, if you're actually able to connect with the Spirit Lasso early on, or, by contrast, if Rocker's able to get a good swapper. By the way, it's AVG on the Shiv and Rocker on the Paradox. We didn't really talk too much about that, but yeah, that's how they decided to split the two Rocker heroes, because he couldn't play both.
So now, Sneaky Golem not able to really benefit as much from this early pressure as they would like, but of course they've got camps here, that they can try and fight for. And it looks like they're trying to bait Melee Creeps into defending their tier 1s, or they just take them themselves, as Goober has just evidenced. So Melee Creeps not really falling for the bait. This is a lane, obviously, that's a little hard for them to play. But DMB and Ido can obviously make those early, regen investments, get some souls in Vitality, stick around, of course. Watch as Covenant will give you that extra staying power. And you've got Wave Clear and Kudzu Bomb, for example. So see them make as much use of that as it possibly can. AVG's going to be forced back, by that Aurora Beam. Again, it is a Kelvin lane, so you've always got to have your wits about you.
Yeah, and by the eye test, it's on a small margin, but it's actually been a little bit better for the Kelvin Billy over the Paige Shiv, even though, again, Paige Shiv is a really strong lane. I don't think Kelvin Billy is all that much weaker, if at all, really, from what we've been seeing. Right-hand side is where I think things are going to get explosive first, one way or the other. As, middle trading off, we'll see what happens when we get to 3.4.
John there looking for some Essence Bomb damage, but will be dodged away from. As League's looking for chances to get in here, but Life Drain, of course, is always tricky to fight against. Not heavily invested in item-wise, though. Once the John's got to be suspended by the carbine. Look at that Flame Dash allowing League to run up on him. He may well just burn out here behind the side, and so he does. League opens up the account as John gets a little bit too close to the sun.
That was the last tick, too. You got the Afterburn up into the Flame Dash, and the Flame Dash just extends the Afterburn by just the absolute minimum amount to take down the kills. So that was very much on a knife's edge, but, a good edge here for the mid for Sneaky Golem, where again, I do think game-wise, there is more pressure on Sneaky Golem to get one of these lanes in their favor early, just because you are dealing with Kelvin on late game team fights.
Very pleased with that exchange. That will allow for a tier 2 item to be picked up now. AVG, of course, as expected, those sustain items invested into pretty heavily. You see restorative shot there, of course, alongside that extra regen. So it's very much about having the staying power to collect these souls. Bloodletting, when invested in, of course, is going to make sustain a little bit easier. And yeah, Hydration is trying to push the wave where he can, which is not often, but just do what you can, buddy. Get out there and throw some spectral daggers. You got to secure a lot of these kills with these melees. You'll notice it's Paige's sort of MO if she wants to try and participate in that farming early. It's Chain Gang that comes in pretty early, but that can be Ella West. AVG still going to be tugged in, knocked up straight away. Here's the Blasted now active. A Dragon Conjured, though, to try and force them back. Fishcake has honestly seen enough. The wave not really pushing in his favor anyway, so he will turn back.
Pretty reasonable time to push in and try and make something happen. There's a brief window where you're a little bit ahead. You have Chain Gang. You don't have to worry about killing Blow, but now it's online. But if that turned into a deeper dive, then there's a world where you actually get the kill and don't have to worry about giving up the killing Blow in turn. But also, there's still a bit of a window here because you don't have Rallying Charge from Hydration up. So if you want to dive, now is the time for this left lane.
Yeah, just a couple 100 souls and Hydration will be there. He's actually managed to get it. So Rallying Charge now ready. Had to be skilled into a minor mechanical issue that Hydration is now rectified. A pretty tight game, all things considered, across these lanes. We obviously want to spend a lot of our time on this current lane because this represents the most aggressive potential, especially with Chain Gang now in the game. Frozen Shelter obviously picked up by Sire, not necessary in that previous fight. They basically just turned the Chain Gang use into a really healthy trade for them that allows them to keep shoving.
If you're melee creeps, you're pretty happy with the starts of this game here so far. No lane has been a losing lane. And you're good with status quo. You're good with even because you like your comp in the late game a bit more than the Sneaky Golem comp. I mean, Sneaky Golem, the only way that you're not super pleased in the late game against them is if they end up with some ridiculous soul over a portion to where, AVG is just super far ahead of the game. But if that doesn't happen, you're good for this to go late as MC.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to scale, I think, a little bit. Okay, Gooball here. Used by Goober. More of an escape now as melee creeps did find an opportunity to come forward and make use of that affliction. So Goober here is going to be able to shrug off that ticking damage for the most part. Have to double back a little bit, but in his stead, we still see pressure being applied there by the Mina. Rockers down, though. John able to pick them up now. This is about to get a little bit messy. Flame Dash now available again for League, and he is going to use it to get out of dodge.
Also enabling that kill is John just use swap to get Rocker in a bit of a tough position, and things heating up here on the right-hand side. Ivy just ducking and diving. The Sanguine Retreat, though, in hot pursuit.
That Sanguine Retreat, can he get the mileage? We had a Poppins moment there for Rokane, but can't catch the Ivy. DMB evades getting picked off there. Feels like a stay of execution. Now to Satchel pops. Rokane takes a lot of damage. These Love Bites will definitely do more than just tickle Ido, but he's confident coming forward. And so Healing Rites now needs to hit the inventory.
I see them.
All right, so these lanes getting a little bit hot and heavy across the board. Both teams looking for the key moment. Melee creeps, though, their Guardians a little bit more wounded, especially in middle, where one more good push, and that should put it over the top. But at 8 minutes with no Guardians down here just yet, I mean, it's kind of proof of how even the game has been. Usually at least one is gone.
Paradoxical swap there will inflict the silence on Scout as the wall was crossed. Rocker's not able to do too much more about that. League is in position. Goober comes back with a vengeance, so Ido is picked off. It's all happening on that left-hand side of the map. Carbine going to be loaded up here, though, by Rocker. This is just harassment. And that fight on that right side starts to peter out a little bit now, as, of course, DMB Solo is not going to try and look to take a fight. Scout could be in trouble, though. Here we go. Combustion available for League if he wants to come forward with it, but a jump pad and quick escape for Scout will temper the flames.
Ido rolling back out to the right-hand side. Lanes reestablishing, but on the left is where things are really getting heated and may be up to Saya to cool things down. Frozen Shelter actually has already been used, but the beam out in turn, limiting AVG's movement just a bit, and it's looking like a reset after what was a heated skirmish.
It takes a lot for either of these lanes to kill each other, in fairness. There's just a lot of sustain active for both these sides. Dragon Conjure, this is a bit of wave clear now to try and set the playing field to favor Sneaky Golem. John though went down in mid. That's Lee looking like they found a pickup. Maybe with the concussive combustion by the looks. Now more fighting to be done there. Paradoxical swap comes down. No Guardian to protect Scout either. This is dangerous now for the Holiday. Trying to dodge and duck, hit these crack shots, and they are able to slip away. But Fishcake's been picked off. That, of course, was over towards the left side of the map. Back on board here with AVG. There are fights happening in simultaneous lanes. Hard to follow. But Sneaky Golem have got tempo in the left and mid lanes. And honestly, the right lane's been already in their favor.
And this is what Sneaky Golem needs. They need to get a little bit of a gap going before you get later into the game. Otherwise, it's just not going to end well for them. So things starting to break a bit in their way as part the comp would kind of dictate. Off to the right-hand side. I don't know if
as well. Coming in early for the Shiv CP, super relevant against like both the Geist and the Kelvin. So pretty heads up take.
Yeah, and Healbane comes and goes in phases where sometimes it'll just be built no matter what. Other times it's more of a counter. And I feel like build-wise, we've seen more teams go, actually, just get the Healbane early. Because it's also pretty good momentum-wise where, you know, forget just countering a hero. You get a kill, you get the heal. Particularly if you're looking at something like a Shiv that already gets its positive synergy between his passive and healing in general.
Gooba trying to hunt down here. I know, going to be cloaking away though. So these teams really not letting each other do anything in terms of fun. They're trying to pull each other back into the lane constantly. I know we'll get a top up here. We'll see Watcher's Covenant healing right. We'll get him back to full health. Chaser's on those sides. Very, very low. AVG knows he's got an opportunity here, but maybe just work on the Guardian. Parries it expertly, of course, and a slice and dice will take care of the Kelvin. Guardian, though, down here for Sneaky Golem. Rocker in the midst of things. It looks like all of these Guardians falling almost simultaneously here. As one comes back up for the Amber side. That's the pressure in left and mid lanes now manifesting in that advantage. 5k souls, excuse me, in the game.
I like the goal here to get the Urn. There is a very small window where Sneaky Golem pushes on Urn and makes it a bigger team fight. They're going to be able to do it without worrying about Dome, because generally speaking, I don't think they love the idea of Urn fights here between Dome and Affliction on the other side. Yeah, you have Rallying Charge, but if you don't get pick off, you don't love the even Urn fight. But
oh, this is good.
Speaking of pick offs, this could qualify.
Yeah, I mean, DMB getting forced out of the fight early and actually taken down in the end makes this Urn turn in all but a guarantee now. I mean, it's kind of the dream, really, for Sneaky Golem to have the Urn turn in location in their hardest winning lane. Even though the Guardians are still up, don't be fooled. This is definitely where they found the biggest advantage, and they're going to press it here. Ido is chased down. Rocker's able to find the pick off. That now is Guardian number 3 picked up for the Amber side. That with the Urn turn in has snowballed this lead out to 9k.
Yeah, Sneaky Golem, again, doing what they need to do here. Still have one Guardian up versus melee creeps. And now your question is, okay, you're up around 8k. How do you turn this 8k into even more? How do you prevent melee creeps from getting a solid handle on the game? And a lot of the answer to that question is going to come from Hydration hanging out with AVG and Rocker setting things up with Paradoxical Swap, while at the same time not giving Scout good value on the lasso and going from there. And part of how they're going to be able to do this is just taking a few risks, invading into the melee creep side, and causing some of these fights while they have a bit of an edge.
Yeah, plenty of room though for melee creeps to bring back the deficit in that regard though, because of course they've always got the Kelvin, they've always got the lasso potential, they've always got the pocket affliction if it hits properly enough. But Fishcake there didn't have much to say about the situation. Scout is a little bit too late. Oh, captivating read catches him out. This could be bad. The reactive barrier though goes a long way to staving off that early burst, and ultimately the Holiday cannot be pursued.
As someone that's played a lot of Holiday in recent times, let me tell you, Captivating Read is the most frustrating skill with its vertical reach, where you think you're good, and it will just pull you down the ground. It is awful to deal with. Ido, though, under a bit of pressure here on the right-hand side, just gonna cape out of there.
Yeah, no need to fight for that. But now Sneaky Golem, first phase of this plan is almost complete. CP, the waves are pushed very heavily in their favor. Now they can start thinking about stepping into the melee creeps jungle. They're doing that on the left side of the map. You can see in mid, melee creeps are trying to generate a bit of aggression now because they see it's just hydration there, or so they think. Concussive combustion coming in from the left-hand side of the map, excuse me. League trying to chase him on down. Looks like Fishcake, though, will be able to walk himself away. And in mid, it was determined that there was a Shiv waiting in the wings, so no pressure on hydration. Melee creeps trying to find a way to break through the net. Might be on this right-hand side of the map. Yeah, the Sun Brewing here. Ido picked off early, though. Not a great start for Melee creeps. And in comes Sire. Well, of course, a shelter has to be deployed now. How do you make use of this? AVG is very, very beefy. likely will still be alive by the time the shelter clears. Now we can do so much to slice and dice. That is a disgusting amount of damage going in Side's direction. Eventually, AVG is picked up, but you traded a frozen shelter and still went 1 for 1. It's not where you want to be as melee creeps. You are losing out on these value exchanges across the map, and DMB is 11k souls. Very squishy. Rokane makes sure of the demise of the Ivy, and now it's Scout under some degree of pressure. In and under the Guardian, gobbled up there as a Walker take simultaneously from Goober. House of Cards starting to come down, ZP.
Also, I think the tragic thing about that last fight is that you know how it began. It began with Scout landing a lasso onto Rocker, and somehow Rocker probably just drops a time wall, is able to shake some of the pressure, and it turns into a fight that goes against melee creeps when in reality, they had the initiation and the open. But now, getting pressured across the map, Ido getting sent back a little bit, and the lead has nearly ballooned to 20,000 souls at this point. This is exactly where Sneaky Golem needed to be for the composition they have. The main thing they have to avoid, though, is giving up an urn. Next urn, if melee creeps were to lock it in, is going to be an urn that's favored to their side of the map, and they're going to have a Kelvin with Dome. So, to me, the key objective here for Sneaky Golem, do not give up urn control.
Melee creeps trying to fight here on this right-hand side of the map. It is a very vertical engagement, mostly from the rooftops. Oh, that's a good buff to take if you are Lady Geist. A little bit of extra health regen goes a heck of a long way, especially with that radiant regeneration already in the inventory. Here's the chase down. John going to be caught up, stunned up, and deleted. Goober going to make sure of that. Frozen Shelter being deployed now. Saya trying to give his team the edge of this fight, but ABG's taking approximately 0 damage. Nothing sticks to this Shiv right now. He's going to be able to wade through this quite comfortably. Come out unscathed. Veil Walker invisibility will be refreshed, but there are no melee creeps left in the vicinity. And that urn turn in pretty easy to start now for Sneaky Golem.
The important thing for Sneaky Golem is they have control of the urn. That's why you had melee creeps going all the way over there, is that if you're able to get the initial urn control, your ability to just use Kelvin Dome to go in, get the comeback urn is big, and then instead of, you know, it being a situation where Sneaky Golem is up nearly 20k, melee creeps would be within 10 and feeling really, really good. So turning in this urn, getting rid of the potential of, you know, comeback urn property is really important, and you want to force it while shelter is down.
All right, urn needs to be dropped here for the time being, or turned in rather. Yeah, that's one way of dropping it, I suppose. For all the souls you could ask for, melee creeps, look at those health bars. They are low. They are behind in this fight, and it's getting worse and worse. Ido chased down. League's able to pick him off. The Tesla bullets definitely help securing that kill. The Infernus is right where he needs to be souls-wise, and AVG and Rokane are in the same position. It's an easy decision to go for mid-boss now, as melee creeps only have 4 players up to contest this. And honestly, they're walking into a paradoxical swap rallying charge scenario. That is not an enviable position.
No, the contest options here are not good. I mean, we'll see if melee creeps decide to go for it. Okay, they're going to chain gang. They want to steal at least one charge. They get the chain gang off to the right. Rallying charge, though, thereafter cools things down for Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, nothing to be done there, of course. Rallying charge is huge. And honestly, the chain gang was fine, but it didn't pull enough off Sneaky Golem off the objective, really. So Fishcake needed a little bit more help, but these are the risks you know you have to take when you are behind. That's how you get back into the game. But against a team who is so squeaky clean as Sneaky Golem looked tonight, those are also opportunities to extend their lead, their chokehold on the game. At least the Walker's taken in. Melee creeps with their signature macro style, making sure they don't give something for nothing. Scout's going to be forced to run away here, but likely to be caught. Jump pad, Holiday, slippery as always, and will abscond. But this Walker on the right-hand side of the map is certainly on the menu for Sneaky Golem.
Also, you look at the soul allocation where it's at right now. On one hand, you're pretty happy that DMB is well farmed, even when you've been behind the game, but dealing with the 20k Shiv, 20k Infernus on the other side, and the fact that Ido is just broke. I've never seen Ido this broke here, Mitch, as his next fight takes on.
Yeah, he's probably not used to being in this position either. Nox Nostra being activated now. DMB just has to stand and fight. Got the leech in the inventory at least, so the items starting to come together a little bit. No capacitor just yet, though, for the Ivy, so those cubes are going to be mostly uncontested. DMB has to use that airdrop to get on out, and so he does, but he's very out of position, even in enemy territory, and that walk is still going to be contested. Hydration here, ready to fight for it, I'm quite sure. Looks like he got a cube there from Goober, and League is uncontested from this high ground. Look at the damage he's putting in, that afterburn being applied. Now it's Walker time, but again, Melee Creep's looking for a trade of objectives now. You see John here working on this mid-side Walker. AVG alone, though, might be enough to stave this off.
It gets stalled out a bit by DMB, who is one of the more farmed characters, but is about to be chopped to bits. Killing blow over and no escape, but they get the Walker in turn. That was the main objective.
I mean, it's pretty nice. This is Melee Creeps who are fighting without any rejuve credits to speak of. So yes, they're giving up players, but the respawn times at this early part of the game are low enough that they're just taking these big objectives to try and stay within a stone's throw of Sneaky Golem's soul total. And honestly, in that regard, not too bad. Both teams down to one walker, but you know, this mid walker for Melee Creeps is where the next big fight is going to be staged. Melee Creeps at least have frozen shelter. They've got a lot of their big abilities available. This will still be tough to fight for, though, as we're on board with Gooba. It looks like you might want a secret shop visit before they really commit to a fight.
Yeah, they're backing out a little bit. They still have enough time on the rejuve. You take a look at, they have, I think, around about a minute left at this point. It's in there, maybe a little bit under. So they're going to make a push on the middle in all likelihood, try and get the last walker down if you're Sneaky Golem. But it's also why rejuve is such a big advantage, is that it's been a while. You have an enormous amount of time to secure things around the map, get an earn in your favor, and then still push down an objective where you got 3 rejuve charges left. Surely, Sneaky Golem, you would think, would group up here and look for a fight before it's all fully gone.
I like the split shot hollow point combo for Gooba's EP. That looks pretty terrifying. Alk Fire active there for Rocker. Obviously pretty important in a lot of these extended engagements. All of Sneaky Golem, though, playing from the high ground. Ample opportunity, though, for carbine connections and for Rocker to find ways to get involved. But, ooh, you see a delightful movement buff, and that is going to be picked up by the Paradox.
Sneaky Golem is actually running out of time to make this rejuve work. In fact, at this point, they're not going to get a full extra fight. But also to talk about itemization a little bit is that talking with coaches, there is this idea that that Alk Fire is probably one of the more underrated items in the moment, as DMB in some danger, but Changang going to help him out just for now.
Burst down. Nothing that could really be done about that one. That is the kind of thing you're looking for if you're Melee Creeps, but it only burns a rejuve credit, and Fishcake quickly needs to be hoisted to safety because Melee Creeps can't afford to stay around for too long. DMB still going to get chased down. Here comes a concussive combustion in the belly. Has nowhere to go. Knocked in his rear end, forced to try and jump out, and a flame dash from League will also be used to put himself where he's most needed in this next engagement, because that was Sire who has fallen. And our base guardian's been looked at, but once again, John, so annoying. That split push down mid is going to generate a little bit of pressure. The wave is breaking in just the right spot for Melee Creeps, so he can get some base guardians potentially. Lee, Rokane's going to have the double back and deal with that, but for now it's going to be a swap on Scout, trying to get away, jump out, but AVG will chase him down with a killing blow.
That was tough for Scout. Scout jumps in, whiffs lasso, and also gets jumped on by 2 and ends up giving away their life. The upside for Melee Creeps and all of this is that while it's been tough for them in the last 5 minutes, they actually did defend well enough that they don't give up all their walkers off one rejuve. The problem is that they're still far enough behind that they're not winning any of these skirmishes, and they're down 2 as Earn is looking to be turned in. They don't have key ultimates to contest, like the frozen shelters. So yeah, I mean, the comeback Earns just have not been available for Melee Creeps, and Earns are one of the things you want to win most when you have Kelvin. It is your biggest edge. It's just the timing has not worked out for them at all this game.
It's painful. The Earn turn-in location means if they fight there, they lose, and if they lose that fight, which they likely will, they lose the blue walker, their last walker in mid. They give that one flex slot that, frankly, Sneaky Golem are looking to fill at the moment. So defending that walker is a higher priority than fighting for the Earn. We'll have an item sold here, of course, and AVG is going to add the tank buster, so more burst potential here with that slice and dice. You've got to fear. You got to fear what the shit can do to you. And I think that's exactly what Scout's about to experience. Has to slip away quickly, get back under the safety of the walker.
Mitch, I think what you have to ask yourself right now is NA EU. Because if it was EU, we'd be seeing Sneaky Golem about to just have the worst mid-boss ever and get Melee Creeps back into the game. Because EU has not had a great track record on mid-bosses went ahead in the last week. However, this is still NA. Mid-boss is coming up in 1 minute. Sneaky Golem is likely to go directly for mid-boss or look for a pick and then mid-boss thereafter. Melee Creeps, their only chance back into the game at this point, Mitch, is to make something good happen for themselves at mid-boss.
Ido just escaped on that right side. This actually might have caused an overextension for Rocker. I think there was a paradoxical swap being used there. Rocker, deep in enemy territory. This is dangerous. Lasso connecting onto the Paradox. And that Sneaky Golem cut down to 5. Melee Creeps get a 1-for-none exchange. And now, feeling emboldened, they're looking to tangle with the rest of Sneaky Golem. They want that player advantage, or they are hunting for it. AVG quickly jump pads the heck out of there. And Sneaky Golem might have to lick their wounds until mid-boss.
I think the upside for Sneaky Golem here is that they haven't given up another pick, and this is not an advantage that you can easily turn into mid-boss if you're melee creeps. Like, you need more than just Rocker, especially when Rocker is going to be able to get involved on the tail end of the fight. If you're melee creeps, you want to get your lanes pushed up again and see if you can get another and go mid-boss thereafter. Ideally, you avoid the full team fight, but as I say that, they're just going in. So it's only 6 on 5. They actually think this advantage is enough. This is risky, but it is their main way back into the game. Should they be successful, Sneaky Golem on the setup. The mid-boss is screamed down. Melee creeps. Mitch, they've set the trap.
That is an early frozen shelter, but it catches out AVG. The shift can't be relevant for the first part of the fight. Now, melee creeps, look at them, desperate to group up, and AVG is a little bit on his own right now. Dangers abound here for melee creeps. Affliction already used earlier on. Cold Front also to try and slow them down. It's Goober exchange for DMB, but Scout falls. AVG is still alive, still kicking, and still cutting. This is unfair. Sneaky Golem too far ahead, and all the souls are in the right places. AVG at 30k has just cut a bloody sway through melee creeps. They're down to 3 players. This means that mid-boss is certainly on the table, but this time it's the Amber side who are eyeing it off.
Yeah, and at this point, this is pretty much the game. You're going to get mid-boss, you're up 30k, you have an enormous advantage. You are going to cut through the mid-walker like it is nothing in just a moment. And the comeback potential now for melee creeps, pretty minimal. And I gotta say, take a look at this game and take good notice. This is a game where Kelvin got picked, and it didn't matter. Sneaky Golem has been able to power through the Kelvin just by getting a lane set up here, Mitch, that was really focused on the early game.
They're going to be able to, dash forward, of course, that warp zone used. This is the game definitely cracked open. That's Walker getting scrutinized, but not quite picked off there in mid, but it's a heck of a lot else to play for now that you have these rejuve credits active. The earn turning could be nice. Again, it's Rocker who's been tempting fate again, very heavily extended on a very separate side of the map, and they are going to be brought down with no hope of reprisal. So melee creeps lost John. For that, it's a rejuve credit being burnt, of course. Rocker's going to be finally eliminated. You cannot use any more rejuve credits for those that are wondering. Just the one. So 55 seconds out of the game for him. A bona fide 5v5, but that's a soul earned turn in to keep that lead extended for Sneaky Golem. And there comes League. He's going to be hitting him hard. Ido will burn down, not even be given a moment to bleed out as all of Sneaky Golem chase him down. This is not something you can necessarily convert directly into that Walker take, but you can eat some shrines and you can start to scratch the pain up on that patron.
Mitch, I've seen enough. The horns have gone back on because we're about to be back on camera. That is.
Okay, that's what the horns being on me, because I wasn't sure. Because are they like business socks? You know what I mean? I wasn't sure. I don't know if you're a Flight of the Conchords fan, but I'm glad to know what the horns being on means.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't keep them balanced in my head an entire match while off camera. You know, that's just part of the magic behind. But when the game's about to end, the horns guy go back on. The patron getting burned on down. Sneaky Golem looking strong, Mitch.
There you have it. That is wrapped up. Sneaky Golem. While we feel like melee creeps had a good overall comp, we definitely called out. We felt the laning potential for Sneaky Golem was very, very good. And frankly, in at least 2 out of 3 of the lanes at all times, Sneaky Golem had prio. They definitely had the advantage. At one point, they were able to take all of those out of Guardians basically first. Melee creeps are really good at the game. They know how to, have these exchanges of value, even when they're behind, to keep them relevant, to keep them, keep them to a point in the game where they can actually hope to punish a mistake. And it does happen. There is a mistake, of course, that slight overextension there by the Paradox on a couple of occasions, but it's not enough.
Not enough. Pretty good game 1. I thought we were going into the 30s, and we finished just before that. Do we go to a game 3 tonight, Mr. ZP Brims?
I think it's a possibility. I think, though, interestingly enough, I think melee creeps, they have to kind of look back at their last draft and go, okay, they're going to give us the Kelvin. They are terrified of Bebop because Sneaky Golem, I think, has clearly just made the justification of we will beat them with anything other than them playing Bebop. But where this game went away from them is that they did have a comp that was a little bit more late game coded, and they weren't able to get to late game even. Sneaky Golem, towards the end of the laning phase, around 10 minutes, was able to get ahead. They turned a 10k lead into significantly more over time, and melee creeps, they were never quite able to get in the spot where they were able to go to earn fight with control of the earn and have frozen shelter. Sneaky Golem just continually knew the interchange points to get in and interrupt the melee creeps flow, so they never had their win conditions and were always stuck adapting to Sneaky Golem. But part of that was just the comp that melee creeps ran that in the end did not quite have the early mid-game power that Sneaky Golems did.
I think we're about to see some statistics. Goober dropping some info in the chat earlier. He called out the right click on a Viscous. He says 34 kills and 5, and it took this long. This game is some buns. What's he complaining about here, Uber? Did he not finish this fast enough for his liking?
I guess. I mean, you're referencing obviously the total, kills on either side. In fairness, it was because Sneaky Golem had a chance to probably sort of end the game and opted to double back, which I think is fine because anyone who's played this game, a decent amount knows that you're most vulnerable when you're falling back off of the enemy base after like a patron knock. You don't want to get like chased down and picked off. You got to be pretty careful about that. Just don't linger. Sometimes people hang around. You've got to be on the same page about disengaging away from that. But look, that's the way it goes. The reason why the game got extended was because melee creeps were able to find a walker, get a trade there, contest objectives of the map, also split push really annoyingly, and that's great, but it takes a little bit more than that to actually get you back into the game. It just keeps you in the conversation for now.
For the haters going up against my man Viscous, Goober dropping some serious numbers with the help of those right clicks. He says, I asked admins deliberately before using it. Cry if you want. It's not illegal. It's fair game. Goober says, suck it. I'm going to use it if it's in the game. Ban it out if you're afraid. This is the second Kelvin that has lost in back-to-back matches here, not just from NA. Is Kelvin no longer the must-have? Is Shiv now that guy?
I mean, I think Shiv is quite good. I also think here is that Kelvin is starting to run into the problem of if a character is permabanned for a long enough period of time, you start forgetting how to play Kelvin effectively, or you stop like game planning around because you don't expect to get the Kelvin. And I don't think melee creeps spent a bunch of scrims with Saya on Kelvin. And I think it's interesting how this happens in MOBAs, where when something is like so incredibly meta, you don't get the practice playing it, and therefore its value actually goes down a little bit until you actually get multiple games of playing it. Now, the upside for melee creeps is that the terror of Bebop is so strong that should they want to run Kelvin again, they'll probably get the opportunity.
Yeah. And I look at the function of the
tonight. He's ready to fight the entire chat. Are you guys paying attention to what is going down here?
I mean, I'm here for that. Goober, bro has plenty to say. I appreciate that as well up in the chat.
All right,
but
sorry for
I also
cutting you
think
off. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying the Kelvin's being used there to try and like smooth out a bad lane for Billy, but you're up against the paid Shiv. So you like the Kelvin is trying to, get Billy through lane, get him some souls in his pocket, make him relevant. But I'd much rather see Kelvin being used to snowball a really oppressive lane and just completely just shut someone out of the game and get in a really early Guardian and go hunting for some more kill participation opportunities. It just felt like only half of, Warden's kit was being used. That's sustained, which is fine. Keeps Billy in the conversation, gets souls in his pocket. But yeah, I think you want more from your Kelvin.
ZP, chat wants to know, who are you dressed up as? I assume they're talking to you.
That's crazy.
Well, it's Mina. Actually, no, it's Vindicta. Like, Vindicta. I'm blue, right? Like, it's clearly Vindicta. Like, if you're not seeing Vindicta, like, I don't know. But
lore knowers, are they the same sort of subspecies, Vindicta and Abrams?
No. Abrams is just, I think, from another dimension that's kind of like crossed in with all the gateway stuff going on in Deadlock, and Vindicta, she just got murdered in the Salem witch trials. Is a woman on there, and now she's Ghost. Ghost.
I love Deadlock lore.
Ghost with the sniper rifle. It all makes sense. I need to read up more on the lore. In fact,
the lore's
talking
crazy,
about it before the show. Your lore lords in front of you will be putting together some very fun segments in the future. If you're a uber nerd and you love to read or create up stories of your own about these characters, we'd love to feature some of your art or input on the show. ZP will coordinate all of that because I'm too lazy to do it. More info to come on that. For now, we're not going to a break, Solomon. Hold your pee. Can we just force these NA kids to lock in? Because I'll be honest, it's another 2-0. Melee creeps, pack your bags. You're done. Unless John gets his bebop, you're cooked, right, Uber?
Look, kinda. I'm surprised actually of just how much melee creeps struggled in that game, but their draft probably needs a little bit more gas, maybe just in the lane. I want to see him do some relevant stuff in the mid game. I don't think it's a 2-0. Sorry, I know you don't want to hear this, bro, but I believe melee creeps. They've got this. They can bring it back. Faux show.
I'm down for more. I'm down. I think we are over 2,000 viewers over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. Thank you to everyone hanging out with us over on YouTube. We got over 1,300. I saw a peak of 1,600 just about 20 minutes ago. And ZP, you are the talk of the town. Is there anything you want the people who are tuning in from Ireland, India? We had an Australian in here. What should they know about the great Blue Abrams from the state up north?
Anyways, you know what Abrams said? Abrams is a pretty darn good detective. As it turns out, he got this cursed book dropped in his lap, and with a note that said, "Don't let them have it," is where it's at. So
this
now
is literally a self-plug opportunity, and you're giving lore. That is crazy, bro.
Well,
that is crazy.
Abrams,
Uber coach him up. Uber coach him up,
bro. You need to tell him where to find you. You need to tell him what the Cash App is. You need to tell him how much they have to pay for you to say weird stuff on the broadcast. Bro. This is how we do it.
Ladies, he has a microphone. It is one of the best in the industry. Let him put it to work, and you can hire him over on Cameo.com. I am his agent. We'll talk later if you want.
He will read your smutty chapters
He does
for
all
you.
the physical stuff. Sneaky Golem taking on the melee creeps. We're going to start here with the challengers getting the first ban, and Kelvin was left through. They grabbed it in the first round last time. This time they say no paradox play.
Yeah, I think they've had enough rocker on the paradox. They're just like, yep, we don't want to deal with that. But Sneaky Golem, I don't think they had a fear of Kelvin put into them last time around. I think they're going anti-robot again here. They're taking down Bebop, and they're gonna go. Yeah, they're gonna go melee creeps and go, hey, pick the Kelvin again. See if we care.
No bot. Yep, you called it.
Yeah, no surprise. I do think that, John. I would like to see John on an initiator. I think that he's obviously great on guys, good on gun heroes in general. Like to see maybe a little bit of extra utility as opposed to him kind of getting left behind by the game and being a split pushing annoyance bucket. Again, so you maybe don't want to first pick Holiday. You are going to go for the Kelvin, but let's see Kelvin in a lane that's designed to snowball a good matchup as opposed to smooth over a bad one.
Back to you, Sneaky Golem. Says you don't get a paradox, you'll lock in your Shiv with who else?
Holiday. I think you've taken your two premium initiators off the board between Bebop and Paradox. It is highly encouraging you to go Holiday. Now, there's no way that melee creeps don't know this. I think part of why they're looking at this is that they want to angle to get something premium like an Infernus for themselves on the next round of picks, because I just think where that's going. Or on the off chance that they decide, hey, we're going to go with the Infernus, then they get to pick a Holiday, and then Sneaky Golem, they are without a key initiator of their own. So they go the Yamato. So I can guarantee you for melee creeps, one of the next two picks almost certainly is going to be a Holiday.
Yeah, gotta take that at some point here. I also it's crazy. Infernus is still so good. He still hits very, very hard. And I think he got nerfed on the his flame dash got nerfed slightly. Also, afterburn also got reduced, just in terms of outright damage. But bro's still hitting very, very hard.
Hey, ladies.
Surely Holiday here from someone.
No. You'd think. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that Saya is usually the one that's played the Holiday, but he's not going to play both the Holiday and the Kelvin. So if you don't see it, it's a hero pool. Yeah.
John can play the Holiday. Yeah.
Yeah. So
we saw that in our challenger game.
Okay.
Spicy boy, when you said I'm wearing a hat for this show, Uber, I was really hoping you were dressing up as Infernus.
Because it came across as I'm just wearing a hat. I thought about Infernus, but I've left my Fedora Lord socially unaware years behind. So my collection of Fedoras is probably in Australia somewhere. You know what I mean? I just don't have them anymore.
Sorry, I'm a little late. Had to finish the chapter I was on.
I don't know if there's any world where me cosplaying Infernus the same way that ZP's cosplaying Abrams would be appropriate for obvious reasons. So I might leave that one
not good to have on broadcast.
Yeah, it's definitely the fire that I'm concerned about trying to replicate.
Cage is going to be locked in here for the Golems, and on the other side, we get bans. Lady Geist, you can't be used. So what do you do instead?
Pick Mirage.
Mainly creeps.
I think Van Holiday say no one gets to have a top tier initiator in this instance.
Pocket's still up. Where's Doorman, by the way? What is going on?
Oh, Doorboy's been missing.
Doorman, not as favored in NA after the nerfs, even though it's been very, very valued in
So
EU.
good tonight.
Look out for a Calico from Sneaky Golem as well. I think you've got to be aware of that. You do ban Goober out. That's fine. I mean, he can not play Bebop or Viscous, but Calico is pretty contestable here. Pocket is also still in rotation. Holiday, for the love of God, is still out there.
Calco go to hydration or AVG?
Could go to either, but I would guess hydration with who's played it more recently.
Haze is instead.
You might not have another bona fide gun carry. You might not want to play Ivy. Haze, obviously, you can build like the capacitor line on her because she really wants fire rate. That's the kind of gun carry that she is. But we've seen more of like supportive hybrid-esque builds with like aura effects from her. There's Calico, okay, getting picked up by melee creeps instead. She's just so good right now.
I'm trying to think, when was the last time we saw Sneaky Golem actually play Holiday? Because I don't think it's been all that often. I wonder if there's a little bit of hidden intel here of just, oh, Sneaky Golem isn't going to like playing it. Because they grabbed Haze, which is probably going to be played by Goober, and you can play Haze somewhat as your quasi-playmaker in lieu of a Bebop, Paradox, or Holiday. But I think Melee Creeps had the read here that Sneaky Golem didn't necessarily want to use a pick on Holiday in the first place. So, yeah, they get some pretty good value.
That is so heads up, because I'm looking and Sneaky Golem did not play Holiday at all during Trolley.
Okay.
On no occasions, as far as I can see here, did they actually pick that hero.
They did speedrun the tournament, though.
Until Melee Creeps got in their way.
Yeah.
Yeah. How interesting. Okay, so yeah, Pocket obviously was floating around. So the Holiday is picked up for Melee Creeps. But yeah, I think then in that case, with that context, and the Paradox ban first is like super heads up, especially when you know your opponents are forced to ban Bebop. Your opponents are a little bit limited on that, like hard engaged. Do you like try and go in the Mo and Cruel direction to supplement that? Like, yeah, okay. So you want an actual gun carry outside of the Haze here, which makes sense. So maybe slightly more supportive. I want to see what they do with the Haze here for sure.
You know, I think there's a world where they may have gone the Mo and Krill instead of the Pocket, but in terms of hero pools, I don't know if Sneaky Golem has anyone else that actually wants to play Page. But Hydration is also the main Mo and Krill player, so I think there's like hero pool stuff going in as that was
yeah.
Abrams getting like we have had so many variations of the Abrams splash art, I've got to say, and they've all involved ZP. So I've got to say that is warming the cockles of the art.
Here it is.
I'm ready.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna unravel there in just a moment. You missed it because your horns fell over your eyes. You're blinded by your own
there
phone.
It is.
That's great. That is great. Okay, so looking over this now, I think Melee Creeps in lane are gonna do a bit more. Abrams and Calico for me, that's quite nice. I think Kelvin now can find a lane assignment that actually allows him to, instead of covering over weak laning, just honestly being solid. On the Sneaky Golem side, right, you have the Shift Page lane still, obviously very annoying. Yamato, amazing in lane. Fire rate reduction on any of your abilities is so good. Crimson Slash is going to have that effect. And obviously Pocket can be pretty powerful there as well. Ivy's going to take a little bit of time to get going. Haze to some degree as well. So I feel like Melee Creeps might have the chance to be the bullies early in the game that they weren't last match. It's my take.
It's going to be interesting. I think in terms of initiation, the thing that's going to suck for Sneaky Golem is that if you're not able to get the Haze going in the mid game, you don't have a lot of great options for getting fight start in the late game if you're not already at an advantage. So Melee Creeps is definitely the more durable of the two teams. I also think in terms of, I mean, as heresy as this may be to say, Ido's Pocket looked a little bit out of practice, but I think part of it is that Ido's been playing a lot of Mina recently, so I think it may be higher priority for Melee Creeps to just have Ido on the Mina just by virtue of the fact that Ido's a lot hotter on Mina right now.
Hey, ZP, is your dad Paul Bunyan?
No, where's this going?
Babe, you're looking like a blue ox. We got to jump into this game. We've got Sneaky Golem taking on Melee Creeps. We got a flaccid ZP and a very excited Uber Shouts with a divot on his forehead, thanks to the crown. What a day. It's the holidays. Make sure you got stocked up on candy. Big shout out to Trolley, who supported us with $20,000 over the last 2 weeks to give out to our competitors. And of course, to Intel. This is our 12th episode of the night shift. Intel's been around for the last 10, handing out 20K of their own. Sneaky Golem, no stranger to cash and checks. Can they earn another one? They're one game away. Divot Head, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got to now wait for it to reinflate my forehead. Hopefully 30 minutes should about do it. Melee Creep, Sneaky Golem, what do you guys think? Let's start from the beginning. Let's talk lane assignments here as we jump into this game. It's actually Haze and Shiv going to be on that left side of the map. Paige will be grouped up with the Yamato in mid. And of course, we've got this Calico Mina lane. Of course, both heroes, ZP on the Melee Creep side in mid, so good at going in, trading, and getting out, ideally scot-free.
Paige Yamato is an ugly lane. If you've laned against this, you actually realize how painful it is to go against, because part of what keeps Yamato in check is that she's not going to hit every power slash because she's trying to go from angles where she doesn't need too much poke damage in turn. Well, when you pair up with a Paige just shields you and you go out in the open and go for power slash without a care in the world, and it's actually way harder to dodge around the power slash pressure when you're backed up by a Paige, just because of how reckless Yamato can play and get away with it.
Yeah, it is. It's just harder to punish that Yamato. You want to poke Yamato down ideally, so she can't go for the risky power slash lines. This positioning from Fishcake, though, certainly implies a level of aggression. At least he's trying to tease Yamato in their direction. Gloom Bombs got nerfed slightly, but they are still a bit more consistent to hit than they ever were. So definitely one of the parts of Calico's kit that is spammable and super annoying. You see that cooldown is ultra low. Melee life still picked up, so as soon as we get that leaping slash online, there's going to be a sustained component stapled to it for the Calico.
Looking at some of the other lanes here. Holiday Abrams is interesting because you still get a lot of good poke damage from the Holiday, but the ability to go in and punish is limited, even if the Abrams is playing defensive, because if you outstep versus an Abrams, you get charged and things go really bad. I don't know if they're going to get kills immediately, but it is a lane that's going to be hard to lose, I think, if you're Melee Creeps.
Here's the Rake. Shield comes in a little late on AVG, so that is confirmed damage that Ido's been able to inflict. The persistent pressure of the Yamato right click, though, is still going to be experienced even when you're trying to buy from the store. Obviously, extra regen must pick up here for Yamato, as she's not the most powerful ranged hero. Nice Crimson Slash on the 2! Oh my goodness, the damage here in lane for AVG has been solid now. They've taken a pretty healthy bit of damage themselves back, but they're going to be able to buy another tier 1 here. Ideally something that, yep, lends itself to sustain. Healing right now joins the extra regen to make this Yamato, well, let us stay around a little bit longer.
Really good poke coming out between Ido and Fishcake in the middle to, even with the Paige, force Yamato to do double green item buy in the beginning. This is the point where you would love to get a little bit more damage instead, but sometimes having HP is the best way to continue harassing. Still have the Paige shield up, looking for the punish now on the Fishcake, as Fishcake dashing in and around, I think just barely gets out of that one.
That is gross. You are right. This lane is absolute filth. And AVG is able to come forward with a level of impunity that you would not otherwise expect, as you know, Yamato doesn't hate it. Getting fire rate as well if that barrier is going to be invested into further. But yeah, Paige really designed to supercharge those very powerful early laney heroes and then take that utility, spread around the map in those team fights properly. So Fishcake had to go back for health. They're going to return now, but this is obviously going to come at the cost of some of this wave potentially and damage on the Guardian. Power Slash hits Ido now, has to make use of that Sanguine Retreat. They were hoping to harass the Paige down while AVG wasn't looking, but Big Brother is home and he's got eyes everywhere. Now, Hydration has to really start to hot-foot it though. Look in the juke there, hits the parry. It's a little bit too late as Fishcake slaps him down, takes out the Paige and tries his best to ignore a very angry Yamato.
Also, the elemental lane of the right, the Ice and Fire, has actually been laning pretty well between the Kelvin and Furnace. Guardian down the half HP, Pocket and Ivy just kind of hanging on. You know, not a lane that I think you can go super aggro in because of the burst potential of the Pocket, but one where you're just making beneficial trades onto the creep wave and getting good damage onto the Guardian.
It's like a value setup, right? I just feel like you're trading better in almost every case. DMB can be aggressive, get afterburn stacks built up because the sustain offered by Frost Grenade. It seems like it's in the longer lane, it's kind of really bloody annoying to play it. We're on the left side here, though. This is the Abrams and Holiday lane. We're up against Shiv and Haze, and it's been a little quiet from them, of course, but farm-wise, of course, they've been staying in step, but you see that early aggressive potential that the Abrams lane can put out, definitely paying off. Oh dear, Nox Nostra accounts for AVG, and obviously Hydration. If you lose the Yamato, you have nothing to fight for as Paige.
You'll just sit back and continue throwing out some slow Paige shots and
continue having souls denied. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, effectively, yes. Also, the right-hand side, look at, is this going to be a turn into the right-hand side? Usually you don't get lanes, but I think it's just for buff right now. Where,
yeah, buffs up in
Fishcake.
1 second.
Yep.
Survival is nice. So that is headed into the clutches. But now the mid Guardian's down to half here. So these little excursions for Fishcake have been punished on occasion. Now, though, more sustain is nice. You can take more of those trades with survival buff. Captivating read. You've got to be careful. It's pretty easy to underestimate the range of that ability. Fishcake, though, not affected by it. Still, this wave keeps getting shoved in under them. Cold Front now at the ready. This is definitely going to supercharge the 1-2 punch, the trading potential that you have with this Calico. And your chase down also gets pretty good.
I actually think laning against the Calico for while this vitality buff is up is going to be nothing but hell for the other side. It's so much poke that you're going to have to deal with, where Fishcake is going to dive in, look for trades, and the regen is going to make it absolutely fine. This is a very painful next 2 minutes or so, so long as you don't go too wild with it. I mean, you can look right now on your screen. That is a ton of regen, probably the best early buff you can get.
It's sick, actually. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Movement is nice to have as well, but you're not really moving around the map too much. You just want to hang around in lane. So this oppressive right side lane, kind of delivering on the promise that was made when we see Infernus and Kelvin picked together and sent this way. It's a Guardian for them. Also, mid Guardian's been, worked on a little bit by melee creeps, so decent position in general. Now, how do they take this small early advantage and turn it into something more? We're going to have some creeps snapped up here in contested territory. Obviously, Infernus is one of the best at clearing these camps rapidly. The cloak is thrown through, though, so a warning shot fired up by Rokane, but I think DMB is going to help himself to those souls regardless. And that mid-Guardian will come down. Fishcake might want to try and fight for it. Return for Shadows, though, not at the ready.
Something happened in middle or looking at other lanes where even the vitality buff just... presence was lost between Fishcake and Ido. I assume Ido... Okay, looking where Ido is, Ido just got forced out, so that's a little bit difficult. Even if you have Vitality, you're not going to be too impactful in the 1v2, but now your lane opponents are a little bit drained on HP, and you go, we're just going to even up the Guardian immediately, so we'll see if they get punished for it. They should be able to get the Guardian at a minimum.
It's a big investment, though, elsewhere. Melee creeps lose their lane is pretty heavily on the left side of the map, if I'm not mistaken. Retreat here needs to be used for Ido, and of course, perfectly pathing into the jump pads now. That's the change in the game. If you are hit just after jumping off a pathing, 0.6 seconds, something like that, you do get stunned up. So there is counterplay, opportunities to chase the Mina down, but looks like to the rescue comes Saya.
Ido, movement god, getting out of a situation that most people would fall in. Rocker, caught in the crossfire. Off here on the left-hand side, and it's just the overload where Calico gets middle and then just goes, I'm going to help you out on left, and a little bit of a headshot towards the end of the Goober.
Not too shabby. This is a better start here for melee creeps, but more to be done. No, first things first. Guardian cleared up. The Conjured Dragon is going to burn John down pretty low in hydration. Hit the shot! My goats! No, he's got some other issues to deal with now. Nice wall jump attempt here, but careful of the stun on the jump pad. He thinks twice about it, but instead happy to have gained some altitude and have the chance to fall back to the safety of Rokane.
I think if you compare this game to last game, though, this has been a lot better for melee creeps. They still have all the upside of the Kelvin. They have a little bit less upside on the late game, but if they don't fall significantly far behind, I still kind of prefer their comp, especially as you start getting the urn, if they can apportion their ults in a proper way.
Okay, here comes Sneaky Golem, and I think John has to have a sixth sense about this. 3 heroes grouped up on this left side of the map to try and push this Guardian down. The reprisal, though, will be swift in mid. Melee creeps looking to pressure down. Scout, though, is off the map, but it hasn't slowed their macro aspirations down whatsoever. This Guardian, though, is not worth fighting for, and so we'll see John head back to base.
Sneaky Golem picking up another Guardian. Still one more left to go on the right-hand side. So melee creeps can hold on to that. Meanwhile, in contrast, melee creeps have gone down every Guardian so far. So melee creeps looking slightly better here off the early game.
Yeah, being kept off that select slot. Sneaky Golem. Just at this point, trying to secure their sinners and not have them taken away. The game not nearly as swingy as it was last time. So, securing one's own sinners is a must do, of course, to stay in step. And that is going to be achieved quite comfortably. Now that we're starting to look towards some of these more power spiky items, we're going to start to see some of these tier 3s make their way into individual inventories. Hydration and League having the most souls on Sneaky Golem is it's not the worst, but certainly would like to see those allocated more in like Rocker, Rokane's direction, AVG as well. And speaking of tier 3s, first one for John. Cult Sack has been picked up at 951. Not too bad.
And in overall, the build is just the standard holiday gun build with the early Mystic Shot and the Battle Vest, Cult Sack, and you know, kind of expect John to focus more on gun items as we move forward. And buffs come up. Quick little snatch of the gun buff by Scout. And now this is a big change, Mitch, relative to the last game where Earn Control is going to go the way of melee creeps. They weren't able to get Earn Control at all, not a single time last game. Now they have control of the Earn and they have a Kelvin with a dome to use it. This is a far better situation, one that's a lot more difficult for Sneaky Golem to deal with.
Trying to shadows used there. I think AVG was looking for a piece of fish cake there. DMB instead is going to go down. That is Goober. That's not where you want to see that action happen. This is going to be lost to that last Guardian now on this right-hand side of the map. Somehow, DMB just maybe unaware of what was intended for him there. So melee creeps were trying to set things up for a safe Earn turn in, but this seems to be anything but. Sire thinks to chance it, but straight away sees the page, and now there's a bullet dance, so looking to get the heck out of there. A lot of damage being taken. Rokane on the chase. Somebody's got to help Sire at some point. Frozen Shelter needs to be used here. This is just to stay alive. There's no kill potential, but Arctic Beam is going to make it harder for Rocker to do his thing. AVG is down. Now hold Rocker in place is the plan for Sire. Make it hard for that shift to escape. Earn now is a thought at the back of these players' minds. They are focused on the job at hand. Rocker stunned up as he hits that jump pad. That change is going to mess players up a couple times, and eventually he is going to bleed on down. That is a Holiday kill credit, and Sire eventually gets that Earn turned in.
Huge difference from one game just by virtue of having control of the Earn. Even with the pressure there, Sneaky Golem end up kind of overextending a little bit to interrupt the Earn. You get your Shiv stuck in the frozen dome while the rest of his team is just kind of getting hunted down on the outside. It's still a really nice fight for melee creeps. And yeah, overall, I mean, only 3k difference between both teams, but melee creeps now have full control of their own jungle. They have opportunities to engage a little bit deeper in the enemy jungle. And also, when Spirit Lasso is up, they have a pretty big edge in initiation here, where Sneaky Golem is really relying on the initiation of Haze going in, landing a dagger, and then getting follow through up thereafter. And at mid-game, this is the point for Haze to shine, but it's still a harder setup than just being able to run up and lasso someone.
And goes Goober. Catch there is decent, but it's on Scout, one of the tankier targets, albeit less souls in Scout's pocket than his contemporaries. And as a result, the Abrams is a little squishy. There's a pick off here. Ido also suffering some level of scrutiny, but Sneaky Golem have found back-to-back a couple of nice picks. First, it was DMB, of course, on the right side of the map. That results in a Guardian take. This time, Scout is locked onto. So Goober does have the ability to secure these engagements. That slowing Hex, sleepy dagger combo.
So if melee creeps have it in them to turn the tables, Lasso now up, but you look at where John is on the map, it's more of a farming run here. And you look at the build, I think it may have been Lightbringer that kind of came up with this initial gun holiday build. Like, he was most famously used on Hoot in recent times, but it is exactly the same as Hoot build so far. You grab stamina, grab active reload, and if it stays the form, next item that you're going to see from John probably going to be Hollow Point.
Yeah, obviously someone who wants to sit back and not get too involved, and Hollow Point works pretty well on all those backline-oriented heroes who have that higher amount of health. Size Arctic Beam there, questing for a Sneaky Golem player to slow on down, but they definitely kept themselves at arm's length. There's some sinners here to take on the Sneaky Golem side of the map. Elsewhere, you can see melee creeps probing on the left. There's not really much to fight for, though, in that part of the jungle, outside of just shoving lane and getting Walker, but they might be setting up for a catch on League.
3 members of blue and 1 lone gargoyle on the left-hand side. Bare minimum, it's going to be some damage onto the Walker, but could be the pick and more.
Same on the right, though.
Rocker's thinking the same on the right, yeah.
Yeah. I think he's hearing John clearing camps, and here we go. Try and get out. Just a sneaky little dagger stuck in there, nothing more. But Goober's the one you want to watch in terms of those initiations, and Sire looks like they got slowed up for a time, but no, they finally picked up League. That's on the left-hand side of the map. That means that Walker's going to be taken instantly there by melee creeps. This is dangerous. DMB would like to get away from this. Sire's in trouble. Frozen Shelter, though, will elongate this fight, prolong it, and allow for Frost Grenade rotations to keep him in the fight. This is now getting a little bit dangerous for AVG. Low, he is. Rallying Charge going to be thrown out by Hydration, though, and has to be a hard escape for John. Gonna be difficult to avoid these shots coming in. Hydration, little engine that could just chugging away with those daggers, catches out the Holiday. But AVG has fallen. They were looking for revenge on that left side of the map. Now there's an opportunity for Ido, but they're outnumbered. In a 1 versus 2, Sire still coming back off a zip line, and he's too slow to get to the fight. No opportunity to turn it around.
Also, overall, really good trades here from Melee Creeps, where both teams end up trading out with each other, but the one team that walks away with the Walker, Mitch, is Melee Creeps. Melee Creeps got what they want on the left-hand side, the quick assassination on the league with the finish onto the Walker, and Sneaky Golem, they end up in this long fight where they get Frozen Shelter, and the Frozen Shelter has just enough health to keep Sai out of killing blow range, extend things out even more, and while you're fighting away from the Walker, it's not taking any damage, and yeah, you get a few trade-outs, but it's just nowhere near the value that Melee Creeps got on the opposite side of the map.
A sick value trade yet again from Melee Creeps, macro gods that they are. DMV really want to be here right now. Sire has just joined him, and Abrams is going to be in position. There is potential for a fight, but you don't have a lot of catch potential here. Brocane looking to throw down, but slightly outnumbered is Fishcake and John. Just they're the Goon Squad here, basically stuffing him into a locker, and that's obviously the 14k soul pocket neutralized.
Mitch, you got to appreciate the thud sound for every quick melee that's going in there, where you're not only hiding in the veil, but you're hearing thunk, 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 thunk. And that's a hyperline. That is a hyperline and a death is what that is.
That is brutal. Scout just blown to smithereens there. Nothing he could quite do. Haze is the last thing you want to see in those cases. This earn turn is $3.99, folks. Sire going to get that one locked away. And this puts Melee Creeps up by 10k. Now, I'm going to say that Walker difference certainly makes an impact. They're being contested right now. I don't know how easy this is going to be to defend on the right-hand side of the map. I think it's really only DMB that is there for the time being, so it's dangerous. Here in the mid, though, there's some pressure to be put down. You get your split screen for you, folks. I have Rocker going to work on that Walker. It looks like Fishcake doesn't really have that same idea in mind. It is the right side Walker of Melee Creeps picked off. So what do they get for this? There's always a catch if you're Melee Creeps and you're losing the objective. I want to see it here.
What about mid boss? If you get a pick here, if you're able to take down Rocker, he's going to die right near middle. You have real mid boss opportunity if you're able to finish this off, if you're able to stop him from jump padding away. The stun comes in one more time. The fall through is all around here, Mitch, but maybe able to take some cover by the Walker.
Taking that lead damage over time from the Holiday, but somehow Rocker was able to get away. Now, how quickly can he get topped up? Don't know if he has Hyperline at the ready. Hurricane at 16k, League at 20, so that gun Ivy's starting to become relevant. They're going to come online soon, and definitely want to try and be in fights at the moment if they can. It's a Walker loss, though, for Melee Creeps, and they actually can't extract any value on their side. So both teams have uncontested Walker losses back-to-back, but it's still an 11k soul difference.
Yeah, I think the one upside for Melee Creeps and giving up their Walkers that it kind of happened at the same time they got earned. It wasn't directly a one-to-one trade, but it was close enough that internally they're probably just like, okay, we gave Walker, we got earned, we still get a little bit of extra souls. It's still very much within the realm that Sneaky Golem can evenly fight, but it's kind of unnoticed where, you know, effectively one team fight down. But if you could get Ido right here, it'd be huge off the sleep.
Sanguine. That's going to be enough. Ido can get away, but you've got to watch out for Goober, and you really don't have any walking when it is the Haze that is playing to catch people out. You don't have great lockdown potential outside of that. It's just Stone Idol, really. The only other CC plus rallying charge, but sometimes the slowing hex hit off the sleeping dart is all, rather the sleep dagger is all you need. Mid Walker. That's where the fight's happening right now. Buffs up in a minute 45, so nothing else really to fight for except for these big objectives. Let's see how it plays out. He's a slice and dice in Sai's direction. Rocker going to be knocked aside, though. Doesn't really fancy being in this kind of fight. We'll have to drop on down, taking a lot of afterburn damage. My God, half of the health of the Shiv goes away to the Infernus. Rocker doesn't quite have the souls to just shrug that off.
No, not at all. Sometimes the best course of action is to go back and get a little bit of healing at base. The Heal Bane being picked up by Scout in turn, and Melee Creeps able to flex their advantage a little bit here. You see them being a little bit more willing to be aggressive, going to the Sneaky Golem, and I think Sneaky Golem right now, Mitch, they're really acutely feeling the lack of a traditional playmaker here. Like, Goober's been able to make a few plays here and there, but you have to work a lot harder to make it happen with Haze than you do with one of the more upfront playmakers as Frozen Shelter goes down.
Okay, well, it's the catch, it looks like. Yeah, DMB going to be in position now. Nice little start off the concussive combustion, but there will be damage coming back their way. Rocker low. They're bullying the Shiv, man, going after him again and again. And that is all 6 players of Melee Creeps involved in that elimination. They are grouped up and ready to throw down, and Page simply does not have the mobility to escape. Melee Creeps, blood in the water. They taste it, and they are going after the jugular. Now, still presence inside this jungle. AVG At least able to get up to the rooftops now, but this damage is going to keep coming. I don't think there's a good escape here for the Yamato whatsoever. AVG aware of that, attempts a parry, but it's a token attempt at best. Now, eyes on League in mid, up to 25k souls, but on his own will still be a tasty morsel. Gooby here to disrupt, catch a scout out, and does a bit more damage than he otherwise would have expected. That'll shut down the chase, but mid boss is certainly on the menu.
And also, good news, Hydration's just spawning. Bad news, Hydration still isn't going to have Rallying Charge. We'll see what form of contest comes up here. You can Stone Form onto the point, but Sneaky Golem, this would be risky if they decide to go in.
Surely you don't bother for this. Rejuve credits handed out 1, 2, and 3 to Melee Creeps. Now a soul lead of 19k. Urn's going to be your next location. Sneaky Golem still happy to try and fight for this, but they will be locally outnumbered over that Urn pickup location. They may not be aware of it. It's going to be a 4v2 for them with the rest of their team licking their wounds, so they can't afford to pick it up. Fortunately for them, the right wave is pushed in Amberside's favor. That is going to give them a bit of a buffer and allow them to at least set up to fight for it.
You don't love this if you're Sneaky Golem. This is one of the ugliest spots to be in all of Deadlock, where you're down 20,000 souls and the other team has Rejuve. Melee Creeps can just go for the Rejuve fight, especially with the Kelvin, and they're fine. Like, they can sacrifice the entirety of Frozen Shelter to turn in Urn and then fight against Sneaky Golem after, because they're still not going to lose the fight with 3 Rejuvenators. This is such a tough spot to be in. I think if you're Sneaky Golem, realistically, you don't want to fight Urn. Urn fight probably ends badly. You're trying to get a trade, and you look at how they're positioned on the map, Mitch. That's exactly how they're playing it.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, they don't want to fight directly, but they know they can extract some value here. You cannot defend this on your own if you're just the Holiday. John knows it. Doesn't have to clear. So this is totally reasonable. But if they lose their right side Walker and lose the Urn, that's obviously not where they want to be. And I don't think they're in position to protect it either. So it ends up being Urn take, Walker trade, favoring Melee Creeps, keeping them with a nose in front. But apparently we're not done. Base Guardians now being looked at. Melee Creeps, though, have a similar idea, but they're sending back some of their forces at least to properly contest this. Still, Base Guardians are Base Guardians, and they have a soul value attached to them now, though it's time to back away. Sneaky Golem beating a hasty retreat. Melee Creeps might not let them get away with this. There is, of course, a lasso here for John to catch a straggler if possible. And now the shrines are starting to be hammered down here in the Amber base.
I think for Sneaky Golem, this is almost all they could do in this situation. If they had sent everyone the Urn, they don't get a Walker, and they probably lose Walker and Urn anyways. But now, off the movement, they get the drain a Rejuve Crystal, maybe get the kill right on after. Looking to see if they can keep DMB vulnerable. In on the chase down, the killing blow gets it. And that is enough to at least buy a little bit of room for the rest of the Rejuve. Yes, you're still behind, but it could be so much worse.
Yep. Yeah, the 1-for-1 there is acceptable, even if not great. It's not really furthering your game plan, though. It's keeping you in the game, and there's a pretty important difference between those two concepts. It's going to be a Walker loss now. As of course, you'd expect Melee Creeps to start to flex their soul lead, and also the implied soul advantage that those Rejuve credits give them in terms of fire rate, of course. And MS around the map. Sinner's also got to be gobbled down. So Sneaky Golem can't fight for these realistically unless they can group. Ido definitely has his spider senses tingled, though, and he was correct. Sneaky Golem were encroaching.
The timing there was very precise in the end, where going for the enemy Sinners when people are backing up at the end of a Rejuve push, there's a lot of times, as anyone who's done any amount of pubbing would know, that you go for that and your timing is off, and Rejuve or no, you get jumped on by 4 people, and it's not good, because the double vault is going to be one of the very first places you check as you look to reestablish control of your jungle. Also because it's one of the places that you want to farm when it's up. So it's a common area to guess where people are going to be, and usually you're right. So when you go to steal on the back end of a push, you know you're just on an incredibly limited timer.
Yeah, your window shuts pretty darn quickly. I mean, worth pointing out, the Ivy is getting pretty strong capacity here. Obviously, the Fortitude is quite a powerful item and is joined by the Leech there. So definitely getting into a good spot. League is at 32k souls, definitely outstripping anybody on Melee Crypt side. So it's, in terms of their mandate to get farmed up and be impactful, they're almost there. The flex slot issue is one that will need to be remediated, but you can see, of course, this Ivy pretty adept at taking down these high tier camps.
Sneaky Golem still in a pretty tough spot overall, a 30k deficit between them and Melee Creeps. And also, don't forget how we kind of kicked off the game and talking about the importance of Kelvin. Well, fighting Kelvin while even is a pain. Fighting Kelvin, whose team is 30k ahead, is a nightmare and a de facto death sentence for anyone who gets caught in a frozen shelter with any degree of help. So the ability for melee creeps in these fights to simply run at Sneaky Golem, drop a dome, and win is pretty high. But then to add insult to injury, melee creeps have a comp that has Spirit Lasso. Sneaky Golem, they have Sleep Dagger and Prey, which is more effective than you might think, but not at the same level at all.
Rocket accosted here up atop the buildings, forced to give up the fight though. Scalp would like to chase them on down. Hydration might be a juicier target to go for. Seismic is good. Stone Idol has to be used in response. League can definitely have impact in this fight. They've got good items on him, and Scout's finding that out the hard way. AVG runs him down. That's the first pick here for Sneaky Golem, but Rocker seen better days. Definitely focused down as per usual. It's always been the lash first on the menu in this game. AVG caught out by the edge of the concussive combustion. Power Slash hardly puts a dent on DMB, and it's a dirty parry as AVG is silenced up. Counterspell used, but Shadow Transformation comes arguably too late in the day. No chance to make use of that buff. And here come melee creeps once again. It's a 3-for-2 exchange, and Hydration might be next. It's going to be tough for the page to put some distance in between himself and the Mina. And Ido plays with his food. Captivating read doesn't quite connect, as Ido's really not into that kind of fan fiction. Google try and back away. Sleep Dart to try and slow down this Mina, but that shrine is all but gone. And Patron will be next.
I think the heartbreaking thing for Sneaky Golem, they had a good engage on the timing right as Rejuve is done. They get the early pick, but the difference between the two teams is just too significant at this point. You need an even better engage, but you don't really have the tools for Sneaky Golem to find it. I mean, yeah, you blow up one person there. It's about as good as you're going to get, but you have no avenue to disengage. Saya comes on in, is able to lock things down, and now mid-boss is up in 35 seconds where melee creeps are so far ahead here, Mitch. They could pull an EU. They could just go in on mid-boss with no picks, wait for the scream, and then go for the engage after. And for Sneaky Golem, you have to respect the scream, and you're not going to be able to get out in time before Sai is able to jump on you and drop dome. Like, this is a really, really difficult situation for Sneaky Golem to play that frankly requires some level of misplay from melee creeps that have any real chance, but it may just go down unearned first if they decide to contest.
Well, AVG runs into a bit more oppression than he otherwise expected. Sai, though, just gets the urn turned in. There might still be a catch on the Yamato on the backside of this. AVG is so low, man. That's it. I mean, that's the game right there. I know he's trying to clear some of the map, but it's tough to come back from these. That is 3 down. Frozen Shelter really seems superfluous at this point, but Goober will, regardless, shiver himself to death. There's still base guardians on this left side of the map, so that'll be cleaned up. But Patron, as you recall, has already been knocked and is in the pit and is awaiting a hearty spanking. Here's the E-shift from Fishcake there, but just wants to continue to go to work on said Patron. There will be some backup now, and with only 2 players on the map, the Ivy and the Page, Sneaky Golem are going to have to give it up. I told you, folks. People mad in the chat about the melee creeps glazing. They have made it a 3-game affair here in our money match.
Whoa! We're going to a game 3. Both regions tonight. We are in for some special deadlock. Abram ZP, did you see a game 3 coming at the start of this draft? Was it a team fight? What took us the distance?
Yeah, I saw game 3 coming. Melee creeps is good enough that I think to just cleanly 2-0 them is pretty difficult, and doing it 2 weeks in a row even more so. Also, I think you can only give a team Kelvin so many times before they remember how to build a good Kelvin comp and whack you across the face with it. So I don't know for Sneaky Golem. I think maybe they're still so terrified of the Bebop they banned it again, but I don't love giving up Kelvin, and this game gave us a lot of reasons as to why you don't want to do it.
I knew that Rocker was going to be on Shiv. I was wondering who was going to play the pocket as it went to Rokane, and somebody in chat pointed out that the Calico is kind of just a pocket counter. Can you explain that?
I mean, I think you have the ability to like play around those cooldowns. You have a lot of invulnerability frames, obviously with your return to shadows. And also, as soon as you see that barrage activated, it's like really easy to avoid. So I think it's tough for Pocket to get that damage amp in general. I guess you can shrug off the affliction to some degree. But I just think like the ability to trade back and forth in lane without going for like these long fights is a boon to the Calico.
There's a perfect example. Well timed there, chat. All right, let's walk through some of the big moments here from Mina and friends. Melee creeps walking away with the dub in game 2. ZP, who had the best performance in this game in particular?
I think best performance overall may have just been DMB being super solid on the Infernus from beginning to end, or Saya with the domes. But to me, the most improved was Ido. I think, again, it may be sacrilege to say this given the history, but Ido on Pocket right now, not as impressive as Ido on Mina, which has clearly been one of his biggest comfort picks. If I had to go to other factors in the draft other than the Kelvin that really put this over the top for melee creeps, it's a fact they were able to secure the Mina. It's really good for Ido right now. The second part is that I think when you play Playmaker chess in the beginning and you ban the Bebop, you, of course, can't pick the Bebop later. And the ban of the Paradox from melee creeps was brilliant because they had the intel that Sneaky Golem doesn't like playing the Holiday. So for Sneaky Golem, I think you either need to play the Holiday or you got to give up the Bebop ban because doing both has caught you with your pants down.
We might see a robot in the game 3. Do you give John the opportunity? If not, the holidays seem to pay off. Welcome, Micah, as he is here at the best time of the stream. Don't worry, Micah, if you missed any of the action, we've got a YouTube channel over at youtube.com/Deadlock Night Shift. Simply rewind, enjoy the stream in its fullness. For now, though, let's walk through the highlights. I see a whole lot of highlighters on DMB's names. Uber, what did this Infernus do?
Yeah, look, I mean, importantly, you can see that objective damage is pretty sky high. So DMB is, spending time in side lanes, farming them up. You also notice, like, in lane, a pretty powerful combo with the Kelvin. We talked about how maybe underwhelming the Sire Kelvin was in the previous game. It had a lot to do with the lane assignment. The fact that that lane assignment never got into a meaningful mid game where Kelvin's oppressive nature could be expressed. But here, the Infernus, who doesn't always look to fully commit on some of those early fights, can do that. There's a lot of sustain for the Infernus, which means they can overstay in those trades and get even more of those afterburn triggers. It's really annoying to play against an Infernus that's playing like that level of cockiness, because you're always like burning down, and it delays your regen, and it also is just hard to have sustain. So yeah, pretty scary stuff. Great farm. I also thought League was a contender if things went better for Amberside to be super relevant on that Ivy. Is 30k, 35k is where you want to be to really start popping off, but it was not to be.
Chat, what was your favorite Uber bar? And that one, I have to say, was probably the Paige versus Mina fight. He says, what, the captivating read? Nah, Mina's not into that fan fiction. Uber on the mic. You get another round coming your way in game 3. We're going to a break. We're going to let our producer pee for the first time in 4 hours. On the other side, though, ZP, why should everyone stay on this stream?
Well, because it's going to map 3, and between these two teams, you never know what quite may happen. It's going to be a good one. Both teams are going to adapt. We'll see which one comes on top once more here in North America.
Now rub your
out on top.
On the way out.
Comes out on top.
Yeah,
I'm rubbing the horns.
Comes on top. No. Comes out on top. Yes.
Yes.
This just keeps going on. The production's just leaving us out here. They didn't like the P joke. Okay, I'm done. Production, please end this farce.
Where's my hat?
Where is your hat?
I just saw AVG get parried the shit into a game 3. We got Uber and ZP on the mic ready to rock a round 3. And Zeepers, how excited are you to shower tonight and just see the blue goo rinse off that very creamy body of yours?
Actually, incredibly excited. It is. I've thought about it multiple times of going, okay, show's over, immediately into the shower to wash up. Like,
nah, bros, we're not on a graveyard shift. You know it.
Oh, we are doing graveyard. I need to book a guest. Actually, that's what I gotta do. I need a guest.
TBD graveyard shift on this special edition. We used all of our brain power on how to do our own makeup. Uber, you and I have given up on our outfit. ZP, he is committed. He does not take off this winter jacket in game, out of game. He has been cooking it on the mic. How do you feel about the competition?
I mean, it's been good. I told you guys. I mean, it's been good. Melee Sneaky Golem giving us a 3-gamer this time around. They've been kind of sweeping each other back and forth. And look, I think we've, tweaked things on Melee Creep's side, right? To have just a bit of a better early game. And you can see what a team that's so good at the macro can do if they can come out of at least, one of those lanes ahead, if not more than them. So yeah, this is where they're at their strongest. Just got to tighten that draft up, and I think they'll be sorted. Sneaky Golem, this time without the paradox, I think hurts them more than, we maybe sort of talk about. So that first ban paradox, I think, might still need to find its way into the strategy for Melee Creeps.
ZP, give John the bebop. That's the gamble, right?
I think you probably should give John. Oh, okay. The Sneaky Golem is taking first pick, so that actually changes it. Sneaky Golem can now ban Bebop and not have to play against Kelvin at the same time. However, they ban Holiday, so...
Oh, that forces a Paradox ban.
Yes, or for Melee Creeps, they have to leave Paradox open, and Sneaky Golem is going to get with first pick, but that also means Melee Creeps can get... They would get, like, Bebop Kelvin there, so...
Give them Kelvin or Paradox, yeah.
If they ban Kelvin, then Sneaky Golem is going to pick either Bebop or Paradox, but then Melee Creeps gets the one they don't ban. But instead, they ban Yamato, so there's a ton of premium picks up here. Bebop is going to get played one way or another, and so is a Kelvin. This is actually wild.
Are we just hating on AVG? What is... Yeah. This is such an aggressive ban. Wow. Okay, dude.
Time for an
yeah, okay. Kelvin Bebop? Kelvin Bebop? Give it to John. Or do you have to give up the shift to do this? That's kind of cringe.
You can run both. I actually think you Bebop Paradox here. Yeah, I think you Bebop Paradox now that the Kelvin is off. Like, yes, you don't necessarily
need Paradox?
It'd be good. Yeah.
I like Sire Paradox. So guys, cracked. Shiv.
Okay,
was the one we didn't really consider. Yeah, that's fine. But you are still like you. So if you either get the Paradox or the Bebop here and then ban the other potentially.
Yep.
And you're probably okay with that. Then we actually get past this murderous first phase pick and ban. It is very tricky, but you just got to be careful. You are allowing Sneaky Golem, of course, to add to their roster still. They're going to get one of them. Paradox it is. I like that.
Yeah.
Yep. So Gooba obviously completed Viscous, completed Bebop pretty effectively. It's something you'd like, wouldn't hate to ban out again. But because Sneaky Golem have been banning Bebop, I think they've been happy enough like not securing that for themselves. Or something, we could have something even more random, like you could, take Bebop here early.
There's the bop. There's the bop.
The upside in draft economy, they don't have to go with a Viscous pick or ban now per se, because Sneaky Golem, I think they were only going to do Viscous if Goober was playing it in all likelihood. So, I mean, it is in their hero pool if they want, but I think for Melee Creeps, they're seeing as less of Prio. Probably looking for Infernus if it survives this final pick, which is less likely. Okay, Infernus
still play the Mo here. You can still put hydration on that if you feel like you want to have something alongside this Bebop engage. It's just, it feels like it's fallen off a little bit in terms of pick prio.
That Bebop call was wild. Not only did ZP see it coming, Megs 1300 saw it coming. Big shout out to Wander, who said John Holiday, so mighty.
Yeah, he's good.
I'll say this, if Melee Creeps don't ban Mo here, they are picking Mo 100%. You do not give Mo Bebop of all combos to Sneaky Golem. If they do, that is... I'm
with the Kelvin
right now. Put all your points on Golem if that happens. But I don't think Melee Creeps is going to let it happen.
Does John play Paradox at all? Do we know?
Not
not
that
sure.
I've seen in recent memory. I mean, it's kind of interesting that he went Holiday where he's expanding out his like playmaker pool, which is good as far as roles go. But for Paradox, I would probably expect it to be Saya, which means for a John hero, if you're a Sneaky Golem, maybe you ban the Geist. Because you know that... Okay, yep.
Bingo, we are on the pulse here. Nicely done. So what then will John turn to in lieu of that? Can he play Mirage?
That would be good.
Yeah.
Bad universe would be Warden. Like that.
Lick it.
Why? I mean, this is...
We gotta get off this show.
It's crazy.
Calico. Hey, welcome in. Hey, what else is going down?
All right. Yeah, the Fish Cake Calico. Right? I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, that's obviously good. I mean, we saw that banned by melee creep, so they couldn't secure it, but I think this is super nice. Super nice here.
Pocket.
I like the laning. I just like the melee creeps laning. Okay.
Oh,
Mirage
that's
taken
dirty.
away.
Why is
How
it
deep
dirty,
is that pool,
Zeeps?
John?
Because they're just absolutely mauling John's hero pool and going, John, pick the Warden, John. You know you want to pick the Warden. Uber will put the hat back on if you pick the Warden, John.
I'll refresh the forehead indent like it's a gem socket to unlock my sense of humor. Yo!
What?
Bro, this is literal. This is racist against John,
There's
bro.
the Warden.
This is actually wow. This is hate of unprecedented levels. UK police would be all over this with like an entire SWAT team at your door.
So John is that impactful of a player that they are taking all of his mains, forcing him onto Doorbro, or who else can John play?
I don't know who would. Yeah, I mean, this is curious to me. I'm really interested to see how this plays out.
Floor man, chat.
Does this behoove you a sneak? Okay, so Sneaky Golem.
I've been behooved.
might want something a little bit more durable here in this comp. Okay, Billy taking away. This might force an Abrams last pick here from Sneaky Golem, potentially. Probably just want a little bit more. The Billy lane is like, I don't know what you're going to put him with. It'll be Doorman Paradox, I imagine. Could be like Billy Calico.
I think John, by the way, is on either the Doorman or the Shiv. I think it's only one of the two. I don't, just given how John's played historically, I don't think it's going to vary from those two.
Okay, so we have the Haze and Bebop. So both of Goober picks here for Sneaky Golem. So I want to see how those get distributed across their team.
In the words of the great Pious 416, a first-time chatter. Goddamn, ZP on point predictions.
Good.
Well done, Zeeps.
Also, I'm going to do another prediction here. I think this is the return to the Hydration Warden because I can't imagine what else Hydration's going to play here. Maybe, if you go really far back in time, Hydration was the Kelvin player. But
Has he ever been a Haze player?
No.
All right. Warden it is.
No, he hasn't been. And yeah, this begs the question, like, obviously we just saw Goober play the Haze and it was fine, but they didn't have any other like hard engage alongside it. Now they've got the Bebop in the mix as well, who is a very reasonable, like, this team is very big on gun damage. Just want to sort of point that out. You know, see Warden, Mirage, Bebop, Infernus. So,
by the way,
Wander says it is the gunman confirmed. John Floorman is now being spammed. ZP, turn this negativity into a positive patty place.
Yeah, I think Sneaky Golem overcooked. You had just put John into a corner and said, John, pick the Warden. You had like the devil on John's shoulder being pick Warden, who really has not been that good the last few weeks. And then you go over the top. You're like, what if we give John no picks? And then you pick the Warden yourself.
The gun Doorman has been nerfed. So like important to point out that the outgoing headshot damage from Doorman has been reduced by 25%. And also the gun bullet damage growth per boon has come down. So that gun Doorman build, I don't think can function in the same way that it used to. Like it actually got nerfed pretty heavily. And they've tried to put more spirit scaling on the call bell to encourage players into less of that gun focused build. I think in lane, probably you can still be a pain in the neck, but I don't know if you can still play it the same way. We'll have to see like how far they'd be willing to push it if so. And that's facts. No cap on a stack. Mic drop.
All right, I think the game should be ready by now. If not, we should get rid of draft
If you leave Puck
completely.
at post-draft for more than 2 minutes, bro, like, you're in for it, bro. You are in for it.
Puck is just
Like what?
flagged up
Did
production.
you not get enough enjoyment over the last 6 minutes of slowly selecting character icons?
Yeah, but you know, we had
Can we not do this?
We had a great
with a little
meandering
iPad
discussion,
in between
you know?
breaks.
Look, I had a good time seeing John just for
the
get
only
kicked in the
reason
nuts over and over, you know?
I think the only reason the players are not ready for games is because we make them do the draft, then we have to sit through a draft, and we're just creating a little chaos zone where they can go like pee breaks and then get distracted on TikTok. And
You
then they
mean we
forgot,
allow
like,
free
the
will
wipe.
to exist?
Yeah,
that is true.
Yeah, we got to take away their will. Back into the games. $1,000 game will be decided right now. Sneaky Golem taking on the melee creeps. It's all about the Benjamins, baby, or the Abrams in ZP's case. Fill his horns. He's ready to go with Uber X on the mic.
Thank God it's not Uber X. that poor guy, he's got a real job now. Don't worry about that. Let's jump in, folks. Game 3 of this money match, thanks to our friends over at Intel. Can I have a thank Mr. Intel in the chat? Thank you very much. Sneaky Golem, of course, they are the ones that went for the Warden. In theory, it's a hydration pick. We want to see who's playing the Doorman and what the build is supposed to look like. Should be...
Yeah.
Okay. John. AVG on the Warden. Hydration back to his Kelvin roots.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't immediately like AVG's been the Warden player in recent memory for them. It was such a weird draft. I'm saying, I was like, wait, who's going to be on what? But yeah, this makes a lot of sense. So yeah, hydration goes all the way back in time, and Warden gets pummeled in the first 2 seconds of the game.
Did he eat a melee from the Billy? I'm not sure, but there was a call bell, of course, involved in that. And by the way, that ability is now more oppressive in that early lane, especially if you take like Mystic, you know, like any of those sort of spirit power items, because of the spirit scaling getting increased. It's so troll. I am a little bit afraid for this Haze Warden lane, ZP.
Rightfully so. I mean, Haze Warden isn't the worst lane in the world. Warden's laning got a little bit better recently, but going against Doorman early on is still rough. Doorman's laning is really good. It got even better with some of the recent changes. Well, arguably with the change of Call Bell spirit scaling, and you're more reliant on Call Bell in the beginning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got a headshot booster. Okay, we're doing it. So far, we're doing it anyway. Yeah, Warden also got like a base bullet damage increase, I think, plus like a very marginal tweak on the binding word radius, I want to say. It's like 1 meter or something. So it's a little bit easy to hit that ability, or rather, like, if people lock down. Oh, the double Call Bell value is just popping off. This is so annoying for Sneaky Golem to deal with. And for the record, this is not the only lane that's actually suffering quite a lot of pressure. Look at the map right now. Look at these melee creeps players pushing up.
Wait, look at the swap. I can't tell if that's just a box run or not, but AVG is getting the business on the left.
Was there a swap? No, I mean, yeah, but
yeah, it was just a particularly long box run. But you know, changing things up may not be the worst with how this lane is going.
Tree, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate your support. Big shout out to everybody who has subbed over the course of today. We are at 1,362 subs. We are 138 subs from 1,500, which is amazing. So thank you for your support. Obviously, keeping the lights on here is important. Obviously, this prize money from Intel goes straight into those players' pockets. So anything you do to help us do what we do would be appreciated.
If you got a bunch of Bitcoin, we'll take that.
Bitcoin's good. I don't discriminate.
Well,
so they're stealing camp. They're stealing this tier 1 over and over, which is, you know, obviously not great for melee creeps. It does give this lane a nice little bit of a healthy lead. Elsewhere on the map, like, you've got to be mindful. There is still that Bebop Mirage lane there for Sneaky Golem. That's decent, right? Especially the Calico obviously can trade really well, as can the Mina Calico is just like, it's an impossible lane to sort of pin under the thumb. Here's the binding word, which will be skirted out of, though, by DMP. No lockdown for you, AVG.
The Kelvin Infernus lane is, again, doing some pretty good work on the right-hand side. Not maybe as much as the last game, but still kind of a threat to deal with. And, you know, the opposition on the other end, it's been Paradox Shiv. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious what build John goes. Like, even with the headshot booster early on, sometimes you can just do headshot booster and then still go a lot of spirit on Doorman, and you just get the headshot booster for, you know, early harass in lane, which clearly has been effective so far, as we've been seeing AVG run for their life. But you know, as the lane has developed, it's stabilized a little bit on the left-hand side.
Yeah, somewhat, for sure. Here, obviously, it is in Infernus laning with the Kelvin. So we saw how powerful it was in the hands of melee creeps in the last game. But Paradox Shiv also isn't something to sneer at. Almost saw a swap across the map there. Sire looked like they were headed towards mid, but that is not to be. And yeah, that mid lane pressure starting to make itself felt here. So, you know, pretty much in lockstep these two teams are. It's not as if all three lanes on either side are dominating. Thank you, Jajawa12 for the prime. Keep it coming, gang. Thank you so much.
Mid lane is just problematic to deal with. I mean, the upside is you got Mina, so you're not really a great target after a hook, just because you're going to be able to, you know, retreat out of the bomb. But the boost! More damage than expected there, Mitch. Like, honestly, I mean, that was an early pop Nostra, but one that kind of HP taxes in a way that, you know, the lane pressure is going to go the way of blue.
Okay, Colbell doing its thing as per usual. Now, it was pointed out, of course, that just a headshot booster doesn't mean you're going for gun build, but I want to suggest that long range does mean that. So that's the direction we're going in with the Doorman build. Pressure is on. Guardian, in fairness, hasn't taken that much damage. I think probably our Chemical Flask is helping a little bit with shoving the wave back and preventing these Guardians from being knocked too low, but damage is going to keep coming in. John is going to be a nuisance, and importantly, it's the tier 1 that keeps getting eaten up when it spawns.
This lane has been trouble so far, and Bolt Dance over and in takes down Rocker. Rather, Rocker tries Bolt Dance and dies while Bolt Dancing. Just not a great scenario.
The card RPG. Okay, is able to avoid it. That's trade. Probably take those happily enough. Low though, as you are, as John, you got to be careful about zipline boosts. So just play back a little bit further. Big shout out, of course, still primes coming. Vinny the Gooch, Altai 27, and Inifcam.
Nailed it.
Thank you. Thank you. You know me, folks.
Real quick question for you guys. So, have you thought about just how long Intel has been sponsoring us? I just did. 10 weeks is 1/5 of a year. That's 20% of 2025. Yeah. If you've been enjoying the Deadlock during that 20% of your year, put a thank you Intel in the chat right now. Our goal is to get a bunch of screenshots, send it over to their marketing manager so we can do more of this in 2026. Thanks again, Intel, for all of your support so far and putting money in our players' pockets.
Yeah, bro, spitting facts. It's kind of cool that we get to do this. We just sort of started out with the hope to run some tournaments, and then here we are getting big brands noticing and wanting to get involved, which is great. And it's because of you guys in the chat as well, who are legitimately and organically getting behind it. We're all about authenticity here. We don't want to dress up as, you know, big ex-TV execs ruining esports like they've been doing for the last 20 years. So
that's next Halloween, actually. Like,
yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. If anyone's got like a little Silver Fox hair, like hair wig, I'll take that. I'll look like Mike Sepso. Give me that one. Sky Lauren, thank you very much for the prime sub. Appreciate it. AVG here. Another call bell was intended for him. Is able to avoid it. It's a chain gang though. Now being thrown in. AVG thought he was LOSing that. That's not the case, but nice little Chemical Flask will stave that melee creeps lane back. And you're right, CP. They've stabilized a bit, but elsewhere, Nox Nostra's getting thrown out. This makes you pretty vulnerable to a hook, but perhaps that was the plan for Ido, as he rakes instantly into Gooba and takes a chunk of his health.
Yeah, how things have turned a bit in the mid lane. Also, speaking of lanes under pressure, back here on the left-hand side, AVG gonna fall. So does DMB, though, in turn. Okay. Rocker able to turn at the end. So much of a turn that it even lags our stream. That's just... What level of aura is that coming in from Rocker, is my question.
That was pretty unexpected as well, just quietly. Okay. Big couple of picks there for Stinky Golem, keeping the game interesting. No Guardians down here, but they're taking a heck of a lot of damage. Rokane has fallen, though. Gooba probably doesn't have any business staying and fighting. Back to the safety of his Guardian, but for how much longer it'll provide solace? Well, that's up for debate, because it is getting very, very low. And Rocker's like, yo, I'm going to pause this. Tech pause. Okay, you can just tell us what the issue is. Mouse died. Okay. Well, presumably you can just plug that in.
Well, actually, Rocker, people don't know this, but in their previous life, they were actually Unco. They think it's Rocker from Apex Legends, but no. Unco's just, you know, gone to the US. We're going to be here for another 2 hours.
Brilliant. Well, we got time to read out all these primes. The Waffles Man, thank you very much for the prime sub. Appreciate your support. You guys are great. No biggie if you don't have those primes, but if you do, just worth checking, you know, once a month. They're going to refresh for you next month, so you know where to find us with those primes. Thank you guys. This is amazing. Almost 1,500 subs is ridiculous.
Kind kind of interesting when you look at how itemization has evolved, that one constant in pro play is you go up against Bebop, you just slam reactive barrier. Doesn't really matter or what hero you're on. Just give you the extra survivability, because it's usually not if you get hooked, it's when you get hooked, and you don't want that when to become you're guaranteed to die.
All right. Rocker here, still trying to defend this lane. Obviously with the Guardian down. Another one falling here. Scout gets a second that is in mid now. Very quick, we're going to have a fight here. I can see it. Melee Group's trying to converge, at least on the Sinner. It is 8:57, and that Sinner was still standing somehow, inexplicably. So it looks like that one is going to be up for the taking, and AVG is aware of what's afoot, but there's not really an option. It's the trade. You see Sneaky Golem there on the right mid side of the map are also pushing up into that neutral territory, and there's no one from Melee Creeps to contest it. So might be Sinners for Brocane if he's willing to take the risk. All right, here we go. Got a throwdown. Hydration's got to be careful, though. Fishsteak is able to run him down. And that also might be more Guardian damage. This is forcing Brocane to pull back without being able to still those Sinners. He needs to get into the fight. Here's Rocker. Chain gang thrown out. Rocker is a little too squishy for this. DMB trying to mix some of those bat hits in that blasted form. That's Rocker down. Someone went for a trip to the Baroness Hotel. AVG now. You can check out anytime you like. You can never leave, buddy. No chance to exercise his influence in that fight.
You know, just when you think life as Warden can't get any worse, I should have brought this up mid-draft, but Doorman is one of the better picks against Warden. Like, even if Warden was God Warden, getting thrown into the Baroness mid-last stand is a huge vibe killer. Like, it kind of ruins a lot of your initiations, and it's also why, in terms of lane setup, putting Warden against Doorman wasn't the greatest idea. I mean, regardless of whether or not Melee Creeps angled it for or not, if they angled for it, it was really smart. Any Warden player that's played against Doorman enough knows you just don't love that interaction. It's quite bad.
Bit of a fight here over the soul urn. Door set up, though, to allow this one to be extracted pretty quickly. And yeah, this is pretty scary. I think if you're the Haze, Rocker's got to get away, but look who's turned up. It's Goober now. Starting to pepper John down, and the Warden throws himself into the mix. Great rotations here for Sneaky Golem. Looking to try and secure that urn take and get it turned in. Big primes are still coming in, guys. Thank you so much for that. We see you, Migoose, Tyler on Twitchski, Uncle Bob, Fawnies. Thank you. Hyperbeam here. This is just to try and work this Guardian down and also try and offer some covering fire to that high ground. Sneaky Golem want to get more than just that urn positioning. That Guardian is going up in smoke.
Guardian on one hand, Walker on the other. Melee Creeps getting serious damage onto the right side. Walker may not be getting it low enough to take it in one go, but setting the table for the next attempt as Fishcake gives his life for the amount of damage that they got.
All right. How easy is it going to be to extract this urn? John is starting to thrust straight down mid. Of course, it's just the Walker. Here comes the Billy, hit with a sleep dagger straight away. Hydration backing off. The urn has been left behind, but they want blood, not the urn. Guardian will pop a hydration, but Return of Shadows from Scout is going to ensure that the pickup on the Kelvin is ensured. John behind all of this snatched up the urn, and now you'll see Melee Creeps activate on that right side of the map to ensure a turn in. Here's a hook on a DMB. Not quite the target you normally want to pluck out of the mix.
I love this urn timing right now for Melee Creeps. You have Doorman, who has good urn control to begin with. You head over for the turn-in, and Kelvin isn't up, and even if he was, they wouldn't have Frozen Shelter. The timing could not be better for Melee Creeps. And also, I gotta say, on the Doorman pick, for as much dominance as you get from Kelvin on urn, Doorman is the one hero in the game that can kind of contest it via doors and actually like gives you more advantageous urn fights if you're able to get urn control at the beginning. So then the more I look back on the draft, the more I think getting Doorman was great, and forcing John onto the Doorman where he probably would have been happy to be on Geist actually may have been a bit of a blunder by Sneaky Golem.
Gonna give Melee Creeps permission to continue to extend this lead a little further. Okay, items go. Oh, the Spirit Snatch. Okay, so there's like a 60-second window here where Scout can try and fight, make use of this little power spike. Obviously, this is going to be where he wants to throw down and get some of these leaps in. Okay, here's a swap. There's the leap. Big damage. Hydration, not feeling that at all, so has to dome himself. This is going to buy time then for reinforcements to come. And Melee Creeps have to know that they're going to be outnumbered locally. Do they linger? Fishcake in trouble. AVG going to start to rain down upon him now. That's the pick off of the Shiv. And ultimately, Sneaky Golem take a 1-for-none trade. Well,
also
for now.
On the map, I mean, you bullet dance, you try and make a little bit of room, you survive as long as you can with movement, but the odds are just stacked against you, and The question is, how much HP on this Walker did Rocker Sacrifice save? Actually, a reasonable amount. It gives time for AVG to come out, but AVG is half the character. That's a Warden coming at you. Yeah, maybe more gun build heavy, but no ult. Still not as scary as it could be.
Here's the retreat. Much like Calico, you can basically get straight. Oh my goodness, that damage coming in. Was that the Jin's marks activating? Might have been. Either way, Ido down to 90, but has managed to clear the area, so should be able to get back to safety. Always pleasure watching the smooth schmovement from the Mina. So, Soul lead shrunk a little bit, ZP. 6k at this point of the game is not the worst. Also, DMB kind of wants some amount of souls to become that sort of chunky frontliner. Fishcake also not exactly rolling in the dough either.
I think, though, some of the souls that Melee Creeps doesn't have, it's an investment because they are really close to getting either left or right Walker, and if they do 2 pushes at the same time, the odds are that one of them is going to work for either left or right. Like, on the macro end, Melee Creeps is pretty significantly ahead of things at the moment, and it's up to Sneaky Golem to get a pick to get control back in the game. That may be going on left right now.
Okay, yeah, it is happening. I know you're looking for the fight. Rocker just, might be barking up the wrong tree here. Those love bites are about to proc, and when they do, it's going to be curtains for the Haze. Is there any hope of escape? No. So clean pick off here. And also think there might be more where that came from. I don't know if Rokane wants to be here necessarily. Another retreat cooldown popped. Ido, the nose. There's still a fight to be had and goes in for the pick off. 2 for none here. And that should mean it's Walker City now for Melee Creeps if they have the numbers to try and fight for it.
Won't be on the right-hand side, but very well could be on the left. However, those that remain for Sneaky Golem are trying to defend both. They got 2 on the right, 2 on the left, and it's AVG with the task of keeping left lane pushed up. In return, though, Melee Creeps is going to be able to go over, vacuum both mid buffs, and potentially get Urn control to the doorman here once more if they're not able to chase down the Infernus here and now. The gunman is pumping!
Dude, yeah, I mean, guys chunking. That hollow point pickup is honestly sick. All right, here comes the baggage cart. Oh, buddy, you're in trouble. Hydration now getting picked off, and the dominoes are starting to fall here for Sneaky Golem. They've suffered 2 for 0s on different sides of the map. This one, though, is allowed for an easy pickup of the urn. That one is going to be smooth sailing to get across the map. Rocker rather, can't really intervene. And that left side Walker looks like it's been given up for dead. AVG cannot hang around and has to concede it.
If you're Melee Creeps here, you want to draw attention to the urn while getting pressure on the Walker, and in this case, Sneaky Golem say we're gonna save the Walker, or try to, as John with the moves gets away, and they get the urn. Okay, he doesn't get away, but they still get the urn.
I like that. He actually set up that door well in advance when he realized he was going to be split pushing and just playing a bit riskily in that lane. So fair enough. But we saw walk up, we saw urn take. So this is that really important mid-game inflection. 16 minutes in. Now we're starting to think about a fight that could precipitate a take on mid-boss or some pressure on this right side. Sneaky Golem, though, have been trying to ameliorate that risk by shoving on the right. Finally getting that Guardian down.
That looked pretty easy for Rokane. Is this man super fat right now? 17 seems to be a decent number.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have like the toxic bullets, right? Fleetfoot is also kind of sick because you can just run through the fights while shooting. You don't suffer a movement penalty. Headhunter in the inventory has Quicksilver reload. Those are like the items that start to make Mirage feel really smooth.
Also for Rokane, you talk about comfort heroes. Rokane and Mirage just go way back.
PB&J.
Things getting a little bit hot and heavy here in the mid.
Yeah. Rocco. At risk of being turned into goop, but there's Fishcake, who still hasn't quite gotten that tanky point. Nox Nostra thrown out here by the Mina. Ido, yeah, has to cut his losses here. Oh my goodness. At least had the other use of that Sanguine Retreat. Very powerful ability. And also the healing right means you're topped up and you can keep fighting to a degree. You want to wait for those reinforcements. I'm hearing the bullet dance go off there for Rocker. Is that going to be enough? Chain Gang looks like it's caught hydration out. Love bites procs and cuts the health in half of the Kelvin. And Goob is trying to find decent coverage with his hyper beam, but honestly, it's overlooked for the most part by Melee Creeps. Rocker is down. Fishcake is now just returned to the game and can quickly get back. Hydration was basically in a different postcode at that point. Very much out of position. You could, however, say the same of Sire, who was trying to shove in this Walker direction. Got caught out, likely a hook that led to his demise. So Sneaky Golem gets some value for this, just not quite as much, but they'll defend that Walker position for now.
Mitch, I can't understate how big of a hook that was from Goober. I think with Hydration still being down for 20 seconds, especially given his role with Kelvin, if Saya is able to get away cleanly, I think melee creeps, for where they were in the map, they were going to slam mid boss. So that arguably is a bit of a game-saving hook for Goober, because being down 13k is bad. Being down 13k with the other team having mid boss is dramatically worse.
Yeah.
So a really, really big hook to even things out, keep Sneaky Golem in the game.
I mean, they are still fighting on that knife edge, right? Need to find those kinds of reprisals to stop melee creeps from, you know, just extending across the map and kind of taking whatever they want. Smoke bomb up here for Rocker. Just wants to back away without being detected, and there's no fight here in mid to be had. Right now, Sneaky Golem are just doing some housekeeping, attending to their neutral camps, as are melee creeps. Melee creeps would like to step a bit further forward, but they're not far enough ahead in souls right now to make these risky forays into Sneaky Golem's territory to steal sinners and camps, so they'll just get what they can, try and maintain as much of a lead as possible.
You know what we need here? We need Goober Cam. If there's going to be a hero for Sneaky Golem, it's going to come from Goober. Goober is going to have to land a hook and open things up. They have line of sight for one here soon, but if you're Sneaky Golem, you want to run everything as your comeback plan through Goober here. And then ideally back it up with hydration, have AVG get a good leap ult, go from there. But, you know, for me, all begins with the robot.
I want to point out that the ability now has gotten to the point where, like, you're actually a little scared. Torment Pulse hit the inventory, as well as Spirit Snatch, and, like, there's a decent amount of souls there. So, you know, DMB's ready to play. If I'm a Melee Creeps fan, I'm looking for Sire to mastermind something now at this stage of the game. Ideally with some sort of swap open up. There's going to be a fight here. I don't know if Melee Creeps are ready for it. Open with Hyper Beam. Soften them up a little bit.
They want buffs.
Yeah, not the most convincing. Buffs are going to come up. Is Rocket dropping on down, trying to fight for it, and he gets nuked instantly. Chain Gang going to be popped. All right, Frozen Shelter, though, is active. Hydration with the antidote, and DMB has to drop down. Play at the bottom of it. Bullet Dance looks like it was active, but now I think DMB's going to be running into more trouble. Yep, it's AVG waiting for him there in that last stand. That is far too much to handle. Now, look at Melee Creeps on the minimap. They're in a bit of an awkward spot. Scout might want to try and slip through his Ava here. Yeah, just play it from the tops of the buildings, and it's going to be a walker take for Melee Creeps. So get themselves something. Mid boss is being looked at, though. This is by no means guaranteed. Melee Creeps are down to 5, but they can fight for this.
They're trying to go quickly. They saw Dortman on the right-hand side. They know Dortman can be the biggest playmaker here in middle. John is going to be able to get the mid-time.
Calico's coming back.
Too likely.
Okay, Concussive Combustion not going to be affecting anybody, but there's the rejuves going over to Sneaky Golem, but there's a fight to be had here. Big stuns, Biting Word catching on a Sire now. John in the middle of the fight. It's the Warden sent off to the Baroness. Goober taken down, and all those rejuve credits get chewed through, and there's more where that came from. Ido flattens Rokane. Now, of course, trying to play up on the rope. It's Rocker out of it. Melee Creeps have the team fight advantage, and they managed to get the Calico back in the fight just in time. Devastating result for Sneaky Golem. There'll even be an earn take on the backside of this. All things coming up. Melee Creeps here, and that solo to the tune of 5,300 is going to get gobbled up.
Sneaky Golem may have been first mid-boss, but the opportunity was not as good as it looked. Even with Melee Creeps off to the right-hand side, they're able to rotate over. They get the earn in the aftermath. They get the mid-boss, and Mitch, all the makings now of a new champion here on Deadlock Night Shift. Melee Creeps may have fallen short last week, but they have learned, they have adapted. No Bebop, no problem, even when Sneaky Golems are the ones playing it on the other side.
Oh, it's got to feel good. Melee Creeps definitely a sigh of relief as they were able to come back from that unfortunate pick-off of DMB. Billy's a pretty decent target for it. Now, of course, that sole lead means that Hido is continuing to get out of control. ZP 32k. And yeah, we're talking Stamina Mastery, Tank Buster, Radiant Rejuve. We've got the Surge of Power. Everything you could ask for, and Rocker is getting chewed to death by the bats. Nox Nostra rather hitting pretty hard. Thank you, Nacho Bear, for the prime. Yeah, this Mina is popping off in a big way. Compare that to something like Hydration, who's only got 15k on him. Last stand. Hey, not going to have a chance to make use of this. The luggage cart interrupts AVG, and the Warden is down. This town ain't big enough for the two of them, I guess. Return to Shadows here represents some burst. Rokane dodges it with the Tornado, but as he pops out, Scout will be waiting to drag into the depths.
That's how you know you're having a bad game as Warden. You just start having plays like that where like, well, everything's going to shit. Last stand. And it absolutely doesn't matter. And things are just going by the wayside as it is now a 40,000 soul lead. Melee Creeps with impunity going to be coming in here, knocking both shrines, getting Patron down. And frankly, if they felt like it, Mitch, they potentially could stay, but I don't think they will.
Doesn't seem likely, does it? They'll take the lead. They'll happily get out. Capacitor here and Headhunter, of course, for League, but there he's just too far behind the key carries on melee creeps. A walker take here is going to cost him his life, and he has to know this, I'm sure. In we go. Flame Dash to try and make a hasty escape, but hit with the slowing hex now means that he is going to be brought down. Still, that is souls for Sneaky Golem to stay relevant, but being without League for 50 seconds is going to hurt.
It's tough, and I mean, it's a trade that I think they still needed to make here. They're able to get the other walker in turn. I mean, these souls get them a little bit back more to we can fight this territory. Never forget that as far ahead as melee creeps have gotten with really smart play, they're still up against a Kelvin on the other side. You still have the comeback potential of a Bebop. The game is nearly out of reach, but you can still envision a few options here for Sneaky Golem, but it is a very, very thin window of which they have to go through.
It's Fishcake lingering a little on this left side, but there's a couple of camps to take. Sinners, if you're feeling particularly frisky, but Fishcake denies the allure of the jukebox music. Instead, is going to try and spin through some of these souls. Again, early on in the game, like we're looking at a different Shiv as sort of the oppressive one that snowballs those mid-game advantages. Still, though, is looking pretty scary and has a lot of nasty bursts between the Spirit Snatch and the Tank Buster, so definitely not something you want to be overlooking at all. At your own peril, perhaps.
Sneaky Golem. Not a team that they've made some comebacks before, but this would be a Buff Enjoyers level comeback. Although it wouldn't be a Abraham's level comeback, where Abraham's came back from 70, but it may be coming down to this.
Okay, here comes the hook. Frozen Shelter going to be thrown in straight away. That would theoretically give Goober a favorable playing field. The DMB has been able to avoid reprisal, and the shelter has to be removed to allow for there to be any pursuit. Sire's picked off, but that's just a paradox. That's just a fire starter. The Inferno here is still in play for melee creeps. Can they convert? Tornado coming in, going to knock Scout up. That's really nice connection there by Rokane. And off we go. Ido trying to chase down. It looks like they want that Mirage, but it's been hard to get to grips with him. Rock is very low, but again, not that big a factor in the fight once those key item cooldowns have been used. Finally, Idorian will have his just desserts, sinks his fangs into the Mirage, and as well where that came from, Scout though picked off. There's still a fight to be had here, make no mistake. Infernus in the mix now. Concussive Combustion going to be effective, but Ido's able to avoid it. Surge of Power active, but the bomb is stuck to the Mina, and it's going to be tough to catch this Infernus. Goober is down, and Ido, he wants blood. He's absolutely not going to be left behind in this fight. League is eventually extinguished. AVG is very low and got out of the fight, and Rocker finds himself just surrounded.
If you're melee creeps, you have a big advantage. Do you go for the end here? The patron already eating some damage here. This is just the Sneaky Golem patron getting hit by creeps. But melee creeps, they're playing it a little bit slower here, Mitch. We don't have a mid-boss timer up. It is going to be up soon. And melee creeps may just want to slow this down a little bit and not go for an all-in that could go against it. Because remember, the one way that Sneaky Golem gets back into the game is if melee creeps makes a mistake that gives up mid-boss. If they play to avoid that one key mistake, there's very few avenues for Sneaky Golem to get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, those doors are starting to close, but this is not an insurmountable lead. We've seen what Sneaky Golem are able to do in these fights. Kelvin is still amazing, even at 19k. It's been earn take, though. No real investment. Boundless Spirit taken by AVG. That, of course, is going to empower those abilities further. Fishcake, dangerous hit with a slowing hex. Now, there's actually a couple of slowing hexes on Sneaky Golem's itemization. They're really trying to catch these individuals, and there goes Fishcake, picked up yet again. John and Ido are fed, though, and they'll be looking for fights here, but this is going to delay melee creeps trying to close out the game. These constant picks, this suffering, and now Sneaky Golem feels safe enough moving into the jungle. They're going to be able to take some of these sinners away, too.
We gotta look at Goober. We need to look at Goober. If Goober can land a pick in the next 40 seconds, you can bring this into mid-boss. It is the best possible chance for Sneaky Golem to get this game back in their hands. If you're melee creeps, you just don't want to give up the hook. And you see Goober going in for the attempt. Gonna get another shot in 5 seconds. You just don't give up the hook. The main thing for melee creeps, don't do it.
Transcendent cooldown here for Ido, so now those items are going to be having their cooldowns reduced as well. She's pretty important, the Mina. She definitely picks up some crucial. God, slowing hexes for everyone is crazy. Kuba has one as well. Yeah, they really want to make sure the subject to the Bebop hook gets caught out. Okay, mid-boss time. This is pretty critical. Lucky shot picked up. It's going to be Sire getting caught out. Divine Barrier. Will there be enough to get him out? Okay, Billy jumps in. Chain gang active now. The silence is brutal stuff. And AVG's not even in the fight. He's trying to rush and get involved from the base. This is just some attempt at stall here for Sneaky Golem. So melee creeps find Sneaky Golem on the wrong foot without all their players in position. They peel off the mid boss because that was never really the objective. They're looking for a proper fight here. Fishcake this time has managed to stay alive and starting to build that rage bar. This is far from done, folks. There's going to be a chase, CP.
The chase down is happening here. Ido looking for it. Rocker also weak, rakes to oblivion. And now 4 dead for Sneaky Golem. Melee creeps forget the mid boss. They're just looking for the end. About to be our new champions here in North America. No Bebop, no problem.
Absolutely handled. Now melee creeps, of course, they still have to knock Patron and get through. Oh, it's already in the pit. Never mind. No, it's a game done and dusted. You called it, ZP. 1,000 big ones thanks to our friends at Intel. Safely going into the breast pocket of our melee creeps. Suiting up for success in this night shift edition.
The cat suit wonders get it done again. You can't take John out of the game regardless of how many heroes you steal. They are gonna beat you anyway. And when you take a look at the numbers, was it Ido who deserves MVP honors? Did Saya do enough? Was it Fishcake on the ship? Let's take a look at some of the best moments here from our 3-game final. Week 12. Living up to the hype in EU and NA. Was NA even better, ZP, than what we saw from EU tonight?
I mean, that's a tough call. EU had some incredible games, also went the distance. I mean, I think both regions put on a masterclass here tonight, but I did really like the NA story just because of how it was told in the draft, even beyond the actual gameplay. And the fact that melee creeps were able to come back around and have a good strategy, even with John's entire hero pool just being targeted by Sneaky Golem. I mean, they took it out one by one. They had a list, and the list was all John. And John says, hey, you didn't take out my doorman.
Dude, I mean, we are like, how far down the list of John's hero pool are we getting? I was kind of hoping we'd see this because Doorman was so instrumental in the EU games in terms of like just the utility and macro avenues that opened up. But also, the gun build is still good. And now you can also just abuse the like spirit scaling with like the small items in lane. I guess with the call bell, that was beyond nasty. That was a really hard lane, I think, for Sneaky Golem to fight out of. And like, yeah, the whole Warden situation is interesting, right? We know AVG is really competent on that hero, but this is another Kelvin loss game. I just kind of want to point that out. And that was a Kelvin and Infernus lane for Hydration in the League, one that you feel like does okay. Melee creeps though, man, once again, Ido is just rolling them, picking up meter, and just going absolutely hog wild. Sick game. Honestly, I thought DMB and Fishcake would have to have more impact, have to be more front and center, but they didn't get a lot of souls and didn't have to in the end. So, all right.
Paper beats rock and Shiv beats Kelvin. That's what I learned tonight. ZP, who was your MVP though for the North Americans?
Ooh, MVP. Honestly, I got to go for John. I think when your entire hero pool gets annihilated and you still put on a masterclass on the hero that people weren't even considering you to play because the other team clearly thought it didn't exist by their draft, you get MVP for that alone. And John still looked good, especially in the final map.
Are you agreeing with the John pick? Do you like the Mina? What did you like in this series, Uber?
I think like for someone who is able to take the advantages provided by the team and run with it, like Ido for me kind of gets the honors. John also had to play that slightly awkward game, early on of the Geist, and it just wasn't a great look for the whole team. So if think about someone who was kind of nuts, in the important games and was the one that actually had the burden of the carry on his shoulders. For me, it's Ido. Also, the movement was really nice. It's like visual ASMR.
The creeps get it done in a reverse sweep. They drop game one. They win back-to-back, and we see a number of different heroes throughout this series. Your highlights are coming up in just a moment here from your MVP. ZP, though, what did you learn in the last 2 weeks? Since the Trolley 10K, has NA gotten better?
I think so. I mean, Sneaky Golem and Melee Creeps, these are teams where they've both gone through many iterations of roster changes, and Melee Creeps just went through their most recent iteration where Lord NM is out. Ido is in, and what you get in Ido is that you get a player who is easily top tier in movement, probably some of the best movement, top 3 in the entire game, and you get someone that is locked down on heroes like Mina or Pocket when he's a little bit more in practice on it, and the Mina clearly gave them a big jump in their early to mid game that they needed to keep things even, and this last match looked incredible, and is why, when it comes down to it, you know, we're back and forth on Ido and John, but we had more footage on Ido, and it's still hard to deny his impact for player of the match.
Yeah, I think he also hard carried that game 3 despite John playing an off character. Ido was in all of the highlights, and this is when you need to pop off. Game 3 is when the money is decided. Is Mina the new hotness? Is she gonna be the go-to of the 6 most recent characters dropped in Deadlock, Uber?
I think it's a safe bet. I just think she does really well, obviously, and has these burst windows, right, that are just kind of cracked. I mean, Love Bites is designed to do that, right? Eventually, like, just take a chunk of their health. You build items like Tank Buster, and then also you have like healing on Rake. She can be squishy, and you need souls to be relevant, right? That burst has to mean something. But boy, if you just do it the Ido way, and you'll never be disappointed. Definitely one of the most impactful additions to Deadlock in recent times.
Give her a Kelvin, she'll have an even better time. So the Kelvin winning for melee creeps in game 2, the Kelvin falling for sneaky golems in game 3, the Shiv, the decider for Fish Cake and Ido on the Mina, dropping the most numbers in the lobby. It was a fantastic night with some fantastic players, and we will be celebrating with another $1,000 check written out to the melee creeps North America. We had a number of teams sign up for that open qualifier. There's clearly 2 at the top right now. Are the melee creeps officially the best, ZP? Do you expect it to continue to switch up?
I think for this week, off the recent change, you can't say anything else. Melee creeps are the best North American team. We do know how quickly that can change. But for this week, Melee creeps, enjoy it. You earned it. You came back after a rough last week, and Mitch, we still got you on the final screen.
Yeah, bro. Honestly, look at that delt on the left side. I just want to point out the head separation between my medial and anterior delts. Yeah, that's all you guys need to know. You know what I'm saying?
I was just looking at the blinds and that chain. I was like, is this guy 19 about to go to a college party? I'd hang out with him.
Okay, I live in a share house with 2 other blokes. I don't know what you want me to tell you, bro.
All right, let's get the beer pong rolling. I'll be player number 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are your numbers. Those are the builds. Take a screenshot. Look it up on your own time. It's been an 8-hour show, and I got to get to the family, so let's wrap this baby up. We've got our interview live right now. Bring them on up from the Melee Creeps. It's your champion. How we feeling, John?
Feeling pretty hurt. These guys just want to bully me for some reason, man.
Yeah, bro, what is going on? You're targeting everything you play. That's crazy. No, that's racist, bro.
It is.
Unreal.
Every single game, I was like target banned in some way. Even the Kawaii Crew was doing it.
That is wild, dude. Tell us about the gun doorman. It feels like even though there's been some nerfs, he's still hella viable, right?
Yeah, I mean, only his headshot damage got touched, so it's like if you just hit body shots, it's the same like. Feeling,
that sounds like my kind of hero, brother.
It's just slightly worse, like, but it's the same broken hero. Like the gun is just way too like overstated.
Yeah.
Zeeps.
Yeah, so my question here, John, is that, okay, so they pick Warden because they want to go after your hero pool, but tell the truth now. Were you guys going to pick Warden given that he's not that strong at the moment if they didn't pick it against you? Did you feel forced in a corner to pick Warden, or were you just like, whoa, I was going to pick that anyways?
I mean, watching the bottom 3, I already knew that they were going to, like, go Mirage Warden. Like, there was just something about it because, like, this is like their whole game plan is just to target me, and I low-key am like a detriment to the team with my hero pool, so I've just been practicing like these weird heroes like recently.
And Holiday
so
looking kind of clean,
not
though,
as
bro.
bad.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm not like Saya on the Holiday, but it's a work in progress, man. You know.
Nice.
It's
John,
hard to
when
beat
you
the
say
king.
you feel like you're a detriment to your team and the hero pool, what is that hero pool like right now? Because they banned out, or they went after what, 5 of your guys? So how deep do you need to be to
they went after like every single hero that I've been playing for a while.
They even grabbed Mirage, man. Like, you haven't played Mirage in an official game in a while. They're just like, I was like, oh god, like they really did the John deep lore.
And it just so happened that like the Warden is just hard countered by Mirage, and he went Spirit, which is just like giga value on my ults, and it's just like I don't know. It was like they just like walked themselves into a trap, and they just didn't know about Doorman for some reason. Even though I've been playing it for like I was playing Doorman before it got nerfed for like most of my games, and then I went to Holiday.
Yep.
John, it's Halloween. Everyone is celebrating this weekend. If you were to dress up as a character, can't be Abrams, who would it be?
Bebop.
Bebop, easy answer. Would you build it out of cardboard? How are we putting this together? You got like maybe $50 to spend.
I'm gonna learn how to weld, and I'm gonna build like a giant.
Bro's an engineer, bro. Hey, bro's he's got it sorted. Don't you worry. My goat knows ball.
We are going to send you some money for scrap metal. Congratulations on your win tonight. Best of luck building your Bebop, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you, guys. Take it easy, y'all.
That is John, the excellent ZP. He's always so fun to watch. Tonight might have been his toughest challenge yet, though.
Yeah, and he rose to the challenge and completed it with flying colors. Also, in terms of challenges, this is kind of an audible on the way, but realistically, there's a good reason for it beyond us not booking a guest tonight. We're gonna try and get an EU special guest for the next graveyard shift, and we're gonna be doing it on Friday is where we're going, because getting an EU guest immediately after is a little bit rough, and we haven't had an EU guest in a while, so I don't know who it'll be, but it'll be someone that can give us some insight.
We're getting into the drama
on the EU side. Yeah, exactly. There's been so many change-ups, so realistically, here's a spoiler, I'm gonna try and get Hoot. I'm gonna chase down Hoot and go, Hoot, give us the details, and you'll be able to find all of it on the graveyard shift on Friday.
I want to give a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes, and more importantly, thank you to Intel, who has been supporting the competitive Deadlock community for the last 10 weeks. That is 20% of your year, and they have been here every step of the way. We're getting bigger every single show, so thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you to all of the new members over on YouTube. The TikTok keeps growing, and ZP is writing some new lore for next week. ZP, any previews of what the Lore Lords will be bringing to the table?
Fiction.
For me, I'm going into the stuff that isn't immediately obvious on some of the like character interactions. Like, you get a lot of lore in the character interactions, not the least of which is that every time I do Holiday and I'm with Infernus, Infernus keeps hitting on my character. So clearly there's a little bit of a romance brewing there. Who knows what goes on if you dig deep into the voice line. So
Infernus, Holiday, pregnant Viper fan, and Viper, wherever you're into, whatever you're into, we support it here on the night shift. We'll see you next week.
We have no choice.
Thanks for watching.